What a strange old world we live in when the Giro d'Italia has been shortened. We've lost Formula One this weekend with that horrible weather, and our thoughts going out to everyone who have been affected by that down in Emilia-Romagna. Even at Indianapolis, afternoon thunderstorms, and the best weather in the sporting and motorsport world here at the Nürburgring in the Vulcan Eiffel. Nice to have your company, John Hindhaugh, along with Peter Snowden and Bruce Jones for our third qualifying session, and this for everyone other than SPX and SP9 will be setting the grid. This is their final opportunity in all of the junior classes to put down a time and set their grid position. Once this one's done, we will have an idea of who is doing what in those categories, but then we have the excitement of filling the last 6 places to make the 19 cars in the shootout later on this afternoon. It's all coming to you live and free from the Nürburgring for the 51st running of the ADAC TOTALENERGIES Nürburgring 24. Preparations going on at pace. Been a fairly easy morning for most of the teams, but not for Franz Conrad and the team. Remember, they had that incident coming on to the Dottinger last night, picking up the Cayman GT4 car, which caused the car to be stripped back to nearly its component parts at the back. Looked like somebody had dropped a Lego kit onto the floor and it had come apart. However, Franz himself pitching in with that, as he always does. Just because he's in his 70s, it's not slowed him down at all. And leading from the front, that car is prepped, Bruce, and ready to go in this session.
It would never be any other way with Franz. I mean, he's been doing it for, let's count the decades, let's call it 5 decades, but inimitable. Yeah. And again, it's the nature of this race. And another car that we had at the side of the circuit was one of the VW Golfs. And that had its own barbecue. The fans around in the hills around the circuit were getting going, but that one was absolutely torched. We've seen it in the paddock, sitting there forlornly. If there was anything on the front end of that car that could melt, it has. But a new car has been built up. It was still being completed when we went past about an hour and a half ago. And wait to see whether that one gets out onto the circuit. But certainly just the sort of setbacks that the teams from the very top, John, of the table, right down to the lowest classes, just do not want. And Peter, you, having walked through paddocks, race cars for a couple of years now, and then a few more, that was what we call Scorchio, I believe.
Absolutely, absolutely so. Yeah, it's just, I mean, the weather here, just, as John just said, Grand Prix cancelled because of rain. Thunderstorms at Indy, and here at Nürburgring, the one place we say the weather always has the final say. Always has the final say. Today, it's saying, look at me.
Yes. And it has been all week, which is great for the campers. Been chilly overnight. It was quite chilly again last night. The little cloud cover that we had cleared off, and that left a fairly chilly evening for the hundreds of thousands of campers here. Found out this morning, actually, talking to one of the officials here at the Nürburgring, that as of yesterday afternoon, the campsites were full. They are not selling any more camping for the usual campsites. They are all full. Negotiations going on as we speak, yesterday and this morning, to find overflow spots from local landowners. You can still buy a ticket to come in and watch from trackside at various places around the Nürburgring, Nordschleife, and of course here on the Grand Prix. But as of yesterday afternoon, there was no room at the inn, Bruce. Extraordinary. 250,000 people reported to be around this circuit.
You know what? It's just fantastic. Not just the sun shining, but to have it full, as it was in those years before the pandemic. Many, many years. And the history, this is the 51st running of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. It's been not feast and famine, but it hasn't always been uniformly packed with teams, and it is now. The quality at the top end in the SP9 class is phenomenal. Right, cars on the track, an hour and a quarter of running. And John, just to reiterate, this is not top qualifying. That comes later.
Correct.
But this is for everybody else below SP9, which is the top class.
So this will set the grid for other than SP9 and SPX. They are the only two categories that go forward, and we still yet have to work out who the 19 cars. 13 cars have already qualified from their performances in the early NLS rounds and in the two qualifying races we had, the 2 and the 4 hour race that we had, getting on for 3 weeks, nearly a month ago now, isn't it? They will be designated on the screen with the dark blue underneath the car graphic, or the blue flag on the timing screen. The light blue for the number 6, which was the quickest car up to yesterday. Now that is a Pro-Am car, and there is a space reserved for Pro-Am, so that provisionally, as of right now, would take the Pro-Am spot. If that was a Pro car sitting there with that time, it wouldn't be guaranteed a spot until the end of this session, of course, but that is a car that at the moment is in prime position to take the Pro-Am. This is the number 6 Mercedes-AMG we're talking about. The darker blue means that they are in already, and if there's no colour or it's black, then that means they are not in. But they could still qualify in the next session. And note, in second position on the timing screens, the Manthey car is not qualified for the final top qualifying 2. It will be Kevin Estre who will go out in the first of the qualifying sessions. If that happens and they do get a position, because you can't use the same driver, then it's Fred Makovic, who will take the car to set its grid position. It would be a minor disaster for the most local of local teams not to get in. All of the Porsche 992 GT3s have had a significant change in BOP yesterday. Weight added, power taken away, and most importantly for the Porsche, a 9-degree change in rake angle to pull the back of the car up a bit. Now that is not a natural situation for a Porsche 911. That car is actually homologated to be a slightly nose up in its rake, plus extra angle on the rear wing. And this, presumably, Peter, this will be the first time that they'll be trying that, and that is not just for the Manthey team, that's all of the teams with that new 911, that GT3R Type 992.
Yeah, I mean, you say 20 kilos added, 9 degrees of rake, and 2.5 degrees added to the rear wing. It's all a lot. What I find extraordinary about all of that is that it was done middle of a session.
Yeah.
So to me, and across all the Porsche runners, to me there's something smacks of. It's almost like a punishment, as in has somebody been trying something else? I've never ever had a balance of performance issued midway through a session. Never seen it done. So it's almost, there's got to be a reason for that. I don't know. I'm not the officials, but it just seems a very odd thing. You're saying the car's not qualified there. The top 3 cars are not qualified.
On the times,
at the moment, as they stand.
Well,
it's quite incredible.
The top one would, if things stay as they are, the top one, the Mercedes number 6, that would go through as the Pro-Am, as the top Pro-Am. So that's why it's got the lighter blue on the TV graphics, but that isn't duplicated on the online scoring.
So, John, just to clarify, 3 Pro-Am runners have qualified thus far.
Correct.
There are 8 in all, so there are 5 Pro-Am crews going for that final Pro-Am position. At the moment, I can talk about this team. It's around lunchtime. Schnitzelarm Racing, not
Excellent.
one, but both of their Mercedes. That's cars 10 and 11 have gone through, and the number 100 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW is also in the pound seats. That is in. So just remember, 5 Pro-Am crews in this session trying to get that final position. Hour and a quarter in which to do it. But just going back to Porsche and trying to work with their balanced performance changes, isn't it fortunate for them at least we've got dry weather conditions? Do you think how many Nürburgrings you're trying to do it on a track that changes every 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, can you imagine doing all those changes overnight, as you said, John? Not a natural position for a Porsche 911. As you said, virtually the rear, leave the engine in and take everything else off. Rear subframe, start again. It's caster, it's camber, it's toe in, it's everything. rebuild it, and then thank goodness it didn't rain, because you've got it all set up. It's it's the same for everybody, I know, but it's an awful lot to change your car.
So the reason we've got that lighter blue indicator on the number 6 car is because this is a session in which that car can qualify, because the fastest Pro Am car during Q1, Q2 or Q3, now this is Q3, the last 5 positions will come from top Q1, and they are the top positions of any car that's taking place. So just remember that for it. It seems unnecessarily complicated, I know, and we've been through the 7 pages of regulations to tell us how people got the top 13 positions already, and without a word of a lie, we're none the wiser. To be honest, I will go through them now before we start getting times coming in. So qualified through to the final shootout, so top Q2 is the termination here, but just think of it as the final shootout that will set the top 19 positions. Are 33 Falcon Porsche, 30 Fricatelli Ferrari, the BMW Junior Team number 72, Audi Sport Team Lant 39, Lion Speed by Car Collection Motorsport Porsche number 24, the Mercedes-AMG Team Bilstein from AMG, of course, the number 4 car, the number 3 AMG from Team Get Speed, AB Sportsline and the 27 Lamborghini, the Falcon Motorsport number 44 Porsche. Oh, we've got both their cars in, not done. The Rover Racing BMW, but just one of them. That's the 99 car. 10 and 11, the GT3 AMGs of Schnitzelarm Racing, and the 100 Valkenhorst Motorsport car. They are the 13 cars who have pre-qualified into the final shootout. They are not allowed to go out in the first part of the shootout. They have to keep their powder dry. Full tanks for everybody in both of the knockout super sessions, if you will. And you can't use, if you are in Q1, you can't use the same driver if you get through to Q2.
Just listen to the onboard of Kevin Astra there, John, in the 911, probably the best way of calling it, Grello. Quite extraordinary, with a bit of it going down through Foxhole and up to Adenauer Force, and a series of lefts and rights there, and just leaving it in the 1 gear. We were talking about this yesterday, going through the carousel, you commented on the load on that transmission. It's got sufficient torque in that Porsche. You don't need to do a change and back again, save the gearbox, but just leaving it on gear, you can just listen to that, the torque in that engine. Almost, I would say it was almost too low revs.
It sounded like that, didn't it? The change from the 4 litre to just under 4.2 litres of that flat 6, venerable flat 6, normally aspirated engine, was exactly for that reason, Snowy. Not for more power. In fact, it makes exactly the same power as the 4 litre unit did last year. It's all about mid-range torque, about that pulling power in the mid-range.
Well, there was a very famous engine builder,
more drivable.
Nicholson, as in John Nicholson McLaren, always said to us, horsepower sells engines, torque wins races. And it's, what is it, especially in something like this? So I didn't mean to cut across you.
No. I mean, it is a truism that in the top Trump world of people talking about their cars, you might sit having a lemonade sometime and talk about your horsepower figures. And somebody once said to me, everybody talks about horsepower, but they drive torque.
Exactly.
And that makes the drivability of a car. And that can be a very different equation indeed from, I've got 50 horsepower more than you, I've got 75 horsepower more than the both of you. Yeah, but I might only have my 500 horsepower, but I've got half as much again.
But power's absolutely nothing without traction.
Correct.
And that's where your torque comes from. And as you said earlier about the cream rising to the top of the drivers, the drivers that can maximise that torque and work out where to use it on there. And as you said, that little bit of footage we just heard there, it almost sounded like it was, I'm not saying it was stalling, but it feels low for a racing car on a qualifying lap. But it's not, because Kevin Estre knows he's going to work it through there, and it's smoother. And when he gets to that exit, even the modern gearboxes now, which you don't have a chance of missing a gear because it all does it for you these days, but you don't want that risk anyway.
No.
So just leave it in the gear, concentrate on what you're doing, bandwidth for the brain, use the capacity, away you go.
And also, this is a 24-hour race, and yes,
and this isn't the race.
And this is not the race. It's not even the qualifying for those cars. They need to get the setup in this session that they're going to feel comfortable with. And Kevin, at the moment, is building a setup on full tanks that he can go out and do 1, possibly 2 fast laps that will be good enough to be in the top 5 cars at the end of Q1. Because if he's not, they're going to be at best starting in 20th position, and that could be, Bruce, a world of trouble for a team that we absolutely associate with being the sharp end of the field.
100% so, but the thing is, I just think back through racing history when you had, in the early 80s, when McLaren failed to qualify either of their cars for somewhere like Monaco, but that was with a car that just was completely out of sorts. But this is a car that's been given its chance, but the Porsche crews up and down the paddock this morning, when Peter Snowden and I were walking around, it was the Porsche crews who were working the hardest. They were still trying to work out what to do to get the rake angle. That was the one that really piqued my interest.
Yeah.
A 2.5 degree change of wing angle is one thing, but the whole concept...
9 degrees.
9 degrees.
9 degrees of rake. Yeah.
But
that's phenomenal.
You know, normally, when you see a team and it's all Alison Ordnung and they're all just going through their strides, but this way around they were clearly quite vexed, just trying to work out where to fix these extra units of ballast, and there's a lot of ballast to put in. Kevin Estre, I don't know too much about him, joking, you know, he young French fellow, so I believe, but obviously a winner of this event 2 years ago, but to have a gold standard team with an absolute gold standard driver lineup, of course the quick times will come next time around. This is always the thing that throws us with races on the Nordschleife. It takes an age to get a proper...
8.27 on an outlap's not too shabby either. No, but this session is all about data collection for these Porsche runners.
He's got an 8.13.4 to his name, but
not in this setup.
We don't think so.
No, that was yesterday.
We don't think so, because, as you say, Snowy, the notification came through part of the way through Q2. I've also been told this riddle of why we're seeing so many of the top cars before every session going to scrutineering bay. I've never seen anything like it. There was a queue there earlier on when I was coming back over from the infield. It is because so much of the setup is part of the balance of performance. So we're talking ride height, we're talking rate, we're talking wing angle.
Yeah, the officials are monitoring absolutely everything.
Correct.
They are measuring everything.
And the teams do not want to go out and find that they are out of the parameters of their balance of performance. You can put a car on your own flat patch down at the bottom of the paddock.
Yeah, but yours aren't the official ones. No. Yeah, exactly. It's not your scales.
And there's no right of reply or right of appeal. You can't say, yeah, but on ours it says we're all right. It says our ride height's okay. Just
watching there, John, watching Kevin Estre again, just going down into the Goodyear curve on the GP circuit there, and he wasn't going in particularly quickly into that corner, but there was an absolute bucket full of mid-corner understeer in the middle of that, and it just makes you wonder if they're still coming to terms with grip on that. I bet he's on the radio, because it wasn't like he overdid it. Understeer, Rob Gravitt, British touring car driver, used to always famously say, understeer is called by one thing, the driver. I don't think Kevin Estre did that there. I think he's still trying to get his head round how this car, Grello, he knows so well, is suddenly, its rear end is totally different.
Yeah, seeing him actually slightly earlier in the lap, down at the Dunlop hairpin, the Dunlop carrier just did not want to turn in. That front was washing towards the fans on the outside of the circuit, took 2 bites of the cherry.
Can we have in-car radio on here and get to hear what he's actually saying?
I probably think that we didn't want to hear that. Yeah. The good news is, we mentioned the Conrad Lamborghini Huracan. This is the earlier version of the car, not the Evo. The car we said was fixed, that has been confirmed because it's now out on the track. What I can't tell you yet is... Oh, yes, I can. It's Axel Jeffries.
Yeah, well, of course, he knows that car supremely well. He knows the Nürburgring Nordschleife supremely well. But one thing I just want to draw your eye to, Fabian Schiller is absolutely flying. He's got the ultimate fastest first sector, second sector, third sector, personal best in sector number 4.
Just come out of Brunchen.
And he's in the number 2 team Get Speed Mercedes. That's the one that's almost effectively diagonally red and black according to which way you're standing. But Fabian last weekend, one of a cluster that was out racing in rather warmer climes with me in out at Buriram in Thailand. And actually, I meant to draw up a little chart. Who came from where from their races last weekend? Jordan Love, one of the works drivers for Mercedes, I'm fairly convinced was racing in Phillip Island. He probably gets the prize for the
could be the longest,
the furthest distance in here. But again, it's the global draw of the Nürburgring.
Laguna Seca as well, of course. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for IMSA, and there's a few drivers come from there. A couple of people asking last night, by the way, we did mention this, but it's already popping up at RSL_studio, hashtag RSLN24. Nick Tandy, where's Nick? Well, Nick is rather busy with his call up to Le Mans. The third works Porsche Penske Motorsport car was perhaps not, well, it wasn't going to be going, and the American drivers weren't going to be going to Le Mans. But I think the fact that Christian Reed decided not to take up his entry with his 963, wants to do more testing in before that car hits the track, and we believe we'll see it at the Salient 6 Hours of the Glen in early July in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. That meant that there was an opportunity for Porsche to put another car in. Now, why has Nick not just come here? Because Nick hasn't driven the specification of Porsche 963 that runs in the WEC. Most of the cars that are running in WEC and IMSA have very small details that are different. They're slightly more draggy in the WEC because of the baseline wind tunnel is the Hinwil at Audi Formula One, Audi Sauber, whereas in the States it's at wind shear in North Carolina. However, Porsche being Porsche saw the opportunity to homologate 2 different sets of bodywork, and the WEC bodywork is subtly but noticeably different, and Nick hasn't driven the WEC spec car, so he's doing some testing in that prior to Le Mans and Le Mans Test Day, which is first weekend in June. We'll have that live for you, exclusively live for you on Radio Le Mans.
There aren't enough weekends in the year,
there aren't,
frankly, particularly when we've got a host of manufacturers developing new cars. What has just developed there, I mentioned that Fabian Schiller in the Get Speed Mercedes was picking up the pace. He went from 21st overall, and he's put the first quick time of this session, and he's moved up to 3rd place overall. He's
nice.
0.501 of a second down on still the fastest time, still in the hands of another Mercedes driver, which is Arjun Maini, who the Indian driver flying in the number 6 Team Bilstein Mercedes-AMG. But now we're starting to see the quick times coming in, and just to reiterate, we've got 13 cars qualified so far for the qualifying shootout, but that number 2 Mercedes is one of a host that have not done a time that was good enough before.
Some big names to be in there, and with only the top 5 going through from Q1, there's going to be some disappointed drivers and teams at the end of the first shootout. I mean, anyone from, what is it? It's over a dozen, isn't it? That are still to qualify for those 5 places. Hello to Blur Fiends in the workshop, working on Porsches. No more mid-session laptops, BOP changes, sorry, laptops. BOP changes, hopefully. I think all of the bags of potatoes are in the right place at the moment. The second place for the number 911, but will they be able to, it's the car he's supporting, will they be able to get something like the performance that they got yesterday? 8:13, 469.
Ferrari fans, the 296 obviously still the newest of the GT3 cars. Good news for them, because just up into 4th place now, one of the other cars that hasn't put a quick time in until now, that's the WTM by Rinaldi Racing 296 GT3. Looks exquisite, looks even better when Daniel Kalvitz is at the wheel. So he has moved up to 4th place. He's 1.5 seconds down on the ultimate pace still. So we've got the top 3 covered by as close to as can be just half a second. The rest, though, they are closing in and up and down the charts. As John pointed out, we've still got a lot of top names that have to hook one together to work their way towards the front. Did we mention Kevin Estre?
Yeah.
He's a flying. Personal best in sector 1, 2, 3. Ultimate in sector 4. Personal best in 5, 6 and 7. And he's working his way through the sequence. The target time, let's just say it now, 8 minutes 13.190 seconds. The final twisters ahead of Kevin Estre. Car in front, pushing up the earth into his face, but he's going to be close to, well, he's certainly going to be in the top 10 now at least.
Giving a nice little toe onto the straight there as well, just for that few moments through Tiergarten.
The last 2 sectors he lost out fairly big time. If he'd hooked together the best lap, that would have been enough to put him second fastest overall. He'd be down just 0.06 of a second down on the best lap we've seen. But at the end, backing off, a bit of traffic along Dottingerhoe, more to the point just before Dottingerhoe, really hurt him. And now it looks he's out on the first lap of a race. There must be 8 cars between him and between effectively turns 3 and turn 4 as he goes down the hill.
Yeah, but it's the wide part of the circuit, the GP circuit, you can get around all those cars a bit easier.
So, for reference, that car yesterday did an 8.13.4. That was nearly 5 seconds slower than the car went yesterday before the balance of performance changes. Now, is a point being made here? Is this Porsche and you know, I mean, Manthey is now owned by Porsche, so you know, is this a point that's being made? Are they staring at the moment pointedly at race control, standing underneath and looking up at them from the pit lane and sort of, you know, giving them a Paddington stare? I don't know.
5 seconds, really?
5 seconds.
5 seconds?
Really?
Yeah, but what we saw was until the final 2 sectors, it was improving in every sector. And what's the final 2 sectors covering? We talked about the rake, 9 degrees plus,
drag
going all the way along Dottingerhoe with that extra rake. That's got to be.
It's drag.
And the wing.
It's just drag, hasn't got the terminal speed, has it? No.
We know that the Porsches are seldom the fastest in a straight line in GT specification, therefore that's not helped that situation. We'll have a wander back down and I'll see if we can, after this and a bite to eat, we'll have a wander back into the pit lane before the next session and see if we can have a word with one of the Porsche teams in the SP9 category and just ask them how much work that was.
Just looking up and down the charts, very few of the Porsche runners have set a flying lap in this. Kevin Estre did the 8 minutes 18. There's an 8 minutes 15.495 from another Porsche. It's car 54. It's Lawrence Van Toor. It's in the dynamic GT entry. He's sharing with Laurin Heinrich, Ayhancan Guven, the Flying Turk, and Christian Engelhardt. So that is there or thereabouts in this session. And of course, different teams will be doing adjusting their performance accordingly.
Jordan Love, by the way, was at Brands Hatch last weekend.
Of course he was. He was in the sprint series. He did the first 2 rounds, I think. I think he did the one in Western Australia, in GT World Challenge Australia. Oh, I bigged him up for the longest journey.
From Brands Hatch compared to Phillip Island?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both got 2 words in their title.
Geography wasn't his strong point at school.
Hello to James Powell. His Friday afternoon sorted. Hybrid working, plus N24. And the dulcet tones of RSL Studio team. We're live in sound and vision, James. Hopefully you can pick that up if you've got an extra screen and plenty of bandwidth. If your bandwidth's challenged or you're moving around, we don't want you watching pictures while you're in the car, then RS1 via radiolemans.com and the Listen Live button. If you want the video, you can also go there. There's a Nürburgring 2023 page, and the link to the world feed is on there. It's all free. No interruptions, no blocks, no breaks. The audio remains unchanged for the whole weekend, including the race. There are a couple of exceptions to that on the video, one notably being North America, speedsport1.com, but that is a free service for the race on Saturday. And French speakers rather bundled together a few of those countries. France, Belgium and Luxembourg will be looked after with a French service All the details are online. Automoto is the service for you French speakers, and that will kick off just before the race start on Saturday. But the rest of the sessions all day today we'll have here for you.
I think, John, it's worth reiterating, trying to explain top qualifying all over again, because if anyone just happens to be joining us, having followed your example about where to find the timing screen, they'll see a blue band, the highest placed blue band, which means a car that's qualified to go to the top qualifying is only in 10th position on our time charts, which seems like a massive anomaly. Still, the fastest time was set not in one of the qualifying sessions, effectively, to get a top place, and that's still Arjun Maini, 8 minutes 13.19. But now, in fact, all of the top 10 have failed to qualify.
Except
so
because the Maini car is a Pro-Am. It does qualify in these first three. So that's a further complication. So as it stands right now, if this session was to be called, that car would take position 14 in the 19 for qualifying 2, because that is reserved for a Pro-Am car.
So we have 3 Pro-Ams that have qualified for shootout, and the 4th is up for grabs, and at the moment it's sitting pretty.
Correct. So that one at the moment is qualifying through the time that it put in yesterday in Q2. Any car from SPX or SP9 Pro or SP9 AM can fill the remaining 5 places once we go to Q1. It still doesn't sound very simple, but honestly, that's the easiest I can make it sound and the fewest words I can use.
I think you did well.
Describe
very
it.
well there, John.
I don't get paid by the word. Here comes Mike Rockenfeller in the number 40 Audi down the Dottinger Her. That car sitting in 21st position for Audi Sport Team Scherer PHX. PHX and Scherer coming together, of Phoenix, who have a fine record for Audi and Scherer Motorsport.
Yeah, I mean, their record as Phoenix Racing in the Nürburgring 24H is absolutely rock solid. In a race of so many variables, weather, sheer number of cars, they just had win after win. And what I love about here is the fact that because of these many variables, John, it's very difficult for any team to get a run of victories.
Yes.
Last year's winners as well.
There you have it, Phoenix Racing last year.
Just throw it in.
No, it's good. Kelvin van der Linde, Dries van Tor, Fred Vervies and Robin Freins.
Fred Vervies being the only one in the lineup in the same car this time round.
Yep.
That lineup from last year's winners.
Some of the lineups do take a bit of exploration.
Yeah.
We're just talking about the number 40 Scherer PHX Audi. That's the one for the former DTM champions with Timo Scheider, Martin Tomczyk and Mike Rockenfeller.
10 titles between them, wasn't it, or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
They gathered, they collected.
Yeah. Talking of driver lineups with the Porsche data collection session, I'm going to call this now for easier, is they've switched the 911 grill, they've switched to Michael Christensen. So I've kind of got this vision, and I'm just guessing that Kevin Estra's parked it in the pits and goes, I don't understand it, you have a go.
Yes.
Just
Alexander Sims
behind. 5 seconds off. Yeah, have a go, Michael. See what you can make of it.
Alexander Sims behind the wheel of the Scherer number 5 blue and white Audi. He's getting a change of Michelin rubber. They look like they've been used, and they look like they may have rubbed something, because some of the Michelin decals on the outside of the left-hand side tyres.
But the important thing about this car, John, is the fact that it's just recently moved up to 2nd place overall. It's just moved ahead of the 911 Mantorn car. It's faster by 0.02 of a second, but it's actually marginally irrelevant at the moment. But they're clearly looking very good. Audi sort of had a bit of a smile on their face this weekend. Yes, they came here as reigning champions from last year, but at the moment looking very well balanced.
The Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT4 is the second Dumoulin Aston Martin to be pinged for pit lane speeding, so they will lose their fastest time. This is the number 79 car. It was the 68 car yesterday that transgressed and got times deleted. So 8:13.467, that new time for the number 5 Audi of Scherer Sport PHX, straight back into the pits. don't have to do another lap round the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So Alex Sims, happy with that, peels through the old Coca-Cola curve and back into the pit lane, and they were checking his tyres and his tyre pressures.
One car that we see an awful lot of in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race is the number 72. It's the BMW Junior team lineup, and go across the decades, BMW have always supported junior drivers. They brought on absolutely phalanxes of them, but Dan Harper, Max Hess and Neil Verhagen have raced together. This is their third year together. They are super, super quick. At the moment they're down in 16th place, but this lap about to be completed by the driver from Northern Ireland, from Dan Harper, and I'm sure that's going to put that right up in the mix. But you know what? They've already got a place in the top qualifying shooter, so they're fine. 8 minutes 21, no improvement there. Actually, stays in 16th place, but they've got blue. They don't have to worry too much. This is a setup session.
Again, a slow final sector for that, improving all the way until the last sector. Now, which way is the wind blowing today?
It's blowing from behind the Dorint Hotel across the track, so it's effectively going to the northwest.
So it's a
coming from the southeast.
Crosswind. It was pretty much behind the cars going down the Dodiger yesterday. It's come round a wee bit, but not very much. Danny Sufi is behind the wheel of the Conrad Lamborghini Huracan. This is the car that was rebuilt overnight. It's in 22nd position in SP9. Left front tyre issue for one of the Mini Coopers.
One of the Bulldog Racing Mini Coopers, with, of course, Cooper of Cooper on board. It's in 108th position overall.
I think that's the 112.
Is it 112? Yeah.
112.
112. Yes.
112.
Yeah. At the last time he posted, it's lost a timing position since then, so it's down to 109th at the moment in the charts. And it's left its tyre carcass tidily at the edge of the circuit there. So 109 at the moment, being driven by... Sorry, I paused there.
Yeah, there's this going off. Actually, completely lost the carcass of the tyre.
It's Marcus
Fischer. Sorry,
for Birdling in Austria. Danny Brink, Marcus Uwe Krumscheid and Marco Zabel. And as we mentioned, their second car has a Cooper in it, and it is the same family. What else would they be driving?
Always good to see that Conrad Lamborghini out on track.
Good.
Those amazing colours. I still call them Vitaphone Maserati colours. You know why? It reminds me of those days, of those cars.
Leighton
that colour scheme.
Almost.
Yes, Leighton House Formula One back in the day. But it's so all the better to see it out there from
Miami Blue.
Miami Blue, they called it, didn't they? Leighton House. I think it was my first or second Le Mans, so I've been 89 or 90. They had a car there, and all I ever wanted. A bit later than that. No, it must have been early. All I ever wanted was a Leighton House Miami Blue paddock jacket. I thought they were the coolest things ever. In fairness, it was the end of the 80s or the beginning of the 90s. I'm not sure I could pull that off now, if I'm absolutely honest.
It's bad.
Of course you could.
When you do retro, but just in the wrong time.
Yeah.
You're 2 years ahead of yourself.
Was it?
Or 24 behind. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
months.
So good to see Franz here again, such a supporter of endurance racing. Still does a bit of driving himself, very handy driver in his pomp, and was doing a bit of LMP3 racing fairly recently. And
was that in the German Prototype Cup, I think it was? Because he's got a couple of Ginettas, I think, entered this year. So I believe that's the case. But you know, you can't get him away from a race circuit.
And he managed. We saw him at Spa on one of the Creventic race weekends, and he's managed to enlist the help of one Ralf Juttner. Who is apparently retired. I'm not working. Then what are you doing on a grid, Ralph? Well, I'm sort of
holidaying in the Ardennes. Yeah.
Yes, I'm just sort of helping out. Who are you helping out? Franz Conrad. Oh, are you? But you're not working. No, I've just come down to see him. I've known him for years. Yes. Okay. Is that oil under your fingernails there, Franz? Yeah. Ralf Juttner, if you don't recognise the name, Team Yost and Audi, part of that extraordinary run of victories in the Le Mans 24 Hours that started with the R8, the R10, the R15, and what a character. Huge and very British sense of humour. Big Eddie Izzard fan, and what a phenomenal character he was in the paddocks of the American Le Mans Series in the late 90s and early 2000s, and a complete contrast to his boss, Reinhold Jost, who could barely get a word out, and when you did, it was short, sharp, and to the point. You could have talked to Ralph pretty much all day and still not get to the cars, the questions you really want to ask. You'd be talking about everything else. A bon vivant of the first order. I miss him in the paddock.
We were talking about changing of the guard yesterday, weren't we? Some of the teams that have changed, have been loyal to a certain brand and changed and whatever. Just watching or listening to Dries Van Toor, one of last year's winners, synonymous with Audi Phoenix, as it Shearer as it is now, and now in a BMW M4, so totally different type of car, so front engine. Watching that M4 there, Dries Van Toor, obviously no slouch around here, he won it last year in an Audi. That M4 does not look particularly stable out there at the moment, that particular one, the Rover Racing one. So I'm sure that'll put a smile on Dan Harper's face in the junior team one. Their car looks absolutely glued to the track. The Rover one, not so at the moment.
That's car 98 you're talking of there.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, Dan Harper is in his third season with the BMW M4 GT3. That helps. And I still find it funny that, you know, for years, Dries Van Toor was at the back of the Team WTR garage while Lawrence was doing the racing, big brother Lawrence, and then he stepped up and was just immediately on the pace. Class winner at Le Mans, of course. Victor here, but yeah, that big change with Vincent Voss's team moving across this weekend. Of course, they're not here, but for Rover Racing, you know, how many miles, how many kilometres, how many laps has that team done around here with its various manufacturers, with Porsches in years gone by, but now with BMWs.
Just to run down a few other times that are changing in different classes. The 1, 2, 3, that's Alex Brundle's car. Mühlner Motorsport Porsche GT3 Cup, the 992. That's a new fastest time in class. And of course, this is their final qualifying session. So the 1, 2, 3 provisionally on pole for Mühlner in the 992 Cup class, an 8:29.4 set last time around. Huber Motorsports 992 GT3R 8:21.3. That's now 32nd in SP9. That was improved last time around. 8:21.2 for Valkenhorst, Sami Matti Trogen in the number 100. That was their best time. So we are seeing some performance. Durr Motorsport with the number 69 car. That now in 27th position. And that was a fastest time for them. The Falcon 44 already qualified, of course, 8:17.431. Now, the SP9s really don't matter other than the best AM car, which is still the top of the shop for number 6 AMG. But these other categories really do. GT4 improvement for the Toyota GR Supra Evo. This is the Toyota with Ring Racing number 71, and that's driven by Lance David Arnold. He's now second in SP10, which is GT4. 905.945, an improvement for the number 89 Haupt Racing Team AMG. GT4 takes them to 10th in class, and this is the last chance for all of these classes. W&S Motorsports Porsche Cayman GT4 in the Cup 3 class has just improved to 8th in that category with a 927 at 197. 944 Adrenaline Motorsport now second in V6 with the Cayman S. 944.235 against the number 396. 953.929 from the 242. That is now 5th for the BMW 240i class, another adrenaline car. And Volker Strajcek just goes to the top of SP3 for the Opel Manta with a 959.284, breaking that magic 10-minute barrier in the returning Foxtail Manta. Adrenaline Motorsports, we've talked about. QTQ Race Performance 330i, the number 526 is now the best time for them. Second for the VT2 rear-wheel drive category. 10.08.933, that's an improvement for Adrenaline's 330i. That's 5th in that VT2 rear-wheel drive category. And a bunch of improvements further down the field for MSG, Bayerscher, Wald, 531. That takes them to 6th in class. 1037, 9th in class for SRS Zorg Rennsport. But at the top at the moment, quick times coming in for the AB Sport line Lamborghini Huracan, which is now pitted. That's Kelvin van der Linde behind the wheel of that car, I think, when it came in. 8:13.696. It 14 for 2:43 for Frickadelli and Nicky Katzberg. That was that car's best time. It 14.323 for Maro Engel and the Green Hell Mercedes number 3. So there's performance out there for those SPX cars. If you're not qualified, it hasn't made a blind bit of difference, but there's data being gathered here, Bruce, for either Q1 shootout or Q2 top shootout.
133 cars have been out to play this weekend. So far, only 115 this session. Still 18 cars have yet to go out on the track. I was just taking a look to see if the Golf that was replaced, the number 112, had gone out to play. Sorry, the 108 car.
108, yeah.
108, the MSC Sinzig car. That was absolutely torched last night. Drove pretty much down to the bottom of the Grand Prix loop. Pulled over, already on fire, and it really caught hold. And the guys there are still putting the new car together. They've got mitigating circumstances, but I'm surprised that 17 other crews have yet to put their cars out on the tarmac.
Another driver change in the 911 Porsche. I can't see who just jumped into that at the moment. To seen Kevin Estra and Michael Christensen have a go. So we've got either Thomas Preining or Federico Makovecchi in that car now. Again, as you're saying, data collection, somebody else. Another part of that, of course, is all 3-4 of you get to drive it. Now come back and then have a debrief and sit down and go, what do you think? And that's how they'll collectively say, well, because you've got to find a setup that works for all 4 drivers.
Entirely that, but also, again, just to point out the obvious is the fact that they're all doing it on a circuit that is pretty much the same.
Yeah.
It's interesting. BMW just came past and literally stopped by the pit wall, and they got going again.
Radio's not working. I'm just shouting at you because my radio's not working.
Yes.
Julian Andlar going very slowly. This is a left rear puncture in the Rutronic blue and yellow car. He shares with Dennis Olsen and Matteo Caroli, and that is a very long way from home.
Now this is always a bit you actually hate as a driver, because as we said yesterday, no matter how slowly you drive it, it's probably still too fast. You don't want to do collateral damage and damage bodywork and flailing and inner wheel arches, and you can do brake lines and all sorts of things in there, and sensors and whatever. But more to the point, then I'll come back to
Aston Martin avoiding him has gone off. That's the 68 car, the white Aston. I think he's just gone off avoiding that slow machine.
Not sure if at the same part of the track, but it's certainly gone off and
well, there was a white Aston that went past him and threw up dirt.
Here we go.
Oh no, he's
just hit the curb on his own.
On his own, and that, as you rightly say, Pete, is earlier on, and that's pulled the car to the right. That's on the Hatzenbach.
Yeah.
So that was another white Aston that went past him. How's that for a coincidence?
Okay, well that was Stefan Kentemich, the 68 Door Motorsport SP10 Aston Martin, but that was as near on as completely side on. The track was turning to the right.
It's come to a halt now. It's come to a halt.
Front right-hand corner kissed the...
It more than kissed.
The barriers with passion.
That was a full date, that was. That's progress impaired now.
Certainly
progress impaired it is, yeah. In fact, it has a negative progress quotient at the moment. I think you'll find that at the moment. That's going to need...
Is that a 0 forward delta?
Yeah, absolutely. Zero forward delta. That's even better.
I don't know where that just came from.
That's
that just appeared.
Yeah.
So modern.
It's a gift. It's a gift.
You can pass that one on. That's very good.
Right, yellow flag at Hocheichen. So part way around the circuit. Was that for the...
Oh, no, so that was in the same... No, so that was in the same place.
At Hatzenbach. So the 68 Aston's off at Hatzenbach at the end of, the end of Hocheichen. That's
further out.
That's going to be that's probably going to be for the Porsche potentially.
No, that I think was for the Aston that went into the wall.
Yeah, that's at Hatzenbach.
Yes. And Hocheichen is at the end of the Hatzenbach as you go over the top and down towards
Yeah, to be honest,
Back
just trying to find the 96 Rutronic Porsche, it has completed the first 6 timing sectors, so it should be getting towards turning through Galgenkopf to have the long limp home back to the pits. Meanwhile, everyone else is starting to pick up the pace.
That's full code 60 now for the Aston at Hatzenbach.
Well, the Grello Porsche, the Manthey Racing Porsche, car number 911, still waiting to see who's taken over from Michael Christensen. That's sitting in the pit lane, up on the jacks in the, can I say it again? The bright spring sunshine. I'll go for this.
Beautiful. This from Roxy Skarsgård. What's the criteria for a driver to be granted a Nordschleife permit to race in this event? I assume it's just a bit harder than turning up and asking for one. Lots of different answers online. Well, first of all, this didn't used to be the case. It's still, well, I was going to say it's relatively recent, but relatively recent in my lifetime is probably in the last 10 years. You have to come and do a course at the track, which involves classroom sessions, going out around the circuit, being shown around the circuit, some sim work, and then some lappery of the circuit under supervision. That will get you your basic ring permit, and you can drive quite a lot of classes of cars for that. But if you want to come and do SP9 or SPX in the Nürburgring 24 hours, you then have to complete, I think it's 14 laps, but it's about 2 hours of a 4-hour race. You can get 2 drivers through just about in the 4 hours
in an NLS round.
In an NLS round, and you don't necessarily have to do them concurrently in a contiguous manner, but you've got to log the time up. The problem is if you get a lot of slow zones in a race and you're the second guy in trying to get your laps in, you might not get all of your laps in, and you might have to come back to another one. So
I think that's why it's time, not laps.
It's changed to time.
I
now.
believe.
Laps.
I think it is now. I think it's 2 hours.
Right.
So they count that as an experience because you're unlikely to have code 60 all the way round.
Yeah.
So and that, if anything, it adds to the criteria. If you think about it, if you've got a lot of section in code 60 and you behave accordingly, you've passed even more, haven't you?
Correct. So Roxy, you're absolutely right. It isn't a simple case of saying, "Hello, I'm a driver. I really like to compete here."
Who was that then? Who was that in person?
A driver.
Oh, okay. That was a driver.
A driver. That's how all drivers talk. That's why you can't get a drive. And
what are you saying? He's not down to ability then?
No. It's how they sound.
I've been getting wrong all these years. God. You heard it here first.
So we're going to swap out Bruce Jones for Johnny Palmer for a little while, just to get him up to speed, because he and Peter will be taking you through the top qualifying. So Palmer, who is very happy, JP's very happy today, because in the press room,
yes,
it was what for lunch?
Well, you didn't see the currywurst.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
There was schnitzel. There was schnitzel as well. But for me today, I actually favoured currywurst over schnitzel. I'm sorry.
You might not get that choice again before the end of the week.
Yeah, but someone's going to be selling schnitzel somewhere on the Grand Prix track, either professionally or perhaps cooked to an amateur level. But I'm willing to dive in there and see what you get.
You could always go to the Dottinger fuel station on your way in tomorrow.
To the Tankstelle.
The Tankstelle.
And get a schnitzel in a bun.
Schnitzel in a bun.
So tonight, live on Radio Show, it is German Food Week.
It is. It's always German Food Week when we're here. It's part of the experience. Our Austrian correspondent was querying whether it's real schnitzel. Of course.
Yes.
Well, I could say the restaurant on Wednesday night was veal schnitzel, and I'm prepared to say that that's as near as makes no difference to Wiener Schnitzel and what we
You
have.
said real schnitzel.
Real Wiener. Vienna Schnitzel. Or Wiener Schnitzel. So, Johannes, we tried our best for you earlier in the week. Around the side of the track at the moment, barely an inch to be given. People pressing right up to the catch fencing. And remember, it still is only Friday. There will be more people coming in tomorrow. Unlike many 24-hour races, where the end of the race is the emotion from the teams and that shared experience with the spectators at the track and further afield. The start of this race is something to behold. The formation lap here, the crowd are allowed over the barriers all the way around the Nordschleife, and they stand at the edge of the track and show their appreciation for their heroes and heroines as they come through. It's an extraordinary thing to see. The first year that I saw it, I thought, oh, well, that's it then. We're not getting this race off on time. They're never going to clear that off by the time. No, everybody was gone. I was talking to Taylor Hagler about it, one of the Brian Herter Autosport drivers in the Hyundai. They're over from the States, and saying, are you starting the car? And she said, oh, I don't know yet. We haven't kind of decided that. She said, why? I said, because you will have people on the side of the track. So don't be alarmed at that. And she said, what, so I'll have to drive through people? I said, no, they'll be respectful. Yeah. They'll stand at the edge.
Just think Group B rallying.
Yeah, it's not quite that bad, yeah, where people
a bit slower.
Used to want to touch the car, yes.
Yeah. I can add a little experience to that. My first experience of this race, and that start, all the build-up, you say quite rightly, there was a slight administrative issue with our car. Genuinely, I'm not really sure what the issue was, but it was 240 or 260 cars took part in those days, the start of the race. And I was sent out first, and we were told, complete the Grand Prix loop. Yeah. And as you get to the end, which now should be in Schmidt's curve, the marshal will decide whether they'll decide, and the race officials will have all informed the marshal whether he points left or right as to which way you go and go back in, or carry on to the Nordschleife. Now, I had this view of that I felt I'd probably go left anyway, that I think Instinct would have taken over and just gone left anyway, and thought, well, at least to get a lap in. Yeah. As it just so happened, something else failed on that outlap, and we were first reserve. And we literally, you drove up to this in this Mitsubishi Evo, and they went, yeah, that way. Like, great, we're into the race. And that's it, straight into the race, and we're on. We're like, fantastic. Rutronic Porsche, I think that's
made it back.
Is that Dottinger Hoa?
Yeah,
I think it is. Yeah, it's Tiergarten almost.
It's
how close can you get and stop there?
Well, he's just come in. He's just on the exit of where the tourist laps come out. If you've paid your money on your ring card, Julian Andler beginning to slacken off his belts. I don't think that car's going very much further. And the Rutronic Racing number 96 yellow and blue Porsche, Johnny Palmer, has ground to a halt. We did have a puncture early on this lap, but that was well before Bergwerk, so he's done what? Half a lap,
yeah. Somewhere in between the two, perhaps. Still in contact, I think, with the team, just about. Radio signal will be healthy along there, but just a job to stay off the racing line because of the twists and turns. Not so bad, I suppose, through Kesselchen and Klostertal, although it's so fast through there, and there will have been white flags warning cars of its location. But if you catch it in the wrong place, just like that GT4 Aston Martin did, picking up the dust as it worked its way by, and the whole run down the Dottinger Hoa nearly completed. It hasn't quite got to Antonius Bucher, which is that very fast left-hander underneath the bridge, and now the first of a couple perhaps of intervention vehicles arriving on the scene now to aid the Frenchman. This is not the preparation that Rutronic will have wanted, though, heading into top qualifying later on tonight from 5:30. It's an easy fix. It's just how quickly they're going to get the car back. Yeah, because it may not be within this session. 21 minutes still to go.
The GT2, one of two GT2s in the SPX category for Mercedes-AMG, went off at Adnar Forest area. Was, as my translation says, but was slipped in the Adnar Forest area, but was able to continue the journey. I like that translation.
Very quaint.
Yeah, very good. So almost poetic, isn't it? Let's take some quotes from drivers that's been out there. Mike Rockenfeller, it's always fun to drive the Nordschleife. We're not entirely happy with the car. We've been struggling with the balance right from the start. That's on the Audi GT3 Evo 2, the number 40 car. The 563, this was the Porsche Cayman S that had the problem yesterday in the first qualifying session. They've got the Porsche back on track, and Daniel Zorg telling us in the pits the car was quite badly damaged at the front. We stayed up until 2:30 overnight, then continued this morning. We're hoping that the drivers will complete all their laps in the race and we can get the race start tomorrow. Each driver has to do 2 flying laps, not 2 laps around the Nordschleife, but 2 laps. And the Porsche Cayman CB12 in VT3, the number 300 car, is off, and I think facing the wrong direction at the top of the Vauxhall. Yes, it is, just before the Yokohama Bridge. Ooh, I don't like... There's nothing worse than seeing cars coming towards you at speed when you're in a racing car. And I speak of what I know, my first ever car race. I got tipped into a spin, coming to a rolling start. Coming to the end of the first lap of a race at Croft Circuit, and watched all the cars going past me.
They should at least be hard on the brakes at that point. But if Erik Ullström, the Swedish driver, has found his way into the gravel, then equally somebody else can. Because if you start to lose it on the brakes out of Schwedenkreuz, that very fast left-hander, and then need to slow things down for Arenberg, there's already an intervention vehicle there as well. That seems like a very quick response indeed. Intervention vehicle number 5, Mercedes, has arrived on the scene and deliberately parked up the curb there to protect the line of fire, if you like. And that should be, Peter Mackay, a relatively quick tow. But again, this is all about trying to cover things safely, because you can fly round Schwedenkreuz into the braking area for Arenberg. You need to be warned a long way back that there is a car in grief in the stones there.
Absolutely, you do need warned before you've come into Schwedenkreuz, because it's so big commitment through there. You know, over 250 k's an hour for the fastest cars. So yeah, definitely, and that is one thing that the race control team do a great job of warning the drivers. And if they're coming into a slow zone, there is a degree of irony for a Swedish driver to go off just after Schwedenkreuz, of course, the Swedish cross.
Indeed.
Right. Now, we taking over from the conversation from Snowy and Bruce and John about the Porsche balance of performance has been the big chat overnight, with 20 kilos added, a little bit of a change to the rake, more rake added to the car, more wing angle added, but a wider restrictor. And we might not really know the true picture until we get into top qualifying a little bit later on, but we can draw a few sort of findings from it. Interestingly, the Manthey car, the number 911 Grello, has got slower effectively. Last night, Frederick Makowiecki did an 8:13.4. This session, their best lap is an 8:18. However, when you look at their sister cars, you look across at Dynamic Porsche running the Pirelli tyre, interestingly, car number 54, they found 4 seconds with that additional weight on and with that additional wing angle. So, I mean, finding 4 seconds is quite a lot around here. Likewise, Rutronic have found exactly the same amount of time. They've gone from an 8:19 in both sessions yesterday to an 8:15 this time around. So for Porsche fans around the circuit and listening and watching in sound and vision, all might not be lost. Like we say, we do not see things that race control do.
Well, that's the thing for me, is that we don't know what the aim of the game for these Porsche teams was yesterday. They may have been not going for lap speed. It might have been trying to tune the car up to be good over a stint. This session, only an hour and 15 minutes on the same day as top qualifying, is more important, I think, to go as fast as you can on the full circuit. So there's an element of that as well. But yeah, when we were thinking, more weight, that's a downer. Adjusting rake, that's a downer. Oh, they do get a little bit of positivity with the change of restrictor. And the balance of it has actually, well, seemingly on the face of it, given them time. There was a quick spin there for Porsche number 563 on the Grand Prix track. So 563.
SRS Team Sorg Rennsport.
From the V6 class, which is the highest CC, highest cubic capacity within the V division, between 3 and 3.5 litre. And there are 5 cars in that class. They are all Porsches, 2 of which are 911 Carreras. And there are 3 Caymans, 2 Cayman S's and 1 Cayman GTS. Well, that was a Cayman S for Heinz-Jürgen Kroner. A couple of Mexican drivers in that as well. Javier Lamadrid Jr., Lamadrid Sr., and Ugo Vincenzi, the Italian driver. So 4 guys in that Porsche. Meanwhile, the number 81 BMW having a stop in pit road. Car 81 moving again. That's one of the 2 GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing BMW M4s. They both entered into SP8T, the team meaning turbocharged, for that straight 6 on both of the M4s. Bjorn Griesemann in the 227 Toyota Supra, I thought was a little slow into the Vidal chicane, but no, that's pretty good speed for a GT4 SP10 car, deciding not to turn left and heading for the Sabine Schmitz curve, and instead right around the hairpin. The Hyundai N Kera, as it's called this weekend, the curver, and back onto the main straight. Still a bit of a task, isn't it, to complete the lap that way, because you have to thread your way through 3 tyre bales, and they're quite narrowly positioned as well.
Quick one from the Twitter account of Porsche Motor Racing. Is there a driver minimum drive time for the race? How does this work with teams who have 3 drivers versus 4 drivers? That's Paul, who's tweeted at RSL Studio, RSL_Studio, using the hashtag RSLN24. Peter Mackay has been greedily consuming the rules and regulations and the supplementary regs. There is a maximum amount of time that a driver can do, and I know that there's a mandated rest period, even if you're in 2 cars. We talked about this a little bit last night, about when you get out of the driver's seat to when you can get back in, and I think that's half the drive time that you've done. So if you've just done 2 hours, you've got to have an hour off, regardless of which car. But what about minimum drive time for the car to be, or the driver to be classified?
Well, the maximum drive time per stint is 2 hours, and then you must have a rest of at least an hour before jumping back in any car.
Right. Other than your hire car.
I was about to say, maybe you'll jump in your hire car to go to the hotel. Minimum drive time during the race, I have to say I'm not sure on that one. I'm not sure if it is mandated. We did see 2 years ago Lars Kern being named on the entry list for Manthey Racing with Kevin Estre, Michael Christensen and Matteo Cairoli, but Lars Kern did not drive. His planned stints were when we were under red flag conditions. Correct. For the fog, so the way it worked out, it meant that Lars wasn't classified as a winner because he hadn't driven. So apologies, that's one gap in my knowledge there, I must admit. But with the SP9 cars, with the top category cars, they're just, more often than not, they're loaded with pro drivers who all want their equal share anyway. Nobody wants to be shortchanged, that's for sure.
I think classified in a car, JP, I think you've got, is it an hour? You've got the 2?
I almost wanted to say an hour, but I want to check that before saying so. One thing I will mention is this 3-driver lineup in this race is so new. I just looked back into the results of the 2021 race. There wasn't a single SP9 car that ran with a trio. They were all foursomes or more. I mean, lower down the order, some ran with 5 as well. So it's, I mean, at Le Mans, you can't run with anything other than 3 drivers. But this place, I think because of the concentration level required, the intensity of the traffic that you're encountering every single lap, it was always advisable to run with 4 drivers and make sure you then get your rest period. But now, I mean, it's almost like a 50-50 split in SP9 between 3 and 4 driver teams. I think newer driver changes, so I mean, I understand the mechanics of it in a sense, but
I think one of the things, and we've got recovery out at the Porsche Cayman that was stranded on the circuit. That was, I think, the 563. Certainly, that was going slowly on the Grand Prix track, but it's got. No, sorry, excuse me, it was the 300. It's the Arenberg area in the gravel as a result of a spin. It's out of that area there now. That's the number 300 CB12 Porsche Cayman S that we were talking about earlier on. Well, we'll try and dig that out for you for later on.
Interesting, some personal bests, 4 personal best sector times coming in on this lap for Frederick Makowiecki in the Manthey Porsche. And remember, that's on combined time, so this could be a hot lap here from Fred Makowiecki. Johnny.
It's not done on time. I've just done a quick word search through the regulations.
Well done.
Minimum laps during the race.
Yeah, that makes
All the
sense.
drivers must complete the minimum of 15 laps during the race. That's 2
2 hours,
stints,
yeah.
isn't it? 2 hours, yeah.
Wow.
That was in SP9, yeah.
2 and a bit, actually. Yeah, usually, yeah. Well, there we go. Johnny Palmer, quick on the draw there.
Control F is always
Control
my friend.
F, yes,
F for friend,
absolutely.
not fine.
Absolutely, great work. And yeah, I mean, looking at the sector times at Manthey Porsche, again, 4 personal best sectors. So, and problem for Manthey coming up over the start-finish line to the left-hand side of the cones. The hazard warning lights are on. The car is crawling in front of our commentary position.
Do you remember we saw this yesterday?
I wonder if it's a puncture. The rear left. Left.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, rear left. So that's now 3 Porsche punctures we've seen so far in these sessions over the last 24 hours. And
Down to the rake adjustment.
oh, Johnny. John.
Straight in there.
Is that a can of worms on the floor that's just been opened?
Wriggling everywhere.
Oh, I know. Oh, they're up in my socks.
Toe in, you know.
All that's got to be rethought, hasn't it, surely?
Oof. Now, he's pulled up. Now, not sure how this is going to be seen. So what he's done is he's pulled off in the pit lane exit.
Yeah.
There is a cut through into the back of the paddock there. He, by the way, being Fred Makowiecki, for Manthey EMA, left rear Michelin, must have gone coming down the Dottinger or coming up through Tiergarten and onto the Grand Prix circuit. So he's now talking to the team and he's telling them the car was moving around. It's that classic driver using his hands and pivoting at the wrist. Oh, and now that was that Barbers Adagio he was playing there? Can you hear him? Hang on.
Are you okay?
Yeah, coming.
We pull you back.
Just to see tire head.
Oh, we cut away just at that point. But
Communication about the tyre. Just as the tyre failed, I think was the question.
Yes.
Or exactly where was the tyre failing?
Yes, the voice you heard there was that of one of the volunteer marshals. Hang on, let's have a listen.
Just go ahead.
Meantime, another problem for a Porsche. This time, the red and white.
Come Ledegar, Huber.
Yeah, number 25, red, white and blue car, the Huber Motorsport that he shares with Lars Kern and Romain Dumas and Dennis Fetzer. It's a strong lineup in SP9 Pro. Is that another puncture?
Oh, well.
Not on the left side, but we can't see the right at the moment. Left-hand indicator flashing. Possibly all 4 on the hazard switch, but again, another Porsche on the Grand Prix track awaiting recovery with 6 or so minutes to go. This car 29th fastest when you combine all 3 qualifying sessions together. Fred Makowiecki's 911 Manthey Porsche is now being pulled backwards, not quite wrong way down pit road, but into that little safe area where intervention vehicle number 1, well, is helping out, in fact. You can gain access to the paddock there, but it's going to be tough to open those gates because the fans have quickly assembled to get sight of one of the big favourites, perhaps, for this weekend.
Well, when we were walking around the paddock earlier, the Manthey garage was by far the garage filled with the most, or awning I should say, was filled with fans, all in the Manthey Grello merchandise as well. I mean, I've seen lots of especially young fans around the circuit with Kevin Estra caps on and things like that as Frederick Makowiecki climbs out of the car. and we'll inspect the rear left there, and all the fans waving at him, and he's saying, hello everyone, sorry they're not out there putting in that fast time. He was on a fast lap there, was Makowiecki. 4 personal best sectors for that car across all 3 sessions, and their best lap time of all 3 sessions an 8:13. So, oh my word, so we've got now a Falcon Porsche pulled over at the side of the road. Now remember,
tyre manufacturer.
Yeah, so we've had 3 Michelin, because most of the Porsches are on Michelins, but the Falcons are obviously on Falcon tyres. We don't know if they're all tyre failures. We do not know that. But we will certainly try and find out for you folks in the break between now and top qualifying 1. Let's listen.
Hang on.
I wouldn't say debris, there was a tire there, I don't know, a dead animal there, but no real carbon fiber or something. You never know. Or we have an issue with the reliability of the reaxle. I don't know, too much tire wear.
This is
That is a tyre.
It's another tyre. And Nico Menzel saying that there was some tyre debris that I've been through. Hang on, let's have another listen. I can turn him up and listen to him. I know it's way in the background for you guys watching and listening. This cannot be a coincidence here. And
that was an out lap, by the way, for Nico Menzel.
oh, was it?
Well, I can't see any of the times that the 44
Right.
has posted so far in this session. Scooting through. Oh, no, beg pardon. Hang on. No, I think... no, it has completed laps already, obviously, in the past few sessions, and I think in this one as well. It's difficult to read because often the timing is set up. It's an accumulative session, effectively, 1, 2, and 3, and they're all aggregated together. But it's somewhere in Sector 3, so this is early on in the Nordschleife lap.
Yeah. Run
Out
to
of
Kittelbach.
Hoogeiken. Yeah. So he's done Hatzenbach and then come through Hoogeiken and then the run towards Kittelbacher Hohe, as you say, and Flugplatz.
The oak forest.
Now, let's get a look on the left-hand side. Yes, rear left again.
Rear left
Rear
again.
left on a Porsche. Sorry, John. Rear left, number 25,
that's
Colm Ledegar.
Oh, my goodness.
So we are seeing rear left, and it's 2 different tyre manufacturers. So but it's the same car, same spec of car, and by the looks of things, the same tyre.
Yeah. Certainly that is the case with the Manthey and the Huber cars.
Yeah.
We don't yet know which tyre's gone down on the 44 Falcon machine, but I wouldn't think it's going to be one of the front tyres somehow, so that's narrowed it down by 50%, rear left or rear right. But early on in the lap, what I can't tell you is how far into a stint, in effect, Nico Menzel was, unless I click this button and find out a little bit more for you. Only a couple of minutes to go in the session. Obviously, if you're starting a lap now, then you will be allowed to complete it. And something rather unusual happening at the moment in Porsche land. We know about the adjustment to the weight and the rake, and there's been a lot of work overnight to actually put that into existence. I'd be interested to know from start to finish how long it actually takes to adjust cars according to the latest bulletin.
Did we say where Nico Menzel was? It's just beyond
Hoogeiken?
Yes, and just beyond the Flugplatz.
Oh,
sorry.
after Flugplatz as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what the live tick is saying.
I knew it was somewhere in the first sector of the Nordschleife. He'd completed both of the relatively short sectors on the Grand Prix Strecke and then turned left through Sabine Schmidt's curve and onto the Hatzenbach, and pretty much gone through the whole of Hatzenbach as well. Luca Engstler in his number 22 Audi will commence another lap, managed to sneak through with 55 seconds or so still on the clock, and Engstler in the car collection Audi 25th so far in the order. Fastest car remains the number 6 Mercedes Team Bilstein HRT machine then of Arjun Maini amongst others. And that car is circulating again and on a quick lap actually. We don't know who's in that. For some reason the driver ID is just not showing anybody right now. Could well be Arjun Maini. Green through sector 2, green through sector 3, so he must have skipped by has he gone by that affected area where the Porsche was off? The 44 was sort of tucked in away from the racing line, so that might mean that they've been able to withdraw the yellow flags there. Another car to look out for is the number 20 of Daniel Kylwitz, the new Ferrari 296 from Wochenspiegel Team Monschau. That's just on an absolute best on the Grand Prix Strecke. So car 20 heading down the hill and then back up the other side now to complete a Grand Prix lap. Let's hope this is a full lap to really get an idea of the 296's pace.
Well, all the slow zones, code 60s and yellow flags are clear, so at the moment it is clear for Daniel Kylwitz in that beautiful chrome and red Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Ferrari
left.
by Rinaldi. Another all-time best.
That 44 Falcon Porsche, and thanks to James Muscat, sorry, I was trying to do something else rather than looking on my stint there. That was lap 4 of a stint.
Excellent.
For the 44.
Okay. Well, so looking at, of course, this qualifying session for everyone who's not in SP9 and SPX, it sets the grid positions. One of the most hotly contested classes in this field is the Cup 2 class for Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars of the 992 variety. And on his last flying lap, Tobias Müller puts it on pole position by just a tenth of a second across 8.5 minutes. 8 minutes 29.437. Tobias Müller sets the provisional pole time in that class, but there are other Cup 2 cars on a run at the moment, including Moritz Krantz in the K. Kramer racing car, and we know how fast Moritz can be. This is an incredible lap from Daniel Kylwitz, though. 3 absolute best sectors in a row, then a personal best. He's 2 seconds down on the best lap time of the week so far, but he's flying.
Impressive stuff, no doubt about it, and I think this is a great opportunity to do it. Next session is where it all really matters, with the two-level top qualifying session, and they will have been tuning this car up through the course of the hour and 15-minute session just to find out what the Ferrari can do. Nice bit of curb there, but not too much for Daniel Kylwitz, who's just on the very rapid Sector 4 sector now, and is heading through those difficult right-handers in the middle of Sector 5, so not far away from... Where are we now in the lap? It's further around than I thought.
Flansgarten down towards Schalbenschwarz.
We're almost at Schalbenschwarz, aren't we?
Now what's going on here is, checker flag is out, but what's going on here is there is one Pro-Am spot in top qualifying that you can get ahead of time. Now, at the moment, it's had a stronghold by the number 6 Bilstein Mercedes, who've been so quick. They have been the fastest car overall all week. So Daniel Kylwitz and Luka Ludwig, both in Ferraris, funny enough, both in the Pro-Am class, they're going for that spot. They want that spot, and they are going flat out for it.
Yeah. That's what was confusing me, is concentrating on Luka Ludwig, who is much further around the track. He was already dealing with Flansgarten, and he's 0.045 of a second away on almost the predicted lap time that car number 19 is about to complete. On the Dottingerhoor now and heading for Antonius Bucher, whereas Daniel Kylwitz doesn't go purple or green through Sector 5, but still isn't hanging around. He's maybe lost a couple of seconds, though, there. It's a 1 minute 49.2, whereas the car beneath him on the timing screen has managed a 147.9, so that might have really scuppered Kylwitz's effort. However, what about Luka Ludwig? Pole sitter last time around will cross the line now, and it's an 8:12.443. So 3/4 of a second away from that time, but straight up to be fastest across all 3 sectors.
So that's qualified him through directly now into Q2.
That's basically bumped Bilstein Mercedes off, unless the Bilstein Mercedes lap that it's on right now goes faster again.
So this is the this is the dedicated
Pro-Am shootout.
Pro-Am 14th position.
You still have to do it in Q1 though. You still have to do it in Q1, don't you?
No, they're going for the fastest Pro-Am.
The fastest Pro-Am is guaranteed Q2 position 14, and the time it comes from the best of Q1, Q2 or Q3.
Fair enough.
So This is a direct qualification situation.
Mini
for
shootout.
a pro. That is a pro-am. Is that a pro-am car, the 19? Are we
Yes,
sure?
yes.
Okay.
And it's a typical Luca Ludwig. His father, Klaus, has had more pole positions here than anyone in history, 6. Luca has already had 2, if my memory serves me right. 1, excuse me. So he is going for his second this time out, but you can't get pole unless you're in Q2, and that is the best lap we've seen all week. The first 8:12 we've seen all week. Amazing stuff. And on Goodyear tyres with the new Ferrari. So we've been looking at the establishment manufacturers on the established tyre. Remember, Michelin have won 8 of the last 10 years. But Ferrari, the new 296 GT3 on the Goodyear tyre with Luca Ludwig on board, fastest. But what can Kravitz do? Is he close enough? I don't know if he is to factor in that very hotly contested
He's got a clear
place.
track ahead of him and around him, guys. So the opportunity of traffic slowing him down, it isn't there. He's hanging it out as he starts the long run back down through Flansgarden, through the Stefan Bellof S and to the Schwalbenschwanz. He's well through the lap now.
Arjun Maini has completed his lap in the number 16 Bilstein Mercedes, the car that's been at the top of the timesheets in every session so far. He did an 8:14.1, a second off his best. So Luca Ludwig's number 19 Racing 1 Ferrari is the fastest time of the week, and by being a Pro-Am car, it gets that wild card effectively into top Q2.
Just again, if you weren't with us earlier on and you didn't catch it, 13 cars were automatically or have qualified, shall we say, directly into Q2. We named them all for you. The 14th position of 19 in Q2, which will place those top 19 cars on the grid, was reserved for the fastest Pro-Am car in Q1, Q2 or Q3. The other 5 positions will be fought over in the next qualifying session, top qualifying Q1 as it's called. This is going to be tight for Kravitz. He's not a million miles off this. 9, 10, 11, 12. He's missed it. 14.8. Good lap. And that'll move that car up the rankings. That'll take him to 9th position.
These new Ferraris are quite quick, aren't they?
They are.
As it doesn't improve his time. He'd already got a 14.7 on the board.
We also saw in that session the Fricadelli Ferrari, which have been very calm and under the radar all week so far. Nicky Katzberg has been the fastest driver in that car so far in each session. He notched the time down to an 8:14.2. So what we've clearly seen quick pace across those 3 Ferraris, and of course the cars aren't any different. An SB9 Pro car and a Pro-Am car, identical. It's just based on the drivers, and of course the 2 drivers that have been at the wheel there are the shoes of those cars.
Yeah, well, just because Kravitz misses out on the dedicated Pro-Am spot for Q2, it doesn't mean he can't finish in the top 5 overall in Q1.
Yes.
So he's got another stab at it later on in the day.
Absolutely right, but don't forget, if he gets through from Q1, he can't then drive into Q2.
Yeah.
So with a Pro-Am car, they have then got to make some difficult decisions.
True.
But even if they don't,
you're in.
So the worst you can be is 19th.
That's right.
That's right, yeah.
The absolute worst you can be. Let's run through, with the session now finished, let's run through the pole sitters in the other categories as they stand. The Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes leads SPX, the 222. Mulner Motorsport, the 123 Cup 2 Porsche. That's the car that Alex Brundle was drafted into late on. They are the best of the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup classes. 4 Motors Bio concept car, number 320. Will be on pole for alternative fuels. Durham Motorsports Aston Martin, number 67, is on pole for SP10 GT4. Cup 3, SRS Zorg Rennsport in the 182. Cayman is on top. Hyundai Motorsports TCR, number 830, tops the TCR category. SP40 Subaru Technica International STI is at the top of that SP40 class of the 114. 152 SP6 that car. Just let me skim down to that one. Where were we? 152 RPM Racing, 54th position for the Porsche 991 Cup car. In 60th position, the best of the SP8Ts is number 81, the GT tyre BMW M4 GT4 G82. RPM Racing have claimed SP7 pole with their number 151 Porsche GT3 Cup 991 car. MSC Zinzig im ADAC have captured pole for SP3T, 80th overall for the Audi TTS. Then it's Team Mathol Racing, AV in the number 300 car, and that is the Porsche Cayman SCB12. That was the car that was in the gravel in that session. So they actually did not improve in that session. I think that was from an earlier time in the week. Then it's the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 240i. That's number 246. Wins the pole in 91st position for the 240i class. Then it's Schmickler Performance powered by Ravenol. That's the best of the V6 runners in 90th position. A Porsche 911 Carrera. Adrenaline Motorsport have another pole sitter in the shape of the BMW 330 in the VT2 rear wheel drive category, and VT2 front wheel drive is the 527, which is the Hyundai Driving Experience, 99th position for them in that car, and that is the i30N. So all the 20 pole sitters within the top 100, and for all bar the front of the field, that is now set. So the times that are set within classes, if you go on to the website, those are set in stone. What we have yet to set, Johnny Palmer, SP9 and SPX. We now know 14 of the cars that will be battling out for overall pole.
Yep.
We'll find out 5 more later on this afternoon.
Yeah, and there are actually 5 more Pro-Am cars that could potentially bag spots, but it seems unlikely at this stage. But yes, there are a lot of cars with not too many spaces now available, so some disappointed customers. And of course, if you don't break into Q2, and you're therefore from 20th position and backwards, Q1, top qualifying Q1, will decide where you start on the grid, John.
No doubt some talking to be done from Porsche and the Porsche teams. Multiple punctures in that session. Left rear seems to be the tyre that is vulnerable, Peter, and well, that's not what you want to see on any circuit. But here, that if that is a safety issue, those BOP changes, including the rake change, which would have necessitated ride height and suspension setting changes at the back, that may have to be revisited. People asking, can that be done? Anything can be done.
Yeah, there's a lot to happen, and we've only got 2.5 hours until we go into top qualifying 1, so it's going to be busy for the next couple of hours as well. Lots to get into, but I can't wait for this shootout.
Well, interesting times. I think we're going to have to go across into the paddock and have a chat with some of the teams, particularly the Porsche teams. We have the 2 top qualifying sessions for you. 5 spots in the pole shootout up for grabs in top qualifying Part 1 coming up in 2.5 hours live in sound and vision. Join us then. Bye-bye. Well, it's another beautiful day here in the Eifel Mountains as we get ready for what is termed top qualifying. Basically, this is a shootout to get into the session that will decide pole position. Hello, everybody. Welcome along to the 51st running of the ADAC TOTALENERGIES Nürburgring 24 hours. John Hindhaugh, Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden for this first part of our excitement for you on Friday as we set the grid, the front of the grid for tomorrow's race. Everyone except SP9 and SPX, say that quickly a few times in the middle of the night, have had their pole positions confirmed. We'll go through all of that tomorrow from the other classes because we want to focus in now on the fastest cars around this 15.5-mile circuit. They are ultimately going for the Glickenhaus Trophy, which is the pole position trophy first awarded 5 years ago, and see if they can add their name to that. 6 years ago, my apologies, counting the names on that. The qualifying record has stood for 5 years and is a tad over 8 minutes for the whole of the Nordschleife and the longer version of the Grand Prix circuit that we have here. Now, 14 cars have now qualified for the next part of the shootout. We went through them earlier on, Bruce Jones. We added 13 came from NLS lap times and results and the qualifying weekends. We added a specific place for a Pro-Am car right at the end of the qualifying 3 session. That was stolen away, they would say, from the number 6 Mercedes, and it was a Ferrari that grabbed the spot.
The Ferrari set the fastest time, but am I not correct that the Snowy, you were talking about you needed to set it around an entire lap? What were you talking about? Because we're comparing the number 6 Bilstein Mercedes and the Racing 1 Ferrari that went faster, but you were talking about sector splits. Please explain exactly how that worked.
Talk about being put on the spot.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Right, well,
okay. What, me? You've got the right, Peter. Yes.
Good luck.
Yeah, thanks for that. It was the two were very, very, very different. We were talking to some of the drivers over there about that Ferrari, and they're saying that they're very, very happy about it. But it's a difficult one to call out. Cars are going to be full of fuel. They were saying this morning that they weren't really trying too much. This is the bit they're saving it for. So is it exactly within the regs or not? Does it count? It's a little bit deceptive this morning. I think what it's about and the things we saw. So I'm not completely convinced. I think there's a lot to see. This will bring it out for us now.
Okay, well, to paraphrase, we've got 14 cars through. We've got the next 20, which is the remaining cars in SP9 and SPX.
Right.
Shooting for 5 positions. So it's 20 into 5. They have allotted their starting order. They'll go one at a time. That was done completely by raffle, effectively. It's a lottery.
They were drawing numbers out of the hat.
They do.
Quite literally. Yes. There's nothing more complicated than that. And
I think for the N24 qualifier race, they actually get some of the spectators on the grid to do that.
Right. Yeah,
they come and pick out them and you're first.
That's
and reshuffle the order of the car.
So look, this is top qualifying uno.
Yeah.
We will go to top qualifying 2 later on. So what we're interested in is 20 cars going for 5 places.
And
they
this
go
is
off
just
one
on lap
at a
time. This is
entirely
just
on lap time.
So this is a shootout to get into the pole shootout.
Yeah.
If you're not used to this type of thing, think about Formula 1 where you have Q3 and you drop out some cars at the bottom. Q2, you drop out some cars and you're left with 10 to go for pole position. It's a little bit different here because the ones who are shooting out for pole, the number that are shooting out for pole is entirely dependent on how many cars are in those 2 classes. It happens to be 19 this year in terms of the pole shootout. Were there more in the class, that would be extended. But it's 19, so Bruce is entirely correct. we've got 20 cars going for 5 places. And it matters not at all if you are SPX or SP9. If you're one of the top 5, you're going through, and you've got a chance then to shoot out for pole position. If you do transfer through in those 5 spots, you cannot use the same driver in the next running. Now that probably means not that much to most of the full pro cars because they've got 3 pretty good drivers. But if you're a Pro-Am car, that might give you more of an issue. To qualify through here, you would really want to put your pro, a good pro driver in it, and then he can't do the next session for the pole shooter.
Okay, just looking at the Pro-Am runners, I got my orange pen out on this chart. Daniel Calvert's would be going second. He's in the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. He was super quick in that. He was. Dual Motorsport, you've got Darren Turner. Well, if he's in your car, you would get him going. That's the number 69 Aston Martin. The next Pro-Am car, the car that sort of we thought had squeaked in but didn't, the number 19 Racing One Ferrari, Johannes Stengel. Now, he's not one of the quicker drivers in that lineup. So they're sort of, are they just giving him track time, or are they banking on him squeaking in somehow and then one of their quicker drivers going later on? But Mike David Ortman, he's very quick. He'll be going last in the number 28 Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. So we'll see. So I think 3 of those 4 Pro-Am cars have put one of their quicker drivers in for the session. And
there's some big names to go here, none bigger than the car that will set the pace. Kevin Estre is behind the wheel of the number 911 Porsche 911 GT3R, the new 992 machine, and therefore, you know, Kevin's going to go out there, and if he gets through, we hear it will be Fred Mattavecchi who will do the next bit of qualifying.
An embarrassment of riches, one feels.
But an embarrassment, a total embarrassment, if that team, who have been known to drive their cars from Moispath, which is just up the Dottinger Hohe, round the back of Gottlieb Daimlerstraße, and then down into the industrial estate on the right-hand side, that is their race shop. If they don't get in here, that means, at best, they'll start 20th.
It'll be a mutiny.
Well, it will be beyond embarrassment, is all I can say on that front. But just again, scanning down that list, some of the very quickest drivers at the moment, plus some who've got great histories in the past. Jesse Krohn is flying this year in a BMW M4 GT3. Mikkel Grenier, he's in an SPX class car, but we'll see how he fares in that. But Matteo Caroli, Ricardo Feller, who's just sensational this year, Sheldon van der Linde, nobody's fooled him, Matteo Drury. We've got some of the very quickest drivers, but only 5 of them go through. Just remember that.
SPX car is the GT2 Mercedes in still being its homologation is set, but that car here in particular has been by AMG Customer Racing has been limited to 280 kilometers an hour. They think that's as quick as that car should be going in the spec. It's basically, if you don't know what this GT2 car is, it's been a concept that they had for quite a long time. Peter, you worked with AMG and Mercedes back in the UK. It was a sort of a coming together of 2 ideas. They have the Black Series road car and the GT4 race car. And they've combined a GT4 race car with this hugely powerful engine, over 700 horsepower it can give, and elements of the GT4 race car. They've turned the engine down to a barely adequate 650 horsepower.
Oh, yeah. Trifling. Where's the point in going racing? Yeah, but the point is, though, what are they doing? What are they making this car for? To sell cars, customer cars, to amateurs.
Exactly so.
Amateur drivers, in the nicest possible way, that want to go up for a little bit, step up a little bit from, say, GT4.
Yeah.
But what do you do with this? SPX category, X4, not yet fully homologated cars. Experimental. Yeah. It might have been said. So what do the manufacturers and teams running that car want to do? They work from the other end of that. They want to sell these cars to amateurs and get them to buy them, Pro-Am lineup, so then put their pro driver in. So yes, if it's set already and it suddenly does too well, what happens then? Balance of performance. Right. So it's all a little bit of smoke and mirrors and sandbagging of, you don't actually want it to do so well. So in some ways, this is not entirely representative of that particular category and that particular car being the GT2.
And ultimately, somewhere, it will be racing against other GT2 cars rather than GT4,
Big
GT3.
Picture worldwide, exactly.
So,
yeah.
you know, this is not an extended test, because that would be the wrong thing to say, but this is a competitive test for this car, and for people who are likely to run it, to give them some opportunity to shake out anything that needs shaking out. The problem with Mercedes is, and I say this in a very nice way, as a problem, they make rather good cars.
It's a nice problem to have, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. But you said it's the first proper test in a competitive environment.
Yeah.
And that's where, because all the talking's over now, all the design, all it's done, all the trust, it's there, it's now, this is it, this is real. And this is why teams come back to this place time and time again, because there's no better place to test these cars than the Nordschleife.
I have to say, although leading up to this has been in some ways tremendously complicated, Bruce, I do like these brain out, no nonsense, mindless boogie laps that we're going to get in this session and in the next one. It gives us an opportunity maybe to, it's pretty good conditions, it's just clouding over a little bit, which the engines will like, which the tyres will like, and that 5-year-old qualifying record may be in jeopardy today.
One factor here, the track temperature, we heard talk that it was 38 degrees, and that's because we've often had sunshine here at the ring at this time of year, but just not from dawn onwards, so it's really built up through the day. There have been the tyre problems, of course, that was on marginally longer runs, but right now it's going for glory, and the car that's going to go first in just over 4 minutes' time, sitting at the front of the queue. The cars are formed up on the grandstand side of the start-finish straight in 20 cars line astern, so the clock is going to be ticking very soon indeed. The 3-minute board about to be raised in front of the 911, the Manti, the Grello Porsche, green and yellow. If you wonder what we're talking about Grello, it was a nickname coined many years ago. It stands out beautifully in daylight, even better after dark because it's luminous, and it's going to shine come what may, because Kevin Estre is going to be driving it. And I just always think, oh, these drivers are super fast, but Kevin Estre, to me, is one of a handful who have a really rock-solid sort of aggressive nature. I mean, we put 2 cars on a track and you sort of always feel come what may, Kevin may come out in front, but right now it's about purity of his lap, going one at a time.
But we did coin a phrase from him. It's not going to happen in this because it's single car at a time is the run, but we did coin a phrase, didn't we, a few years ago with him, Bruce, of Kevin pass on the grass Estre.
Yes.
Because he had this ability to put not just a bit of the tire, 2 wheels on the grass, but maintain momentum in clean, fair racing and get past somebody. And it was one of those things where you watch somebody do something, you think that shouldn't work, that shouldn't happen, but they do and pull it off, such as their ability. David Pittard in the Ferrari, another one. Pitbull Pittard. I asked him over in the paddock area. So are you in Pitbull mode yet? And he went full. One word answer. I can relate to it. That's what I call an interview.
I'm going to be muzzled before I get
exactly. Yeah, on that lead. Yes.
So this is then not obviously when you've got a lap time of something over 8 minutes, they are not going to allow a car to go and do its lap before they start the next one. So expect to see these cars put off at between 20 to 30 second intervals. The idea, there's nothing to say, by the way, that you have to go flat out straight away, and there's nothing to stop you overtaking the car in front. If you decide after your first lap that you've done enough, you can come back round and into the pit lane at the end of the Grand Prix circuit. But if you do that, that's you over. You cannot go back out again. Those 5 that qualify and transfer through into the pole shootout will come back into the pits, change their drivers, change their tyres, and refill to a full tank of fuel, which they all have now. All of these cars have been re-scrutineered and reweighed and made sure that they have a full tank of fuel before they go out. It's a beautiful afternoon. Sun just popping in and out behind some high cloud that's coming in from over the Mercedes arena. And Kevin Estre will lead them off onto the Nordschleife, and it will be a full sighting lap for all of these cars. The cones on the front straight have disappeared, so at the end of the lap they will come through and start their flyer. Now, tyre warm-up, particularly for the Porsches, we had 3 Porsches in Q3 with left rear problems, and as Estre goes off, they have been discussing with Michelin what is going on with the tyres. Well, that's only about 10 seconds or thereabouts before the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Ferrari 296 has gone off. That was Daniel Kalvitz. It's Mike Rockenfeller for Audi and Team Scherer. He heads off down towards the first corner in the 40. Conrad Motorsport. It's Jelmer Berman behind the wheel of the Conrad coloured Lamborghini number 7. Lauren Heinrich for Porsche and Dynamic GT SRL in the 54. Then Denis Marshall for the 22 car collection car in that throwback livery. Dole Motorsport, Aston Martin, the 69 car. This is the black car with the white stripes. They have the 68, which is the car is reversed on that. The colours are reversed on that. Daranoff then. Jesse Krohn for Valkenhorst Motorsport and the Yokohama coloured 101 BMW. It will be Huber Motorsports Corm Ledergar in the 25 Porsche, the multicoloured machine. Then the Thomas Jäger driven GT2, that's an SPX, first of the SPX car. Looking, I mean, that's a stock Mercedes-Benz colour as that car rolls out. Blue and white Ferrari is next, that's the Racing 1 car. We know that car is fast, but is Johannes quick enough behind the wheel? Then the second of the GT2 cars, the 222 Schnitzelarm Racing. Michael Grenier, Rutronic Racing Porsche. They had a puncture in Q3, and that curtailed their run. Scherer Sport PHX, Ricardo Feller in the 16 Audi is away 14th. Second of the Yokohama BMW, so neither of those Valkenhorst BMWs automatically into the pole shootout. This is a big few minutes for both of those cars. Alexander Sims, fresh from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in the blue and white number 5 Audi. He's off and running now. Rover Racing, another one of their cars. Some big names here. Shelton van der Linde in the 98 Team Get Speed. Fabian Schiller in the Mercedes. That's the red car getting away. Number 2. Number 1, Audi Sport Team Scherer. Mattia Drudi in the sort of IMSA colours. Remember those cars. And finally, et finalement, the number 28 green and white Dumani Aston Martin from Pro Sport with Mike David Ullman behind the wheel. Snowy, whilst the guys are going round, you've been talking to the Porsche teams about the relatively large changes that have been made. 20 kilos, that's a sizable amount of weight, but on a car that weighs 1,400 kilos is, you know, all right, it's a smaller percentage. But the big thing that's been talked about, even apart from the 2.5 degrees on the rear wing, 9 degrees of rake angle added to that car. And that's a big change for all of those Porsche teams.
It is, and it's a result of the drivers of all the Porsche drivers of this 992 generation cars saying that they're struggling basically corner exit speed, just hasn't got the speed. They're struggling to get onto the straight with it, hasn't got the power. So they've been asking for more power. And in that BOP, that balance of performance bulletin, they've been given more power on the restrictor, but that's why they put the rake in. So basically, okay, you've got your power, but you can't just have that. You've got to take something else away, otherwise it's not a balance, doesn't fit the title. What they're saying is, my understanding it is, that the car, the 992, it's still really in development, and it hasn't. My understanding is, my opinion of it is, it hasn't quite got its sweet spot yet. And they're working that car really, really hard, quite close to its limit of its envelope of performance anyway. And now, with this extra bit of power, the tyre's going to work in a different way certainly in the corners, certainly getting onto the power, on the sidewalls, etc., coming out on the exits. And it's having a little bit of an issue with that heat this morning, adding that layer of 38 degrees track temperature has been causing a few problems. I don't think that will be the case now, because I'm sure this track temperature has probably dropped about 5 degrees at least since we saw this morning, at least, probably nearer 10.
So a warm-up lap and a maximum of 2 flying laps. James Hall. Alex Sim, not a BMW driver anymore. I've realised he's in the number 5 Audi. He's effectively a works Cadillac driver now in GTP, but released by Cadillac. Oh, is released the right word? Has he been sent on a fact-finding mission?
Schnitzel or cake? These are factors that need to be decided. But the thing that always strikes me, John, with this qualifying shootout, it's, as you say, you kick off with 25 kilometres or 15 miles just to get your eye in before you get to attack the lap. There's no just traditional, 3-4 kilometre circuit and round you come. But a few little interesting things to me. You talked about the power of the GT2 cars, the two, Mercedes. And already at the first speed trap, they're the fastest cars through there. So they've got all that grunt, but their wings aren't as big and the other factors. But it's a different way of mixing it together.
Right turn lover just joining us. Hello, RTL. Romeo Tango Liber checking in. Why is the Racing 1 Ferrari in TQ1 was the spot from the early qualifying session set on a formula rather than the outright lap time? Again, Snowy, just go through that again as people are joining us here with the cars on their out lap at the moment. The Ferrari did put in the fastest lap that we've seen of anybody this week in any of the 3 qualifying sessions. It is a Pro-Am car. Why is it still in this session rather than going directly through to TQ2?
Because it's a full Pro lineup.
No, it's not.
No?
No.
Because they were both Pro-Am cars.
Sorry, got the wrong car. Sorry, yes.
Sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
No, so the 2 cars that were contesting the top 2 positions were the number 6 Pro-Am Mercedes from Team Bilstein and the Racing 1 Ferrari, which was 19. But I thought you came up with a gobbit of information about the why that had been reversed, because I'd already written down the 19 Ferraris hadn't gone through.
I'm just also watching that Matteo Cararelli just went past one of the Mercedes. You were talking about on this.
Yeah, you're allowed to overtake.
Yes, no, but what I'm saying is that I guess it's allowed to, but I'm just why is Mercedes so slow already? Early in.
So going back to Ferrari, was it an aggregate lap time or a different lap time, or they hadn't enough fuel in, or they had too much, or what?
I think it's an aggregate lap time.
Really?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure that's
a formula.
I'm sure it's a formula. Yes.
Lap time. Okay. So that is why. I didn't say that on the piece of paper. I said best lap time.
Gosh, it's not like they tried to make it complicated, is it?
No.
So, anyhow, now we're getting to the purity of it all. It's a qualifying shootout, part 1.
Yes. Thank you. Fastest Pro-Am car at the starting place will be allocated to the team with the fastest theoretical lap time.
That was on the right-hand side of the time
addition of the average value of the 5 fastest sector time for each sector for the purpose of the result. Sector times of 3 qualifying sessions will be combined and analysed. Did you get that then?
As you said, they don't make it complicated, do they?
And that was in very small writing at the bottom there.
I was going to say, let's go through that again, but let's talk about the cars on the track, because they're dynamic.
Right, purity starts right here. This is about 1 driver, 1 car, 1 set of tyres, a full tank of fuel, and a potential of 2 laps around the full Nürburgring 24-hour circuit, which includes the run all the way down to the recently renamed Dunlop hairpin at the bottom, Goodyear hairpin at the bottom of the circuit. So just over 15 miles around, and Kevin Estre trips the beam and heads down through the turn 1. It's also the cut through onto, they can't use the full right hand turn, it's the cut through there because that is absolutely chock full of paddock space that's required. So it's the little kink left and right, the hook through the Mercedes arena. Estre now coming down to the rebranded timing tower at the Goodyear hairpin. We'll have coverage of the Falcon Drift Show from there later on this evening. So round about 10 seconds or so. There's no minimum or maximum lap time for your warm-up lap. You can take it as much as you like. Daniel Kylowitz in the Ferrari 296, and Estre's setting the pace at the moment on this first of 2 laps and has the best split time of the 3 cars that have come through. That includes the Ferrari and the Audi R8 LMS GT3. So the WTM by Rinaldi Ferrari, the Audi Sport team sharer PHX. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, car number 22, which is
Denny Marshall.
Dennis Marshall bringing the car in. That's Team Car Collection 1. So, of course, does that discount him once he's in the pits?
If he hasn't done a full lap, he's under the Grand Prix circuit.
A flying lap. So I think, well, if he's going to do anything, it's going to be right at the end of this first top qualifying 1. But a little bit of concern on some of those faces in the Audi Car Collection gallery.
I think he must have been onto the life.
I think you're right, John. It's too long to have come back into the GP circuit now, unless he's had a problem of resetting. He's been out too long.
Kevin Estre.
The wick is up, effectively. Yeah. Kevin Estre just suddenly burst into shot, kicking up dirt on the outside of the circuit, and then, of course, immediately turning into the next one. We've got 170 corners or so to knit together in this lap, but he's holding nothing back. You sense as he went down to the Goodyear hairpin, he was already pulling clear.
Yeah, over the brow and heading up the hill from the Flugplatz. That right-hander after the brow of the hill.
Using every millimetre of track available there on the left to turn in.
Absolute best.
More than the Ferrari behind.
Absolute best, personal best, absolute best in the first 4. Daniel Kalvitz has the absolute best in 2, in sector 2. So Estre, 2.5 minutes, coming up to 3 minutes into what will be a low 8-minute lap around the Grand Prix circuit, and then onto the Nordschleife. Kalvitz now heading down into the Vauxhall. This is insanely quick. And meantime, Estre already coming up the other side to add an R-force, down a gear, down a third gear as he turns through the left and on the right. You can sacrifice the next couple of corners. He's riding the curbs and up onto the block paving. The next couple of corners, it's not important to get them right. Looks like the 22 is not going any further unless is the driver out of that?
I think he's still on board.
Still on board.
But what the drivers are having now is the first time all meetings so far they've had clear track ahead of them. The first time. The best lap we've seen so far is 8 minutes 12.
Down through Calmhard and down towards the plunging set of corners. The 3 right-handers that are... he was so committed through there. Now, here comes the Audi out of the pit lane, the number 22 car. Minimum pit time? Minimum pit time.
You were commenting earlier, John, about Kevin Estre when adding our force earlier on in that session this morning, how we were saying how it went through in 1 gear.
Yeah.
I didn't say it's only quite this time, not 1 down, 2 gears down, fully lit, brain in the glove box, qualifying lap.
It's quite important that section is a rhythm section, and one of the things that helps you with the rhythm there is as you go through the compression and up the other side, at the end of the Vauxhall, the gradient helps you, and so does your down changes. Down 1 for the right, down 1 for the left, down 1 for the left. But already Estre is climbing the hill and heading up towards the far side of the circuit.
And as we're looking at, we've got Daniel Kalvitz matching him almost 10th of a second, quicker in some. They are very, very close. Mike Rockenfeller in 3rd place in the queue. And unfortunately, we've got
that's a big one.
That's a big horse. 102.
Jesse Krohn, 102. Not. Oh, sorry, that's further down.
That's Christian Krohn. Yes,
Christian Krohn's. Yeah.
And that's
a big one. That's a lot of damage on the front left.
Do you know when? And that's going to kill anybody
behind 15th place in the queue. So Ricardo Feller was the car in front. The first 15 will be fine, but those behind, of course, will have...
They might have to stop this.
They may have to.
Because he's pulled so much of the tyre barrier.
Yeah, Hatzenbach at the end of Hatzenbach.
So the cars behind who will be affected, behind Christian Krohn's accident, Alexander Sims, Sheldon van der Linde, Fabian Schiller, Matthias Rudi, some of the top drivers there.
There was so much of that car missing when we got our first sight of it. I actually thought it was a car from a different race or a different class that was behind the barrier somewhere.
Yeah.
That's a huge one. He's come through and hits the curb on the left-hand side. It's right at the end of the Hatzenbach. Then he's drifting. Looks all right there, but there's dirt on the road, and his left-hand Yokohama tyres, the working side tyres there, seem not to have any grip. Did he have a tyre problem already? at that point, and my goodness, how close was Marco Wittmann to hitting the debris that had been pulled on the track. The tyres there that guard the guardrail are banded together with that rubber almost conveyor belt, and they've been dragged away some 6, 8, 12 feet onto the track, and half the track is blocked there. This may be the only lap for Kevin Estre, because he will not be able to go through the end of the Hatzenbach at full speed. His early time in the first sector has been beaten by somebody further down the order, but he's still got the clear track ahead of him as he's coming through now 2/3 of the way around the circuit, through the Stefan Beloff S, and now positioning the car on the right-hand side of the road to drop into the Kleiner Carousel. The Swallow's Tail.
Do not discount the Ferrari that's giving chance. Daniel Kalvich took 3/10 of a second out of one of the longest stints, but it's going to be super close. I'm afraid Mike Rockenfeller, third in the line, doesn't seem...
No, red flag.
Red flag. And I think this is fair.
It's absolutely fair.
It's fair. This is, you know, you cannot expect people on a one-lap shootout to be disadvantaged when someone else has put the car into the wall, and there would be no chance there for a flying lap for Alexander Sims and Sheldon van der Linde and Fabian Schiller and Mattia Trudi and Mike David Ortmann. So I think that's absolutely fair. The intervention vehicles have had to go out there to start putting the tyres back, which that is the easier job. The harder one, Peter, is going to be recovering that BMW with 3 wheels on its wagon, and quite a lot of bodywork missing on that car, including the driver's door.
Well, yeah, and also the front left wheel is completely gone.
Yeah,
it's been tore the whole unit off the car, so that could have done substructure, whatever, so and so. But it looked from what little we saw of it, John, and we all saw the same little bit, and just trying to describe what we saw, was it just looked like he's understeered off to the left, but it's taken those tyres first. Of course, the great thing of those tyres is that they're easier to replace than barriers. But it does a lot less damage to the car initially, but at speed like that, as it blends out into it, it pulls the car in, and then you whack the barrier behind really hard. And that's what's happened. It's in an instant, it's rotated that car around 360 degrees, taking the front left wheel and door off. So that's a big, big impact. And I would be very surprised on initial summary of that, seeing if that car's in the race.
Certainly the elements of it. And in fact, it was Marco Wittmann who was following him who got the face full of everything in the track.
I mean, it looks all right as he goes through.
It looks innocent, John. It's just understeer. And you said that there's a trail of dust which you spotted straight away. It's almost as if somebody else has picked up something and it's just literally got on the proverbial marbles and it's just run wide.
Did he get a left foot puncture? That's the only thing I can think of, because it almost...
He was on board. Oh, no, it's the car behind.
Marco Wittmann was the man who... I mean,
we were talking of Sheldon van der Linde, but Marco Wittmann started that 98 Rover Racing BMW. Can I just chip in here? Yes. Because, just I said that Kevin Estre, the car that was leading the queue around 9/11, I said he's already kicking up the dirt, and that is the point.
Yeah, good point.
What, a dozen cars later or so, that it may have the others may have been just slightly tight. There was a little bit of understeer taking Christian Cronjes just to the left, and then he went on to where that dust was sitting.
The curbs there at the end of the Hatzenbach, as you're coming through towards the tighter parts at the end. Great spectator place there, by the way. The curbs there are quite high if you hit them in the middle of the corner. Mm-hmm. So what people tend to do is roll up them at the beginning and onto, and sometimes even over, the little bit of block paving that's there. And if you go over that, that's when you bring the dirt onto the track. Now, I just wonder if that's what's happened. There's some also... I'm trying to see there. Well, there's a lot of... And now, of course, those tyres are full of water because they hold water forever and a day. It's been perfect this week. We've not had a drop of precipitation, but that's run out over the track as well. So that's now going to be slippery. But the block paving on the right-hander beforehand, there's actually just over the edge of that block paving, you can see where people have been going onto the grass and taking the grass out and throwing the dirt on. And I wonder if that has been a contributory factor there. So all of that excitement, all of that adrenaline, Peter, from the drivers, and they've got to turn it off, come back in, cool down, the mechanics will change tyres, they will refuel these cars, and then they're going to have to sit around for a bit.
Yeah, but the key thing, you're absolutely right, that's the case, but the key thing both of you said was when it was red flagged is, the first thing you said, John, was, that's fair.
It is fair.
Now, from a driver's point of view, if you come in there and find somebody who's got advantage, that's when it messes with your head. The fact that it's now the same for everybody, it's a level playing field again. OK, these things happen, that's what it is. Drivers are very, very good at just going, reset, done, right, what do we do now, next?
Yeah, now I tell you what, we were getting very excited about the flamboyant pace being set by the first car in that queue, Kevin Estre in the Manthey Racing Porsche, but actually looking at the split times through the first 6 of the sectors, Daniel Kalvitz was up by about 0.2 of a second in the second car in the queue. That was the number 20 Ferrari. So it wasn't a given, but it was certainly getting very fast. Now, of course, we have the interruption.
At RSL_studio, hashtag RSL N24. Yes, RSL N24 on RSL_studio.
I was also amazed, John, at how far that car, it's gone 100 metres on from hitting the wall there. I know it's the tyres and it's bounced back out again, but it's
that's fast there.
Yeah, well,
was that 4th gear probably, 4th down to 3rd?
It's probably just going up, yeah.
So the track is going to be cleaned, and it will be a complete reset. That's what we're hearing from race control. It is a complete reset from what we've said. So basically what we've seen hasn't happened. The track has to be cleaned. The Unimog is there with some spare barriers and some spare tyres if it needs to be. One of the Unimogs, I should say. Is there a slight advantage here, gentlemen? I'll take thoughts from both of you. To the guys who have done 3/4 of a lap at full speed, because they've seen, Peter, more of the track and more of the conditions where everybody else is tottered around under red flag.
Yeah, yes, there's going to be something. I think it's a little bit psychosomatic. There is. It really depends on how long it takes to repair the track. If it's a 5-10 minute delay, then yes, you've got a little bit of an idea. If it's half an hour or more, then probably that's wiped out because the temperature drops even further. I'll tell you what, you saying that first session never happened. I guarantee the crew on the 100 Welcome Horse BMW will say it's most certainly has.
Yeah,
look at our car. It's looking. What's the phrase that Mike Savin used to say? It's decidedly second-hand.
I think it's pre-loved, actually.
Yes.
Pre-loved.
Yes.
So, despite the fact that we've got a piece of paper that says Christian Cronjes there, no, it was Christian Cronjes.
It was 2 cars further back. It was Marco Wittmann who.
Marco Wittmann rather than Sheldon von der Linde in the 98
and I
car.
think what happened, he may have pulled ahead of Alexander Sims because he certainly was the next car around the corner behind, as the black and red Walkenhorst motorsport car was bouncing off the barriers. Of course, Walkenhorst have already got one of their cars through to final qualifying because they managed to take one of the 3 spaces in the Pro-Am class on that sheet in front of you, John. That's their Pro-Am car. So it's ironic that their Pro cars are out still fighting to try and get into top qualifying too. And one of them is certainly not doing that. And let's hope Christian Cronjes isn't feeling too rough.
Well, he's going to feel those where the seat belts were earlier on when you have later on, when you have a shunt like that, and it was a very quick stop. And you're going to feel that the bruising will start to come out probably on Sunday, actually. So he will be, I'm afraid, feeling a little worse for wear. He'll be taken to the care centre here at the circuit and checked over. Now that car, as with most of the SP9 Pros, we were seeing this earlier, Peter, only 3 drivers declared for that car, and in years past we've had sort of 4. Slightly worrying if he can't continue, but they're made of tough stuff, these lads. If you're just joining us, either in sound or vision, live and free, no blocks, no breaks for these sessions. The Christian Cronjes driven BMW M4 GT3, the number 102, making heavy contact with the tyre wall at the end of the Hatton back, early part of the lap, and then sliding its way down, shedding bodywork and the left front wheel and suspension. That whole corner gone from that car. We're seeing bits of the BMW understructure that we shouldn't really. And Peter saying earlier on that that's a bad place for a hit. It is really a bad place for a hit. You've got that front subframe structure there, and if anything's being pushed back, Peter, that's what'll do for it. The safety cage did its job very well.
That'll be fine. The actual tub will be fine. The problem will be the engine bed.
Yeah.
So you've got your suspension components. Well, that's replaceable. I'll have all those. So that's torn off. That's one of those things, brackets, etc. It's the engine bed that's behind it. You're then getting into a major strip of basically stripping the car overnight from the windscreen forward and rebuilding it, and that is serious work to do that.
I should know this, but are the front chassis legs integral to the whole body, or are they a bolt-on stroke bonded thing?
Bolt-on,
so they are a bolt-on on the M4. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it has to be the same as the road car, of course, for GT3 regulations.
They're just like a road car. Yeah. They're near identical.
Yeah. I mean, you just can't get them in those colours. That's all.
Exactly.
No, there was a big smile on Peter's face when he said that. It's the 51st running of the ADAC Total Energy 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We are under a hold, red flag for that accident for the car that went out. That's 15th out of the 20 cars in this first qualifying session. And the Yokohama BMW.
Of course, don't forget that Christian Krones is also down to drive the 101 car as well at Valkenhorst. Yeah.
Refueling.
Just slightly confused me there, seeing it in the pit lane with a filming crew going in, so focusing in. So hang on a minute, I forget he's listed as driver number 1 in the 101 car and driver number 4 in the 102 car.
Race control reminding all of the drivers, refueling at this point for those 20 is mandatory. You must have.
And so easy to miss that. Because in the heat of the moment, it's been stopped. It's not your fault. You say it's fair. You're right. We sit here, we wait. We forgot to refuel it, and all of a sudden, you fall and foul the rules.
Correct. If you're again just joining us, the whole of this session will be restarted, which means there is no parc fermé here, so the teams can work on those cars. Now, that actually might be a little advantage to the cars that got further round, because Kevin Estre, who got to...
He got almost Galkenkopf.
Yeah, he got through all the twisty bits, basically, and he might be saying, I think we started on the wrong pressures. Now, we found out what a great piece of work. Bruce Jones was spot on. High five for the big fella, because he was spot on. It was right over the curbs for Kevin Estre. I said they like to ride those curbs and get onto the flat-topped block paving. It is sort of brick-sized block paving.
Grasscrete type stuff.
No, it's like block paving that you would have on your drive, and laid at different angles. And they've all been across there, but it was definitely started with, I think, almost all 4 wheels by Estre. But even so, it was. I mean, I don't even think he's offline.
No, I was going to say, ironically, John, if Christian Krones had actually gone further over to the right like everybody else, he'd have got away with that. Unfortunately, he's taken a clean, tidy line through there, which has put him on the detritus left by Kevin Estre's Grello, and that's taken him all the way to the left-hand side, unfortunately, straight to the scene of the accident.
Kevin Estre, Jelmer Berman, Mike Rockenfeller.
Quite right.
Dennis Lachal hadn't been around. Darren Turner was certainly well over there in the Aston Martin, as was, ironically, Jesse Krohn, his Walkenhurst Motorsport teammate. So we are looking for at least another few minutes. The track services team on site there doing an absolutely cracking job, refastening the tyre barrier in front of the steel arm coat. And then they've got to sweep the track, which is now wet, which means the dirt is now sort of a bit muddy, or from where I would say, where I come from, a bit clarty.
Yeah, but they've got this equipment that can come and sweep that dirt really so
they need
efficient.
A road sweeper there now, don't they?
Really so efficient the way, though, because those tyres have done what we said. It's saved the barrier repair.
Yeah.
There's no real barrier repair there. It's putting the tyres back into place, and as ever. So one thing you don't want to do on a tourist lap is do those, because they charge you for it.
They charge you per
metre.
They charge you for metre of the barrier, and they charge you for every minute that they have to close the track.
And the nuts and bolts and washers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Literally.
No,
Quite literally.
no, absolutely.
Line item.
Yeah, line by line. Plus, I mean, you don't really want to do that in your road car anyway.
No, not even. Well,
we will have to get a sweeper down there, Bruce, because shards of carbon fibre and racing tyres don't mix at all well.
They never have. They never will. But the more I think about that, because when I just saw the puff of dust in the air lit from behind, and I said, whoa, early in the lap, going through Hatzenbach, Estra's on it. Your point, Peter, about Christian Conyers taking a safer line, I think he might have also just seen where the dust was sitting, so he decided to go wide, and then there was no rubber on the outside, and off he went. There was other dust from other elements there before.
Yeah.
But by the time he had about 10 cars between him and the Manthey Porsche, surely the others would have blown the rest of that dust clear. But I think he just went onto the outer line to avoid what was sitting there. Maybe in his mind he was thinking my second flying lap would be the one
let's
I'm
have two
going
evils.
for.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's trying to be careful, trying to be cautious, and with big impact. But again, it stresses yet again.
Oh, big clip on the curb going into the left-hander before the right.
There is
for
nowhere
the
to
first
hide,
car
though,
out.
is there?
And he was all four wheels on the block paving. Kylevitz a little bit further to the left. Then the team car barely keeping the wheels on it. And
it's the sheer amount of dust that is still on the outside of the circuit. That's not just from one driver cutting the curbs.
Absolutely
That
not.
is on the bit of the track that drivers try not to go on. It's accumulation of all the dust from earlier today, plus all those pesky campers stamping up and down on the paths on the infield, kicking dust into the air, because I know it's been warm and dry who have been celebrating that, but certainly they've been doing all sorts of dances alongside the circuit by their campsites.
If you take the picture for Auto Trader, other sites are available from the right-hand side. It looks fantastic.
Yeah.
Only three drivers, barely used.
Squinting its mint.
Going out through the old pits, and those are the pits that are still used on manufacturer days. If you come and take the circuit, the old grandstand still there. Double back around to the old paddock. We'll be back in a number of days where we've been based in the pits that are on that short straight where you come through to the end of the Nordschleife, then you turn hard right and do that short straight before the Sabine Schmitz curve, which the first left-hander as it goes down onto the start of the Hatzenbach. Great to set up in there. Oh, now from race control, one lap only for this first part, so it has had a knock-on effect, and that means it's one and done. So now I reckon then, I say now, this is advantage to Estra and Kylevitz and possibly Mike Rockenfeller, who got further round the lap, Bruce, because they did more of the lap at full speed.
100% correct. One little factor I'm just going to knit in. We saw the number 22 car collection Audi sitting in the pits for a short while with Dennis Marshall. I presume that will be at the back of the queue. He's only just returned to the pits now, because the last car theoretically in the line was the one that started 20th and last, the Pro Sport Racing, the green and white Aston Martin, Mike David Ortman, but it was many minutes after that the 22 Marshall car came to the pits.
On RSL_studio, a number of you saying that they were all going for it, and some of the cars, particularly the Aston Martin and the first of the BMWs, looking very loose early on in the lap. Thank you for that. That was Roger Davies at Sabine Schmidt curve. And Snooty McFlood, hello Snooty, nice to know you're here at the moment. He said, I was at the kink just before the area where Conyers went off. He was really pushing it and had the grass on the exit of the right and the left before he exited stage left. So everybody on the limit here. Beautiful conditions, so the tyres will be coming up the temperature. In his case, it's Yokohamas. Now we'll go green and get the cars back out of the pit lane in about 5.5 minutes, so they'll come back onto the start-finish line and we will repeat the countdown. But remember, it will still be one full prep lap, if you want to call it that, but then only one flying lap. So you're not going to burn as much fuel. You will not get a second chance. It's one and done. Who's got the advantage, Peter, from this?
Kevin Estre.
Totally agree.
At the moment. You absolutely said, both of you said instantly when it was red flagged, it's fair. It's now got the advantage, one and done. That's, if nothing else, it's a psychological advantage.
Yeah.
As if he needed one.
Yeah.
As if. But I just want to point out the initial maths I did proved that the car in second in that line of cars, Daniel Kalvitz in the number 20 Ferrari, was putting together a better lap by 2/10, and that was about the three-quarter mark of the lap.
Yeah, he would have been round about Stefan Beloff-esque, maybe a little bit further back, Flansgarden.
No, I reckon actually almost going to Schwalbenstrand, because we had Kevin Estre when the red flag was flown, just about turning into Galgenkopf. And they would set off. So he thought there might be 30 seconds. It was more like 10 seconds between them as they set off.
So Kalvitz in the WTM, the Vogtspiegel Team Monschau by Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. He's done all the twisty bits as well.
Yeah.
He's done all that middle section. As soon as you've sort of come down the hill from Callenhard across the bridge at Adenau, that next bit from there is where you make up a lot of time. And in particular, through from Steilstrecke, after the Caracciolo Carousel into Hohacht, and then through Wippermann, Brunchen, Flansgarden. Those areas are hyper quick, Peter, and that's, if you've got confidence there and you know that the car was good on that first lap, you'll be pretty confident again, so much more so than the guys who never really got there at speed, surely.
As you say, if you've got a good car underneath you, and that you said earlier about another part of the circuit, that area you described there of Wippermann, Brunchen, Flansgarden, all the way through Stefan Beloff, Galgenkopf, onto the Dottinger Höhe. It's got a flow to it. It's metronomic. If you've got a good car under you, that gives you confidence. And it's just that you don't even need to break that bit later. It's just that confidence that you know what it's going to do, how the car's going to work. We were just saying on the order of people here, I think also, as much as I'd love to see Darren Turner do a great job here, it's not a top car. One we do need to look out though for is the Racing One Ferrari that you've mentioned before, Bruce, of Johannes Stengel at the wheel of that. That's got some pace, that car.
That's got some pace.
It could surprise us.
I'm not sure he has the pace for that. He's still relatively, in GT3 terms.
Can he be top 5 though?
Fairly new.
That's all he's got to be to go forward.
Top 5. But I'm just thinking, now they know it's one flying lap. How you were talking, Peter, there about confidence. It's a long lap. You've clattered the curbs early in the lap. Can you keep your head together to put that behind you and just keep pressing on?
Now that's going to play into the hands of somebody like Darren Turner, who knows an Aston Martin inside out. He can do this blindfolded. So it might absolutely just be his perfect arena.
Hello to Matt Hawkey Hawkins over in Rushden in Northamptonshire, right in the middle of England. Grey on one side, blue sky the other, but no rain, which is very surprising, he says. We've had no rain here either. Matt, thank you for tuning in. Sound and vision, live and free, and no blocks or breaks for this part of the week. Reminder, if you're in the North American region, USA, Canada, speedsport1.com, and you'll be able to follow along on their app, but that is free. So make sure you don't miss anything. Audio is free everywhere, of course. So the radiolemans.com and RS1, if you're travelling in the car at the moment. And a lot of Shami and David, who are on their way here even as we speak. They did well in the hire car bingo game earlier on at Cologne Airport. And that looked like an Audi A7 that they were heading down this way in. Hopefully they're tuned in as well.
One thing I think we need to focus on, we touched on it briefly, is Conrad Motorsport even having a car coming out to play. Because yesterday, coming out of Galgenkopf, the merest of rubs along the side of a Porsche Cayman. And initially, the Lamborghini was on the right-hand side of the track. It snapped across the nose of the Cayman, slammed into the barriers after vaulting over the curbs on the left-hand side of the track, came back across with Bulgarian racer Pavel left her off aboard, and then the car was returned to the pits. Franz Conrad, 25 years and a bit more, rolled up his sleeves. They've rebuilt that car and it's out here to play. We've yet to see its hand being revealed, but it's top marks to those crews for getting that fixed.
They said originally to our pit reporters that comes through on the live ticker, we don't think it's too bad, we'll get it sorted tonight. It didn't come back out last night, but it was out this morning in the qualifying session. It was stripped down to pretty much everything off other than the engine coming out of the back of that, or the middle of that Lamborghini. We could see every little bit of the rear subframe. All of the sub-assemblies had been taken off. New wishbones were going in on the right rear. They were recycling the bolts, I've noticed. And how very France. And they've worked, I'm not sure what time they got away last night, but that will not have been an early night. But the car looked pretty decent in Q3 this morning.
Yeah, it didn't look bad at all. Right, so the car's now leaving the pit lane, John and Peter, working their way back round to the grid, and they will do the same as before. They'll form up on the grandstand side and set off in the order. The only ones I want to watch are Lauren Heinrich, who was 6th, I think, in the line. His timing sector seemed very weird on the screen. I don't know if there's a glitch with the timing. It looks like he did a bit of the lap and a bit more of the lap. But certainly Dennis Marshall ought to be at the very back. But not all the cars are yet out of the pit lane. The Huber Porsche is still being worked on. There is still time, but the restart of the session will be at 6:30 sharp. The flag will go up or down, who cares? And then the first car will set off
9 minutes
flying lap.
now.
And just to reiterate, John, it's one flying lap.
Yes,
it's the out lap and then bam.
If you're tuning in now and expecting to see the pole shootout and seeing some cars in here that you weren't expecting and not seeing cars that you were, then let me quickly recap on what's happened. We are rerunning the first part of the shootout in qualifying. Big accident for the number 102 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW M4 GT3, the Yokohama car. Christian Cronjes being caught out with a dirty track at the end of the Hatzenbach, coming into quite heavy contact with the tyre wall on the left front of his car. The tyres doing their job, but sort of almost sucking the car in and turning it at 90 degrees to the direction of travel. I mean, another maybe half a metre and he'd have got away with that. He just was clipping that, and he might, if he'd just been, as I say, half a metre further over, even if he just brushed the tyres, but it was just strong enough contact to pull the front of that BMW in and nose it in. All the tyres moved, the left front wheel ripped off that car in the suspension, and that's going to be a lot of work for the Valkenhorst mechanics on the 102 side of the garage. So it should be Kevin Estre at the front of the grid. He was the man, and with the number 911 Manthey EMA Porsche,
I think it's still in the pits, though, John. I think it's still in the pits.
They haven't got out yet. There's still time. We've got.
I mean, it doesn't matter. They can go around the GP circuit and come on and just go past down the queue and pick up your place.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. They'll be ordered.
Yeah, still sitting there.
They're waiting for the last possible minute to bring the tyres out of the ovens, which are behind the garages. Multiple cars in each garage, so there's no room to have the tyres in their ovens warming in the garage. So they're out in awnings in the back. 5 cars in that garage. Some have 4. Some, I think the most of Peter and I saw when we walked down was, did we have a 6-car garage at the pit-in end? I think we possibly had a 6. Certainly a couple of 5s. So Estre has to do it again. Has to get the adrenaline going. Has to get the focus going. But he knows this place like the back of his hand.
Already 7 of the cars formed up in not number order, their starting order on the grid, but the clock keeps counting down. We keep going again afresh at 6:30 local time. So half the cars in the pits, the others are going around the short cut around the Grand Prix loop, and then let's see if we can not just get the cars up to speed, but get them the whole way around. Just one flying lap this time. They've got to make it work.
So just over 15 miles is what awaits these now 19 drivers. And what we haven't been able to find out is why the number 22 Audi came into the pits for Dennis Marshall. Maybe just to give himself a clearer track. The combination of water and dust down near the accident has left the track with almost a sienna-coloured streak in them. Looks like we've had some kind of street art on there. And that is going to be tricky, but they will get one go through that at least to find where the grip is before they have to come round at full speed.
Of course, all 19 cars have gone through before you start your fast lap, your flying lap. So hopefully that will have cleared it out. And you just got to put it to means Kevin Estre is going to arrive at that and go through it and think, what the heck?
Yeah, that wasn't like that.
That wasn't how it happened there.
No one told me.
Did something happen? Was there a red flag? Why? Anyway, carry on. And he'll go on the grass, won't he? No, I did say it was called Kevin Estre, pass on the grass. Yes, but and he'll just dismiss it. Typical driver, just dismiss it, park it, carry on.
Yeah. So, one flying lap here. But TQ2, so the pole shootout, remaining at the moment with 2 flying laps. Race control passing that information. That's at the moment. Things, a little asterisk down to that is schedules can change.
Indeed. 3.5 minutes to go until the first of these cars, 19 cars remaining, will aim for 5 remaining places in the final qualifying shootout. So even if you're fastest here, we might get totally focused on that. They've got to do it all over again. And of course, the order will then be shuffled one more time. So say Kevin Estre sets the fastest time, he may be gets through to the shootout, the final shootout for the top 19 cars. He could start that one last and have the sort of reverse position.
Well, the car will. But it would be
of course, it'd be Fred Makovic. Good point.
So, again, if you're just joining us, a reminder, you know, those in this session, you think, oh, well, they've got a big advantage because they've just driven. No, take the driver out, refill the car. The helpers asked to leave the grid being cleared, and therefore, I think they're allowed one. No, they're not. They're clearing everybody. So the cars are going to have to start on their own.
As it should do, proper endurance racing. You often ask me, John, what's going through a driver's mind at this point or whatever. And we're talking about there, seeing the Grello, 911, Kevin Estre car, wait to the very last minute to get those tyre warmers up temperature. That said, he drives around, pulls it down the middle, parks at the front with 3.5 minutes to go. And honestly, it's just like he's gone to the shops, pulled it up, turns it off. Wait for it, got 3 minutes. You'd think we'd be sitting there, tension, keep the engine running, keep it going. No, just park, it'll start. It's a Porsche, it's fine.
One crew member just for each of the cars, just having a look round, making sure everything's all right, doors are closed, all the right bits that they want taping up are taped up, all the bits they don't want taped up.
But this is the best bit when you've got this. You're getting a second go at it, but you're getting effectively a free run of traffic on the Nordschleife in a top GT3 car for the N24 hour tomorrow. Never mind tension, this is it, the bit before, 1:30 to go. You're sitting there thinking, right, come on, let's play. Let's get it fired up and let's go. You're going to get the Nordschleife to go and play on. This is why people become racing drivers.
Yeah, show me a driver anywhere in the world that doesn't want to come and complete on a clear circuit. And so many drivers race here year in, year out, particularly in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. They never get a clear lap. Multi-class racing, but here we've refined it. The top 2 classes, SP9 and XPX, the experimental class, out here, the fastest cars of the entire meeting, with this brilliant stage on which to play.
Calm before the storm.
Take a deep
and the whistle
breath,
at the right time.
Everybody, the whistle for the second half, really. We haven't changed ends. We go again. And we've got a 2-lap shootout coming up for the pole position. Before that, we've got to fill the 5 remaining spots for the pole shootout. 5 cars from now the 19 remaining will head into a top 19 for the pole position for the 51st running of the ADAC Total Energies 24 Hours the Nürburgring 2023. Green flag in hand at the front of the grid is still furled. Kevin Estre has he even started?
I'm trying to look for
4.2 flat 6 of the number 911.
He must have done.
I don't think he has. Sitting a packed Mercedes-Benz arena. Yes, he had.
But it was with less than 30 seconds to go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just how
Calm.
How cool is that? The Ferrari is running. Yeah, no need to spin the wheels, Daniel, which he didn't. He's pulling away as if he was pulling out of a supermarket car park, having done his weekly shop there, as you do in your 296. Third place, we'll tell you again. So it's Estre for Porsche, Daniel Kalvitz for WTM by Rinaldi Ferrari, Mike Rockenfeller underway for the number 40 Audi Sport Team Share, and then Conrad Motorsports Jelmer Berman in the Lamborghini, the earlier version of the Lamborghini. Lauren Heinrich for the almost sort of camouflage, isn't it? It's like, we don't want you to see the shape of this car as they pull away on that. There, actually, that is all, if you look closely, it's all racetracks on that car. Really nicely done. Then Dennis Marshall in the 22 car that came into the pits, whatever was ailing that. This might have helped them, actually, as they get going again. Dore Motorsports Black Aston Martin has Aston specialist Darren Turner in that car. The Valkenhorst, remaining Valkenhorst 101 is Jesse Krohn. Then Huber Motorsport, the light blue, sky blue, white and orange of Com Ledergar for Huber, 25. First of the two GT2s, Thomas Jäger. And the 46 Team HRT car, mostly silver with a little bit of light blue on it. The 19 Racing One, Johannes Stengel Ferrari. Fastest full lap that we've seen here. Not quite the fastest theoretical lap for the transition spot. Then Karl Grenier for Schnitzelam Racing, the 222. It's another Mercedes. Matteo Caroli, Rutronic Racing Porsche in the blue and yellow livery. I think the man with the green flag's doing a great job walking up there. You would have thought they would have just trickled down towards it, wouldn't you? After that, it's Ricardo Feller for Audi Sport PHX, share at PHX, the 16 car. No Christian Cronje, so there's a wee gap back to Alexander Sims in the R8 LMS Evo2, the number 5, the blue and white Share Sport PHX. Then Rover Racing's we thought was Marco Wittmann in that car rather than the declared driver of Sheldon van der Linde, didn't we? So Wittmann in the 98. Fabian Schiller for Team Get Speed's Mercedes number 2. The number 1 Audi is the penultimate car, Matteo Trudi. And then Pro Sport Racing, excuse me, Michael David Altman for the Aston Martin GT3. Here we go again.
They're underway, and increasingly, as the very last car in the line, Mike David Altman blasts off. I think it is Sheldon van der Linde. I think it was a captioning glitch on the screen because it's on the timing screens. It was on our initial list. So that would be the South African running 16th in the line of 19 remaining cars in that 98 Rover Racing BMW. But as the cars go past Hatzenbach, there is so much dust and dry up material on the circuit there. Kevin Estre kicking up, it's like he's on the Paris-Dakar Rally.
Yeah, well, there is a 992 Dakar now as a street car.
So with that much drying material on the circuit, that is going to be, and also the light's getting a little lower in the sky. It's, if you're third in the line of cars going through there, you're going to get a complete faceful.
But the thing is, it's right in the trees there, and if that was water, the water spray would get thrown up and hang there, and that's exactly what's going to happen to the dust. There's not that much wind to speak about anyway, but I mean, Estre's got the best crack at it in terms of what he can see or can't see. Oh, wheel spin through there for Matteo Caroli and for
Michael Grenier in the car in front, got a real tail slide in one of the two GT2 Mercedes. He pulls out of the way, so Matteo Caroli gets a bit more clear track. But woof.
The GT2 Mercedes could spin their wheels in 4th gear on a dry road anyway because of that much power. So per Mickey Grenier, He's going to have to be very circumspect with the right foot there. And the problem about that, Peter, is it's not just a lack of grip at that part of the hats and back. Your tyres are hot. So it's going to take you another couple of corners to clear those off at the very least.
Just where you don't want it on the hats and back going on, effectively you've started the roller coaster of the Nordschleife. You have just at the end of that then, so we've got the right-hander, that's where you pick it all up. Shoulder van der Linde going through it now. That's just, it's filthy. It's like driving into a field car park at an agricultural fair. And then you've got the left, and then you've got a little bit to clean the tyres off. But it's, again, what it does, it's that confidence thing, isn't it?
Are you going to have your there's a longish straight where you go over the Flugplatz, and then you've got that exceptionally fast double apex right-hander. Are you going to have grip back for that, is what I'm thinking, because you're climbing the hill there. And that's such an important set of corners, the double apex right and then the left-hander as you go up to the Swedish cross.
I think pretty well, because to be honest, you've got a right, a left and a right again after that, so you're putting a lot of load onto those tyres. You're going to clean them off fairly quickly, and that straight you talked about over the bridge there, we mentioned earlier, there is absolutely no runoff area. It is not even a ribbon of grass there. So what I'm saying is you can't be weaving there to try and clean your tyres off to get another run for that, because the safety net's been taken away, hasn't it, at this point?
It really has been. Right then, we are ready to do this again. Only the top 5 get a second go, and the drivers will have to be replaced, the tyres will be replaced, and the fuel tanks will be topped up if they go through. They are much, much closer together on this run, as Kevin Estre is leading them out over to the far side of the circuit, into the Caracciola carousel.
There's been a bit of a place change because Jelmer Berman is third in the line. He started fourth in the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. He's going close to the tail of the car. In second place, the WTM by Rinaldi Ferrari of Daniel Kalvitz, and probably half of the original gap to Kevin Estre has come down, but Kevin will have the clear track ahead of him. He's at the front of the queue.
I would submit to the court of public opinion and you two gentlemen that Estre is nowhere near on it at the kind of level that he was on his first.
Absolutely agreed.
Why? Because he's already done it at full speed. This is his parade lap, effectively working around. As we talked, the first handful of drivers had done all the twisty bits. He was just about to turn out a Galgenkopf, and that leaves the easy long straight, dotting a her. But right now, Kevin Estre in the Manside Porsche is starting to wind it up.
And is this that just at Brunchen now? So is this a different tyre prep as well, Peter, because he knows he's only got one go at it? He doesn't have to save anything for the second. So is he bringing the tyres in a different way?
Most likely so, because you say you haven't got that second run, you haven't got a 2 bit, so he wants them absolutely optimum for this one run. So it's completely focused now on this one run, and he's got to get it absolutely millimetre perfect for this one go.
Just hearing, by the way, that Christian Cronjes is back in the pits and talking to his team, and the quote that I have here is, he seems to be doing well so far given the circumstances. Well, that's very, very good news indeed after what was a pretty heavy impact there. So, Kevin Estre, let's see what he does in the last part of the lap. He got to about halfway down the run to the Gallows Hill corner, round about where he's turning in now to the first part of what is really a triple apex corner to go onto the long straight Dottinger Her. And now he's picking the pace up, but of course your tyres, going in a straight line, Peter, your tyres actually cool down even if he's speeding up.
Yeah, watch him weave a little bit in a minute. He'll start to pick it up, certainly after the kink.
Right, just before it gets really dramatic, news of another Porsche. It's running 5th in the line. We saw the yellow and black camouflage dynamic Porsche of Lauren Heinrich. It's not coming up on our timing screen. Remember, I thought it had a transponder problem, which gave it sort of suggested it didn't do sectors 1, 2 and 3. It did 4 and 5 and then 8 and whatever. So that may be an anomaly we have to look out for. But the serious bit is about to start now.
Either that or he knows some very cool shortcuts.
Yeah.
Now, Daniel Kelvitz in the Rinaldi Ferrari behind did do exactly on cue what we said, started weaving to get heat into those 296 tyres. Kevin Estre did not. He just stayed in a straight line.
Here's Estre then. Crosses the line now, and the lap starts as he heads down towards the first corner. Remember, it's just the right-left flick that we use in the 24 hours. Kalvitz was, to me, even by eye as he went past our global broadcast centre, sounded like he was going quicker. The engine was certainly pulling. So Estre goes all the way out to the right-hand side as he starts to plunge downhill through the... down to the Goodyear S's and the Goodyear hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Quite steeply downhill here. Your braking point is the entry and exit road on the right-hand side, right at the end of that. Now hard on the brakes and get the car turned in. Tries to get the nose of that car in. Kalvitz has dropped far enough back so he's not in the disturbed air. Then there's quite a big gap to third in line. That's the Conrad car of Jelmer Berman.
Purple again straight away for Kevin Estre.
So Berman has got ahead of Mike Rottenfeller there.
Yeah, but who's quicker in the first sector? Again, it's Kalvitz. I think it just looked more dynamic. Maybe Kevin Estre feels his tyres are going to come in further
almost
down the
looks
lap.
circumspect, doesn't it, Estre? Which I never thought I'd say with Kevin Estre in the same sentence.
I've got to leave the room now for that, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Sacrilegious.
To the end of the Grand Prix lap. This, in any other form of motor racing and qualifying, you'd be thinking, right, let's just get the next 2 corners right, and then I'm home and dry. No, not here.
And then there's the dust. The dust is about to be seen for the second time at full charging speed. Kevin Estre going through between Sabine Schmidt's 1 and 2, and then he's going to go down the hill and turn a couple of right-handers, and then we'll find out where the dust is lying.
So this is onto the hats and back for the lead car, drawn by Lott, picking up the speed from the pace. Now he comes into the dirty area. He's on the grass again. Big sideways moment.
Yeah.
And the back end is out. It's like a drift car through there. And again, he's on the block paving. Karlovic has closed up massively through there. But that was a huge sideways moment. And for Jelmer Berman in the Lamborghini as well.
Right, in the first 2 timing sectors, Daniel Karlovic has taken nearly 0.8 of a second out of the advantage Kevin Estre has by running up front, but the replays showing no dust, plenty of dust, and then Kevin Estre getting into a monster wobble coming out of the front of the car was just washing away. He wanted to get the power down. Oh, my word, that was a great save.
But I don't think he lifted there. That was just... He was controlling that with the steering wheel and a tiny bit of the right foot. He's steering with the throttle, trying to go through the middle. He's sideways for probably half a second there.
But what he did is he took all that right-hand curb on the way again, unsettled car. The car dropped off the curb quite hard, which didn't help, and then it got on the dust, and then he got the power in. So it's law of physics. It was going to, but it just kept it.
So now coming to the end of the foxhole, down 1 gear, through the right-hander into Adenauer Forest, down another gear, turn in for the left-hander, start to build up, wait, now on the throttle, that's first gear out of there, pulling through.
Only 1 gear down this time.
Yeah, he only went
Last
1.
time, 2 gears down.
Correct.
He's being careful.
He doesn't want to ball up the car, but can he get through?
But why is he being careful? It's 1 flying lap. When you have 2, you can afford to take more risks. This time he's held a little bit back. So this is only to get through to the final qualifying shootout. Don't forget, this is 19 cars going for the final 5 places.
Really tough corner at Callanhard. Now following on behind Mike Rottenfeller onto the dirty part of the circuit, and he's half a car's width wider than everybody else. And that, when he was spinning his wheels, there was no forward traction at all. He's right into the dirt. I'd say he was a full car's width wider than everybody else at that point, gents.
Well, I think anyone else coming through is behind is going to say thank you. You've cleared a bit more of the dust that the cars haven't touched as yet.
Now, down towards the bridge at Adenauer. Again, look for the road coming in from the right-hand side. That's your braking point. This has all been resurfaced relatively recently. No change of surface going up the other side into the Mickey Lauda King, the left-hander, coming up just over the top of the brow. Can't quite see the apex of it. And the light has changed, of course. It's more dappled here as they head in towards Bergwerk. Be patient there. Now, climbing all the time. Do not be greedy here. You can come from the middle of the road. You want as little lock on as possible because you're pushing against gravity as you're going up the hill. The third part of these left-handers tightens in on you, and there's no runoff on the right-hand side. Still flat, keeping it all pinned to the floor now as you pull up the hill. You cannot use the curbs on the left-hand side as you come through mud curve. It looks like the wall. There was a little lift there and another little shimmy of the steering wheel from Kevin Estre. Stay off the curbs there, Kevin. And now comes to the left, the right-hander at the bottom of the hill before the Caracciolo carousel.
And while Kevin Estre is pressing on so hard, Daniel Kvyat has taken almost half a second off his advantage at the moment. He is faster in the second car in that run. It's the number 20 WTM Ferrari. So as spectacular as Kevin Estre is in the latter part of the lap, I think advantage Ferrari.
I think he's struggling for front grip here.
He is,
He's a little
most
bit
definitely.
late, even into the carousel, trying to drop in there, and that wouldn't have been comfortable. That doesn't really matter, but that means he's losing time.
It's not turning in. As soon as he turns in, it's getting a little bit of snap understeer. You can see he's having to fight it every time.
Over the top of Wipperman and dropping down. These are very quick corners, and you need a good front end on the car. And Kvyat, again, a good set of splits. He's just about the right sort of distance behind that he's not being slowed down. Meantime, Estre comes down through the left-hander before Brunchen. All of the block paving on the outside, exit of Brunchen, and he'll do the same again. That's really too flat piece of curve through the ice curve now, climbing up over the top of the brow onto Flansgaard. Should be flat through there, and he wasn't. Maybe took a little bit too much curb on the right-hand side.
John, you've been talking all meeting. So far this year, these brand new Porsches don't seem to be really strong in a straight line. Well, how do we end this lap with a massively long straight? And the Ferraris, the 296 GT3s, seem fantastic. And bear in mind that already Daniel Kvyat is about half a second up on him.
Now into the Stefan Beloff S, down through the gearbox for the number 911 Manthey car. Into
Again mid-corner by the apex there. He's just washed out.
It's awful to watch.
That's a pig to drive that Porsche.
I wonder what they've done to make the difference. Is it just the change in track temperature, different tyre pressures at the start? They were keen on keeping the heat in the tyres, Peter, but something's not right. That does not look the same kind of confident Kevin Estre, because that front end, it isn't talking to him, is it? It's shunning him at the moment, and it's not going where he wants it to go. And we're talking about fine margins here, but it's just not happening. Kvyat will not be far away from getting a tour there, coming down the Dottinger hole, round about 3 or 4 seconds back. You start to pick up an aerodynamic tour, and Kvyat at the moment is going very well indeed, Bruce.
He really is, but in fact, oh yes, just as he lost a little bit in comparison to Kevin Estre before in the longest sector of the track, which comes into Schwalbenschwanz and then onto the straight, but actually down the next sector, the Ferrari, we said it was sleeker, and he's gained a few more tenths back. So coming into the final street through the Tiergarten, the right, the left, onto the start-finish straight, the first flying lap will go on the board. What is it for Kevin Estre?
An 11.7.
11.7. What's it going to be from Daniel Kvyat? It must be quicker.
An 11.0. 8
yeah.
tenths of... I'll be honest, I thought it would be a bigger gap than that.
I thought it'd be over a second.
Yeah, me too. So that was a better lap than we thought.
He got that first half second in the first half of the lap. 6 yeah.
Well, on the Hatzenbach, he took a half a second and more.
Right, Jelmer Berman is the third one across the line. He's at 8.16.1. He's 5 seconds down. So it's Daniel Kvyat's leading the way. Lauren Heinrich with the transponder problems comes through next. He goes into third, 8 minutes 14.
But it's not these times right now that we're worried about. It's from 5th on down. Remember, these count for nothing. We wipe the slate clean when we go at the top, qualifying to the shootout for pole. This time it's meaningful. And basically these guys just want to be in the top 5. They don't need to break the lap record right here, Peter. They need to be in the top 5. Right, we've had 6 cars now, so we can see people who aren't going forward, and one that isn't going forward is Darren Turner, who's just come through.
10 seconds off the ultimate pace so far, so it wasn't coming to him. And also the 101 BMW not in the hunt as well. Listed as Christian Cronjes. So did he jump into that
No,
car as well?
Jesse Krohn.
Of course it's Jesse Krohn, the sister car from Walkenhorst Motorsport. These 3-letter acronyms.
So they won't be in it. Come Ledegaard goes to 6th position. So he is out. At the moment, Jelmer Berman for Conrad, the car that was in pieces last night and overnight, is on the bubble with Thomas Jaeger next to come across the line. Then we've got the number 19 Ferrari as well. Here comes Jäger. This is a GT2 car. I can't imagine this one troubling the top of the timings. No. Johannes Stengel with an 8:20. Matteo Caroli, is he going to get into the top positions? It's not a bad time. Yes, he goes to third. He goes to third. So that now puts Lauren Heinrich in the Porsche number 54 on the bubble.
Right.
With still Grenier to come.
To get through into the top 5, the final 5 to move up, you've got to do an 8 minute 14.3 or lower. The fastest time in 8 minutes 11.023. Fabulous from Daniel Kalvitz. But Ricardo Feller goes top, 8 minutes 10.0, a whole second faster for the number 16 Audi. He's getting better and better, the Swiss racer.
Heinrich out, and that means the next car in danger is the Denny Marshall car. Now, that car, remember, came into the pits to start with, so that whatever changes they made, it helped them, and they're bumped immediately.
And Alexander Sims puts 2 Audis in top 2 positions, so it's going well for him. They're the only cars, these 2 Audis, 16 and 5, in the 8 minute 10s.
Well, we had 3 Audis at the front at Spa for the 12-hour race from Creventic a few weeks ago. Here comes Fabian Schiller. It's a good time. It's good enough for 4th. And that means Caroli is out. And Kevin Estra is on the bubble. Surely he's not going to go out. Here comes Sheldon van der Linde. No, he's well down. He must have had a problem in the Rover Racing BMW. He's 22 seconds off the pace. Drudy, this could be dangerous, and he's bumped out the Manthey car.
Is he driving an Audi? Yes, there he is.
Oh my goodness, the Manthey car is bumped out to 6th position. Kevin Estra, too conservative, or perhaps a mistake. Now, what happened to the Rover BMW to lose all of that time off the track? Off the track after Wipperman. Huge sideways slide at one of the few places where you can have a bit of a runoff, but he clipped the barriers on driver's left. The difference between that and Cronje's mistake at Hatzenbach was 1, more room to try and get it back, and 2, he clipped it more square and with the rear first rather than the front. Otherwise, that was another big shunt for a BMW.
Sheldon van der Linde early for the drift show.
Taking the left-hand mirror off as well, the driver's mirror off. That's a full code brown there for Sheldon van der Linde.
Right, all the drivers have set a time. We have 5 positions that are claimed, the 5 positions to go through. Ricardo Feller in the number 16 Audi takes bragging rights. Then Alexander Sims. Daniel Kalvitz was mighty in the Ferrari. He's 3rd.
But the big story here is the Manthey 911 Porsche Grello will start in 20th position tomorrow. Yes, in 20th position, because he's the first non-qualifier, and we've got 19 to come. So, my goodness me. So, what have we got at the top? Audi, Ferrari, Mercedes, and Audi. Those are your top 5. Share a Sport, WTM by Rinaldi, Mercedes, AMG Team Get Speed, and Share a PHX again. 3 Audis in transfer spots. So those teams now have to do rock, paper, scissors at the back of the pit to select their second driver. Another set of their tyres to go on and top it all off again. Wow, absolutely extraordinary.
It's a very, very long lead-in. It's very, very dramatic. And, of course, with that collision for Christian Cronjes, we had to go to reset. We had to go to default. We had to go to 1 flying lap. I love the format. I didn't so much enjoy the accident down there, but glad Christian is back in the garage. So we take the hot seat to go through to the final qualifying session of the 51st 24 hours.
So part 2 to come. Peter Snowden, some thoughts from you, but the story is, right now, we don't know who's going to be pole. There'll be 19 cars fighting out for it, but right now, the headline is, no Manthey in the pole shootout.
Can you just say that again?
No Manthey. Hang on. I'm sorry, it sounds quite sensationalist the way I'm saying it, but I honestly thought that they would certainly get in the top 5, and being first, we thought it would be an advantage. Maybe it wasn't with all that dirt there, but there was a completely different look to that car with Kevin Estra behind the wheel. He's already looking at his data. He's talking to the engineering team on the pit wall. Where did I lose? What did he miss out on? He missed out by about a tenth of a second. Maybe a tenth and a half.
There's
over 25
There's a tiny
kilometres.
temperature change. They've got to refuel the cars. That's not a fuel issue. So that's going to be the same. There's a little bit of temperature change. You've been on it. We saw it, that body language of that car, that first run.
Wasn't the same.
We saw how much it was using the curb. It looked like what you'd expect, a qualifying lap. And then it just didn't. And you and I and Bruce were sitting there, are we seeing this? I think none of us wanted to verbalise it because you couldn't quite believe it. But then the sector time started coming in and it just didn't seem to have the pace. And there's definitely something wrong with the front end of that car. He could not turn that in. So what can happen so much in that time?
Amazing. I can't wait to see the quotes. Peter, thank you. Johnny Palmer and Peter Mackay now step in. Well, we've given you something to talk about. Let me just wipe the blackboard clean here of all those. So all of those times that we've just seen, JP, they stand for nothing.
Yeah.
We start from zero again, and we have a second crack at this. But this time, it's for keeps. This is for pole position and for a top 19 position. We know the car starting in 20th, and that's Mantai's Grello 911. And that's going to be a headline all over the radio and local TV, and that's going to reverberate around motorsport world as well. The question is now, what we've seen from the Audis, can they translate that? The same drivers can't go, but they'll be passing on really important information to their teammates.
You would hope so. Yeah, that's a really important briefing that's going to be happening now over the next few minutes. But quite right, driver has to change, fuel tank has to be topped up, tyres have to be changed. That's mandatory as well. But why wouldn't you change a set of tyres? As my understanding, you don't get an extra set when you've qualified into Q2. It's 116 total tyres. That's 29 sets, irrespective of whether you're involved in both top qualifying 1 and top qualifying 2. So, yes, you get a big bonus in that you can shoot, as you say, for the overall pole position, but you've got to find an extra set of race tyres, basically, to do it.
So that's advantage Manthey for the race tomorrow because they've got one brand new set of tyres that everybody else doesn't have. There
Are
you go.
you missing the biggest story here, though, John, in that there are no Porsches that have progressed from that session? It's not just Manthey, it's the Kai Riley 96 car as well, who had the big bop change heading into Q3 and top qualifying 1. That was Porsche. Extra 20 kilos, the rake change. Yes, all of the drama that involved the crash for Christian Krognes, but arguably Kevin Estre was in the strongest starting position. I know he had to judge the road and actually acted as a bit of a sweeper like you get in rallying, in that, the more cars that go through there, the better it gets because they're taking the top surface off.
Track position is not necessarily your friend in that you're doing a bit of road sweeping. So no Porsches progressing, 3 Audis, a Ferrari and a Mercedes going through, Peter Mackay. However, we have got Porsches that they'd already got through. The 2 Falcon cars, 33 and 34. The Lion Speed, number 24 Porsche. So the Weissach brand, the Weissach Racing brand, is represented there. But is this bridge too far for the rear-engined cars in this new 4.2 992 GT3R?
Well, we're about to find out, that's for sure. You can't really ask much more than a driver of Kevin Estre's caliber. Kevin's he's a real athlete, and he was bathed in sweat when he came out of that car. He's only done 2 laps. Mike Rockenfeller talking about
huge oversteer.
Yeah,
huge oversteer.
Well, which I would think he's talking about going through the dirt section, the rallycross section, should we call it? And I think I totally agree with Johnny. That was the first thing I thought, thinking you want to be further to the back here. You do not want to be the first couple of cars through, clearing that muck away. Who would have thought we'd be talking about road cleaning? That's wearing my other hat.
So why might we now see in this session guys who are at the front actually slowing down on their start-up lap and allowing people to go through? Where do you want to be? 5th or 6th? Somewhere like that. You don't want to be behind someone who's going to slow you down. But it was a huge sideways moment. Lots of curb. I think too much curb, JP. I like what Peter Snowden said about it. But the Ferrari, Karlovic did pretty much the same. But for some reason, it was going well. But the second Porsche that went through there was all over the place. It was hopping, and you never want to see a 911 hopping around. It's not good for it. It's not good for it at all. Christian Cronje is going through into the dirt and smashing the left front. That's a lot of work. Reiterate that. That's why we had the delay. 2 laps though here. What's the strategy? Do you put the banker in, or do you just do one and done and pull in at the end of it?
It's a really interesting dilemma for me, because the full tanks thing is a new for 2023 rule. Your tyres are best on the first run, but the second run you've got a lighter car. You've burnt some of the fuel off, so tyres have lessened in performance, but arguably the car's in a better state because you've burned 24, 25 kilometres of worth of fuel off it. So it's certainly a banker for me, just in case you might get another stoppage, and they might say that's it. You've only had one lap.
That is a good point.
So keep it nice and clean. Then a slightly lighter car, I don't quite have as much rubber to lean on, but you could arguably push a bit harder next time around. I mean, we're also much later on in the evening than we originally planned to be on the schedule. No danger really of proper sunset, but it's improving the atmosphere for me, because the mood is just slowly gathering pace.
There's going to be an inquest at Moist Path tonight. They'll not be dancing in the streets. They are down at Milner Racing. Remember, we've set the other grid positions for everything outside the top 39. And congratulations to Milner and to Marcel Duke, who's tuning in for the top qualifying. Paul in the Cup 2 class for the 1, 2, 3 car. Nicely done for those guys. And Marcel, part of the Radio Show Limited Listeners Collective. So we feel a little bit part of that one. Well done, Marcel, and the rest of the team. What was it that Alex Brundle described Marcel? He's the man who fixes stuff, puts things right. And I suggested to Alex Brundle that, when you've done something wrong? He went, yeah, I mess it up, he fixes it. So slightly more cloud cover again. We're by no means running out of daylight. It's between 9:15 and 9:20 official sunset, but this is a good 45, 50 minutes later than we were expecting this to kick off, JP.
Yeah, it was meant to be 5:30 till 7:15, I think, originally on the schedule, and we're now just 2 minutes after 7 o'clock, and we haven't even started top qualifying 2 yet. Probably going to be about a 45-minute session or so. The one thing I thought, I just took a little break out the back and came back into the booth. There is more cloud cover, as you say, but it's actually quite dark cloud as well, and the temperature's dropped. I haven't seen a recent forecast, but you know what this place is like. You might get the odd corner that's a little wetter than others, shall we say. I'm not talking about actual rain, just some moisture in the air,
Marcel Duke described himself as the problem guy, as in the person that solves them. That was the phrase. Thank you to the responsible adult for reminding me of this. Right, what do we know about the running order here, gentlemen? Have we got the running order?
That's the sheet I am missing at the moment, and I'm desperate to know, because the draw will have been done. It's done in advance of the top 5 going in. And then what they do is they just there are place-holding positions for those extra 5 cars that we can then insert.
I did see the grid that says it's a bit like when you have a tournament, a football tournament, and it's Group A winner goes into a quarter-final with Group B fourth, that sort of thing. They were slotting those in. So it's going to be the Christopher Haase Audi. We're not sure who's going to be driving that. The 2 Chris's, along with Patrick Niederhauser. So the number 39 car is first. Then the Frickadelli Ferrari second. Presumably with Nicky Katzberg.
I know it's with Nicky Katzberg. I spoke to him earlier.
Right.
Yeah.
Then the number 2 Mercedes team Get Speed. That's the Christodoulou, Guts, and Fabian Schiller car. Then 4th off will be the 16 car, which is the Share Sport PHX Audi. Then in 5th is the number 3. That's the Green Hell car. And it'll be Maro Engel, the 22-year-old racing driver, on his first visit to this, as he was trying to sell that to us on Thursday. We're not buying what he's selling, but we know that he is going to qualify the car. Then the number 99, that's the Farfuseng De Filippi and Nick Yellowly machine. That's the, what is that? The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th machine for Rover Racing. Behind them will be in 7th, the 27, which is the Abt Sportline, the all-black Pro Lamborghini Huracan. In 8th, the 33, that's the first of the Falcon Tyres Porsches. Then it's teammate in 9th, the 44, so those two cars running together. Then in 10th, so just about halfway through, it'll be the number 6, that's the Mercedes-AMG Tim Bilstein machine. And then, have you got some drivers there as well? Sorry.
Yes, I do.
So the Falcon drivers we know.
Yes, which will be in the 33 car will be Alessio Pecorello, and in the car number 44 will be Nico Menzel.
Okay.
For the Falcon cars.
So where did we get to? I think I got the 6, the 20. Did I mention the 24? No, the 24 is 11th. That's the Porsche Lion Speed machine. And then in 12th, it's the number 5. That is the Share Sport car that includes Renger van der Zande, Alex Sims, Frank Stippler, Vincent Kolb. So Alex can't do that because he's just been out in P1. Then the number 100 Falcon Horst car, and that was the one that had already qualified through, and that is the Pro-Am car for Sami Matti Trogen, Christian Brolrath, Jörg Breuer and Henry Valkenhorst. 11th is the number 14, which is the Share Sport Audi. That's the Schramm, Beretta, Winkelhock and Ricardo Feller car. And I'll let you do the last couple, Peter, if you don't mind.
So the for that one, where did you get to? Number 5, or you're further up? Oh, you're ahead of me. Oh, you're fast. Car number 1, Frederick Vervisch, Matteo Giudi, Ricardo Feller and Dennis Lind. They're one of the drivers that got in. In fact, they got in just 3 Audi Scherer machines, all getting into that top 5. So Scherer PHX, very happy indeed. Car number 10 of Treffs, Heyer, Bachmann and Marchevitz. That's one of the Schnitzelalm cars.
That's a car as well.
They're pre-qualified already. They've had a more relaxing time than some of the others have had as well. Then it's car number 20, Wochenspiegel Team Montau. I would say one of the hero cars of the day, Weiss Krumbach, Kyle Weiss and Indy Donche. Then car number 72, one of the favourites for pole, I would say. Car number 72 is Daniel Harper, Max Hess and Neil Verhagen, again already automatically qualified. And then finally, going off 19th and final car in this top qualifying 2 session, Raffaele Marciello, Lucas Stolz, Phil Ellis and Eduardo Montaro, car number 4.
Which is the Tim Bilstein, the painted car.
Yes.
Some of it hand
Yellow
painted.
and black.
A couple of minutes. Race controller just telling us, in fact, 1 minute to go to the qualifying session. I'm not moving, but we'll leave you, because I want to watch this. But this is pole position for the 51st running of the ADAC Total Energies 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. It's the 2023 edition. And taking you through this will be Peter Mackay, and first here's Johnny Palmer.
Well, it's quite a scene as the cars are now back on the apron and raring to go, some of which will not be taking part in this final qualifying, if you like. We've already had top qualifying 1 to determine the SP9 and SPX grid from 20th position and rearward for that first starting group that could contain as many as 70-odd cars. But it's all about essentially the front 10 rows now and in which order they qualify in. The 6 car had already made it in. That's the Hubert Haupt, Jordan Love and Arjun Maini car, because it, through a very complicated system of top 5 split times, averaging them out and creating a theoretical time that doesn't actually exist, but because the 6 car was quicker once you've done that calculation than the number 20 Ferrari, it was put in as the Pro-Am element of transitional cars from Q1 to Q2, and that was done before this first session. It was done at the end, in fact, of qualifying 1, 2 and 3, those standard parts of the last 2 days. So we already had car 6 in, probably Arjun Maini, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
We know that for a fact, thank you.
Yep, seen his helmet.
Starting from 10th in the lineup. And I was also trying to work out where the cars that finished in the top 5 in Q1 slot in. I've certainly got as far as the number 5 Shera Sport Audi, which will be 12th in the line. The number 1 Audi, Mattia Drudi did the time, so he can't be part of qualifying 2. He'll be 15th. The Wochenspiegel team Monschau by Rinaldi Racing Ferrari of Daniel Kalvitz starting in 17th position.
Stippy is in his car. Frank Stippler will go
12th place instead of Alexander Sims, who did the qualifying to get the car into this all-important session. But again, Peter Mackay, it's about where you actually want to start in the queue. You are going to get 2 laps here if all things go to plan, but I'd probably rather not. But even though it's the Audi Quattro liveried 39 Audi, so that's probably ideal for the water splash partway around the lap at Hatzenbach.
Well, I do wonder if the marshals have been able to get in there and maybe do a little bit of cleanup in this brief gap between top qualifying 1 and top qualifying 2. They may have well just left it as is. We'll see. At least the drivers do get a sighting lap, a full sighting lap of the whole Nordschleife, so they do get a run through. They get a feel of what the grip level is like, or what it's not like. It is maybe more accurate to say. But this is what we've been waiting for all week. This is what we've been building up to. Many of the teams, I think, have been keeping their absolute finest bullet in the gun for this 2-lap shootout, and this is what it's about.
A couple of quick quotes from that first session. Daniel Kalvitz saying my top quali 1 was great, made it into the second quali. It was very slippery in the Hatzenbach, very difficult. The question is always what risk you dare take. You don't want to crash the car, but 3rd place and entry into TQ2, that went great. It's job done. We had Marcus Winkelhoff saying it's all about tomorrow. The car seems to work. Top time in TQ1 in the Hatzenbach today. The guys who went onto the track a little later did have it easy, but Ricciardo excelled in all sectors. Who else have we had? Mattia Drudi, pretty hectic. 1 lap in Q2 was our goal anyway, so that's what we were going to do. From now on, it'll only get better. There were a lot of strong cars out there. Alexander Sims said it was just great, a real privilege. A privilege, I like that, Alexander, to have a flying lap here without any traffic. I've qualified for TQ2. Frank Stippler has now taken up the baton. The balance of the Audi was wonderful. Just my 2nd race with this car, and I felt at home from the first few metres. Very dusty in the Hatzenbach, and I was lucky because I was the first car to go through there after the accident. I did get a puncture, and therefore the qualifying session would have been over had it not been red flagged. Great that I got a second chance. So that was Alexander Sims, and Fabian Schiller went quite well. The red flag made it a bit more difficult. Showed our maximum. Not much more left in the car, but we enter TQ2. I think we'll be strong in the car. That's the number 2 Mercedes over a race distance. So good intel coming up from our reporters in the pit lane.
Now, looking at the lap times, the qualifying lap record, it was set in 2018 by Lawrence Vantor in the Manthey Porsche, an 8:09.105. Now, the fastest lap time we saw in top qualifying 1, that shootout there to get the 5 cars going through, an 8:10 flat. An 8:10 flat, excuse me, which is pretty much on the pole time of last year. So with a full fuel tank, as Johnny says, a new regulation. Wow, that is going quick. So I think we could see, particularly with an ever so slight drop in track temperature, I think you could not get better conditions to go for that record than we have right now.
We were speculating, guys, about how long it took to clean the tyres up. Mike Rockenfeller said that was chaotic. I was surprised we were released on the track with the track in that condition. The guys at the front had a major disadvantage. It was more slippery for them than for those that followed on, I took a full risk and went too far out to the left, trying to keep up momentum, but that put me in the even slippier area. After that, the tyres, particularly the front tyres, didn't have grip for quite a few corners. I lost the car in Adenauer Forst. I was lucky that I wasn't off the track, and now we'll have to catch up the field from behind. Adenauer Forst's a long way away from the end of the Hatzenbach if he was seeing that he was still struggling at that point. So those drivers will have been talking to each other. They'll be trying to glean information and find out what they can do.
The only thing I think about that part of the track is there's not much chance to scrub the tyres because it's pretty much flat all the way from Hocheichen through Flugplatz, and you know you're feathering the throttle up towards Schwedenkreuz. Big stop at Arenberg, but that's not a place to start weaving. And then you're down into the foxhole, where the tyres are still, but you know certainly not in the prime spot. And trying to ask the car to stop as you re-emerge into the clearing there at the bottom of the hill into Adenauer Forst.
I would say, I mean, can you imagine that Flugplatz? That's the second corner after that sort of dirt section, as we now call it. Can you imagine that coming into Flugplatz, you know, fifth gear, really, really fast through there, and you've got muck on your tyres. I'd certainly, as soon as I saw that in that top qualifying session, that mucky area from the clean-up after the Volkenhorst car went off, I thought this is going to be like a gravel rally because the cars cleaning the road are going to sweep away the loose surface and leave the grippy tarmac underneath.
I think one of the problems, guys, was that there was damp there as well from the water. So when they put the sweepers on, it's actually just spread it out. You could see the lines where the road sweeper had gone backwards and forwards, and it was almost like somebody had cut the grass, you know, and you have those lines on your grass.
Yeah. 3 minutes to go, so the clock continuing to tick down, and the atmosphere, the tension is certainly building. We are missing the number 30 car. That's in position, it's fine, breathe again. Probably Earl Bamber. Or
no,
Katzberg.
Nicky Katzberg,
yeah.
Interestingly, Nicky Katzberg, I mean, he's been the guy putting in the really hot laps in that car this week. The Fricadelli team are really relaxed. They're in a really good frame of mind for the race, and Nicky's the guy who's been putting the one lap speed in. He's had 2 pole positions before, so he's the ideal guy for this job in this incredible 296 Ferrari GT3. Change for Fricadelli. They were a long-standing customer of Porsche and switched to the Ferrari, and it's been a very good start to that relationship by the looks of things.
Yeah, so carrying the Rinaldi cues, I noticed. So the green skirts, the green trim on the bottom of the splitter there, but the full Fricadelli livery. Otherwise, car 16 is one of many Audis that have either pre-qualified into Top Q2 or got in at the last minute. And the 16 car is one of those, the Scherer Sport car that was qualified by Swiss Riccardo Feller. So actually the third and the fourth place cars to go from the long lineup are both cars to get through from qualifying 1. The number 2 Mercedes for Team Get Speed. And that's a lineup that involves Maxi Goertz and Adam Christodoulou. Do we find out a driver for Mercedes number 2, Get Speed? Difficult to say. I mean, Christodoulou is the real expert around here, having done so much mileage, but you would put Maxi Goertz in as well, equally.
Yeah, some of the teams are saying on social media and what have you who's doing what qualifying duties. However, Get Speed were one that didn't.
Interesting.
So we're going to have to be patient for another 60 seconds, Johnny.
Yeah, okay. We've held on this long.
I know.
All week, all year, actually, because this is one of those standout sessions. We're desperate that it will run its distance as well. The full green flag lap and then the 2 flying laps, and stick with this because of the nature of the fuel being full from start, and you know there is that massive opportunity, I would say bigger than in previous years, to improve greatly on the second time around, as long as the tyres hold up to the challenge. The 30-second board is now being displayed then to the number 39 Audi Quattro liveried, at least R8 LMS in its prime spot, but it's going to be testing the water, if you like. The bellwether car out front, with tucked in behind Nicky Katzberg's Fricadelli livery, brand new Ferrari 296. Green flag is waved, and the 39 car is away. Nicky Katzberg, as mentioned, in the Ferrari. They will launch their way straight onto the Nordschleife. This serves not only as a way of warming the car up, both brakes and tyres, but also a chance for a sighter lap as well. It is Maximilian Geertz in the half red, half black, number 2 Team Get Speed Mercedes, Peter Mackay.
Yeah, and in the number 39 Audi Sport Team Land car, that's the Quattro Group B rally car throwback livery. That's Christopher Mies, former winner of this race. Marcus Winkelhock in the Scherer Audi, which is car number 5 of that one. And then 3 Maro Engel, a triple pole sitter here. Augusto Farfus in the 99. It's like reading out the GT Driver Hall of Fame here,
Pretty
isn't
much.
it? Oh,
yeah.
superb.
No, there are no weak links in this at all, as we now get to Kelvin van der Linde in the number 27 Fujitsu sponsored, so pretty much all black Lamborghini with the mini dorsal fin on the rear. The 2 Falcon Motorsport Porsches have found one another in the lineup, 33 ahead of 44, so they're in numerical order as well. Nico Menzel in the 44, he's already had a tyre issue earlier in the day. I missed he was in the 33. Bachler or Picariello?
It was due to be Picariello, but it's Klaus Bachler's being shown on the driver ID.
Okay.
Arjun Maini for the number 6 Team Bilstein Mercedes crew. And it's going to be Matteo Giamini for Line Speed by Car Collection, car number 24 Porsche. Now, interestingly, Car Collection do have an Audi in the field as well, and they've had to have 2 completely segregated crews so that there is no data transfer between those two. So a wall between there at Car Collection.
By the way, it is Walter Honung, our race director, who is the man with the green flag.
Oh,
so he's not in race control. He's still got his anorak and popped out to get these, and he did the honours in the first one as well.
And I would assume it's Walter as well, scheduled to wave the checkered flag on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
And much discussion, I remember 12 months ago, between John Hindhaugh, me, various people on the collective as well, about exactly when that checkered flag was going to come out, because last year it waited for the race leader to come around, which isn't the tradition here in the 24 hours. It normally comes out right on the 24-hour marker, but a change of rule there, which I think they've adopted again for 2023.
Just a quick note at Flansgarden, where Jochen, the famous Jochen from Frozen Speed, photographer extraordinaire, one day I'll get him to photograph my car, frozenspeed.com. He says it's much darker at Flansgarden.
Honestly, I wasn't telling porkies. I mean, I know I like to bring drama to events.
Have you done it again?
But this was based on, actual research that I'd done.
Don't worry, I've just had a phone call from somebody saying there's a tornado. There's definitely not a tornado.
No. We can rule that out, probably. So it depends if anything does strike from the skies. Where's it going to hit first? Typically over at Arenberg, Schwedenkreuz, and work its way back towards Flugplatz. But let's hope. I mean, I wouldn't like a weather-affected qualifying session. We're going to try and keep it as even as possible across the 2 flying laps.
This definitely goes for the argument for the banker lap anyway, that's for sure, to get that lap in. And if you're there's a little bit of kind of give and take here, because the road is still pretty dirty at Hatzenbach, so you really, if for that reason, you want to be further down the order for that road to clean up a bit more. However, if the weather does happen to roll in like it can do here in the Eifel region, then you want to be as far up the order as possible and get your banker in before that weather comes in. So it's really interesting, but given how much warm weather we've had all week, the track temperature this afternoon was up to 38 degrees Celsius, nearly double what it was in the qualifying race. And it has to be said, we've got quite a change here now, slightly cooler track conditions, as Nicky Katzberg, car number 30, Ferrari for Fricadelli on his warm-up lap.
Has he gone past Chris Mies?
He was 2 seconds faster than Mies through the second portion of the Grand Prix track. I don't think he's going quite fast enough to have done that, though. There are cars already bunching up. So, for instance, the 27 Lamborghini of van der Linde is closing in on Augusto Farfus in the number 99 BMW, the Rover Racing car. So there's some changing of the order, you sense. And indeed, down into Arenberg, I thought about it. That is the Huber Racing car tucked in behind the number 6. So that was Mathieu Jaminet. And now a bit of give and take, drawing alongside Arjun Maini. He might just be wise to allow Jaminet through, so desperate as he is for track position, John.
In the foxhole, side by side, on the warm-up lap. Really?
Yeah, it's a tad unnecessary.
Well, if there's weather coming in, if we've heard about it, you can be sure the teams know about it if it is there, and they'll be on the radio saying, "Get a move on, go for it, flat out." Because we need. If the rain comes in, you do not want to be caught out, because we've said this is for the pole position shootout. If this qualifying session, top qualifying 2 session, goes badly, you're at the wrong end of the top 20. So this is high stakes here for this race.
So this is for positions 1 to 19.
Correct.
We know that in 20th position will be Grello.
Yep.
That is sorted. We've set every other position bar the top 19, and Chris Mees is still ahead of Nicky Katzberg. I just saw the 2 split times lighting up. Well, this is it, really. You've got one where your tyres are at the best, possibly a banker after that, and they're only just coming through. Do you know, I'm not sure. Again.
No, that was the Ferrari going into the carousel as the Audi was leaving it, and the Ferrari's got a big number 30 slapped on the top, NASCAR style, and that was the 296 of Nicky Katzberg. Chris Mees is not hanging around. It does visually look like Katzberg is upping the pace yet further, but well, the proof's going to be in the first push lap proper, which is going to be not too far away now. They're in the very long 7th sector of the lap, which at full race speed takes you about 2 minutes and 27 seconds. So it's a fair old wait now before they pop into Sector 8, which includes the Kleiner carousel, down the hill towards Brunchen. Campsite hugely populated there, as typically it is for this weekend. Now, has there been a problem for the number 3 of Maro Engel, because Engel seems to have dropped back behind a few other cars? It might be again that Farfus and Sheldon van der Linde have got through in the 99 and 27 BMW and Lamborghinis respectively, but it does look like Engel's at least a sector behind.
At least, yeah. So perhaps Maro Engel noticing that there was a lot of cars in that bunch, 4 or 5 cars in a bunch, and Maro Engel's very clever. He probably looked around and thought, okay, right, on you guys, go on then if you want, and I'll do my building later in the lap. That's the luxury you have here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. A 25-kilometre lap combined with the Grand Prix circuit, of course. You do have that little bit of flexibility as well. And Nicky Katzberg just winding up. Closed the gap in ever so slightly to Christopher Mees, but not enough for it to disturb either driver. This is a huge... Alexander Sims nailed it by saying the word privilege. It is a privilege to have an SP9 car, brand new tyres. OK, it's on a full tank of fuel, but come on. You've got the whole place to yourself. Go as fast as you possibly can. This is to win the Glickenhaus Pole Award. This is a big stakes here.
The road order now appears to be Chris Mees, 39 Audi, ahead of Maxi Goertz in the black and red Get Speed Mercedes. They've hit the Dottinger Höhe first, so Nicky Katzberg somewhat absent without leave at this stage. May just be that he's dropped back a little bit again to allow himself some track position. So far from getting ahead of the Audi in front of it, it's eased back a touch. We're also waiting for... Oh, there goes Katzberg to head on to the Dottinger Höhe now as the 3rd placed car in the sequence. But back onto the main straight. Top qualifying 2 is now officially underway, and the power from the Audi out of Hohenrhein and over the line towards the start-finish straight as the clock begins to tick down for Christopher Mees. Maximilian Goertz, who was 3rd in the queue on the start-finish line at the start of this lap, now running as the 2nd car on the road. Nicky Katzberg's got plenty of real estate ahead of him and the Fricadelli Racing Avalon-sponsored Ferrari 296. Headlights piercing through a little bit of gloom that we have here at the Nürburgring on the Grand Prix Strecke. Fully dry, though, left to right for Christopher Mees, wanting to hit those brakes as late as possible down at the Dunlop curve, or the Goodyear curve, I should say, with the Goodyear scoring tower for 2023. I was in the gravel there, Peter, but I think I just about saved it.
Yeah, you did. Well done, Johnny. Yeah, Maxi Goetz goes 0.3 of a second quicker in the opening sector on Christopher Mies. So great first sector there for Maxi Goetz in the number 2 Get Speed Mercedes. That's the red and black Get Speed Mercedes. The green and black one is the green held car. The number 3 machine, Nicky Katzberg. Ooh, also 0.3 off the pace of Goetz in that opening sector. That opening sector is effectively the first half of the Grand Prix circuit down towards the Goodyear curve. Hairpin.
Yeah, and now heading through the tricky section on the Grand Prix track, which is the wide left followed by the wide right. This year named the Bilstein Curver. Advan Bogan, that flat-out kink that then leads into the faster version of the chicane that we always utilise for the 24-hour race, and want to gain a position in the second part of qualifying, the 16 Audi, driven by Winkelhock, and its markers then in that number 16 car for Scherer Sport. Just breaking the beam now at the end of the second portion of the Grand Prix track. Plenty of curb there from the Scherer Sport blue and white Audi. Turning left at Sabine Schmidt's curve and onto the Hatzenbach for the first time.
Well, any time that Katzberg dropped to Maxi Goetz in Sector 1, well, he gained it right back again in Sector 2. That's effectively the end of the Grand Prix track, as well as the one of the Scherer Sport PHX Audis heading down towards the Hatzenbach for the first time. That's Markus Winkelhock, and the Hatzenbach a little bit tidier than it was in top qualifying 1, but it is still there. So the drivers who are further down the order are going to have a little advantage in that area, I think, Johnny.
Yeah, still plenty of curve though from Winkelhock, and you got to be so careful which ones you whack there, because I thought that Kevin Estre in the first run of this caught too much on the left side. That put him well off the line then over the block paving curve, where we later had the accident for Christian Krognes in the 102 numbered BMW M4 from Valkenhorst. Adenauer Force now for the leading car, Christopher Mies. Neat and tidy through there. Plenty of curb on the exit then, and the car drops down from what is a high bricked curve. And then the burst of throttle heading towards the double left-hander at Metzgersfeld next.
Nicky Katzberg now really getting into the rhythm now. He's had 3 purple sectors in a row here at the wheel of the Fricadelli Ferrari number 30. Not such a hot lap yet for Christopher Mies in the number 39 Audi, with the yellow, red, grey and black and white colours of the Group B rally car of Audi Sport. It's the 40th anniversary of Audi Sport this year, and there's one of their celebration liveries as well. Great opening sector from triple pole sitter Maro Engel. So Maro Engel did drop back, dropped a couple of positions back, but no such problem with his opening sector. He's going faster than anybody by a good old margin there, Johnny, in Sector 1. Wow.
That is the only car to drop into the 39s in the first half of the Grand Prix track, and everybody else ahead of him done a 44, so I was in 40.4, 40.2, but a 39.9 from Mauro Engel in the number 3 Get Speed Mercedes. That car really starting to turn up the wick. What's the second sector like on the Grand Prix Strecker? 42.4, 42.2 is the best through there so far from Katzberg in the Ferrari. Fascinating, as it so often is, where the different cars, the different shapes and sizes, engine position and weights as well, where they're finding their advantage. And no doubt about it, the Mercedes, particularly in the hands of Munich man Maro Engel, very strong in that first part of the Grand Prix lap.
Hugely so. Well, we talked about the disappointment for Porsche with the Manthey racing car not making it through to this top qualifying 2 session. Well, Nico Menzel is trying to put that right. He's gone faster than anyone in Sector 3 of the circuit in his Falcon-tired Porsche. The 2 Falcon cars have struggled for outright pace in the earlier sessions, but this is when it really matters, and Nico Menzel is stepping up to the plate. But further round the circuit, it's still Nicky Katzberg who's lighting up the timing screens, and I think, Johnny, if he continues at this rate, he will be putting that first benchmark on the board.
Engel's gone at least a second quicker than the car ahead of him, which is the Markus Winkelhock driven Audi, although Maxi Goetz there or thereabouts in the sister Get Speed Mercedes. How do they compare to Katzberg's time for the first segment of the Nordschleife proper? There's only about 2/10 in it, really. So they're, again, very equal indeed in such different cars. Plenty of curb taken by the 296 Ferrari now as we heading for the latter portion of the lap. This is the long Sector 7 then, which includes Brunchen, sections like Eiskurve as well. Brunchen now, in fact, for Chris Mies in the number 39 car, heading underneath the trees. Flatsgarten next, which is where we've been having reports of the sky getting a little darker immediately ahead, above head.
Looks pretty ideal at the moment for the drivers as Christopher Mies gets all four wheels off, going over Flansgarten, full commitment, and then, running, using all the roads and more, coming across to the Stefan Beloff S, full commitment. Well, Mr. Beloff would have loved that, that's for sure.
Lost time though, I think.
Yeah,
a couple of inches of tyre on the grass there, which it looked like it was, maybe just the ripple strip. Then I think the 39 car has been compromised. He's way up the curb again, approaching the Schwabenschwanz, the second concreted area. And the 39 car, although it's out front at the moment in road position, is rather being chewed up by the Ferrari in its wake. Katzberg, a couple of cars back in the red and white Fricadelli Ferrari, because it's purple now in 6 sectors. It's gone purple in 4 of them. Katzberg is really a light.
It's been one of the main talking points, not just of this Nürburgring 24-hour week. It's been the whole Nürburgring season has led up to this. Fricadelli, a shock move from Porsche to Ferrari to a rival manufacturer, and they are just loving this new car. And Nicky Katzberg is pulling so much pace out of it here as well. Fricadelli have been very relaxed through the early sessions this week, but on this one-lap dash, really remarkable stuff. Christopher Mies coming up to the Tiergarten, so we should have our first benchmark time on the board very shortly.
2:25.2 for the Ferrari in the hands of Nicky Katzberg. Going even faster than that, though, Markus Winkelhock. So that tells me that's where the Audi's finding all of its time. First Audi to cross the line will be at 8:13.910 to set the benchmark, but you can be assured there are some much faster cars about to come through. Mies onto his second and final lap, that is, for Audi 39, but already 1.5 seconds faster is Maximilian Goetz, and Katzberg goes nearly 2 seconds faster than that at 8:10.518 for the Fricadelli Racing Ferrari 296.
There's more pace though, there's more pace for sure. Remember, in top qualifying 1, Ricardo Feller did an 8:10 flat, so there is more pace in this racetrack, no doubt about it, as well as Markus Winkelhock comes over the line. He goes third quickest with an 8:12.421.
Chris Mies will be very disappointed with that lap. He's a second and a half away from a similar car, the 16 Scherer Sport machine. But there is another chance for him. He won't have as much tyre to lean upon, but the car will be in a better state as the fuel continues to burn off. This is good practice as well for the race at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon as to how the car's going to behave when you're looking to wriggle free on a clear racetrack on full tanks. Rover Racing BMW, Augusto Farfus coming down Dottingerhorn now. Antonius Bucher, that very fast left-hander underneath the bridge, is what he's targeting the apex for as the car just moves very slightly from, as we look at it, the left-hand side, his driver's right, to the middle of the road and to vaguely the apex. It says, how late do you brake there? Staring at the end of the Armco barrier, which is painted in orange because that's also a Marshall post. Threading his way through Hohenheim over the little lip, which brings you back onto the Grand Prix track. And what's the Brazilian going to set this time? Augusto Farfus will go second fastest with an 8:11.921. 1.4 seconds slower, though, than Katzberg's time in the Ferrari. But that gives us more of an idea, Peter, of where perhaps the BMWs are.
I'll tell you what, top qualifying 1 was a very tough school compared to these first times that we're seeing, which, of course, top qualifying 1, as it turned out, was a one-lap shootout, effectively. Yeah. We had 2 8:10s and 2 8:11s. So, you know, the pace in top qualifying one was really, really hot. So let's see if anyone can get underneath that pace as well. Here comes Arjun Maini. He's been one of the top drivers of the week. He goes third quickest, 8:11.3 for the Indian.
And the one we've missed is Nico Menzel going fourth in the 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche to split those two. He's got the time down to 0.693 of a second then to Katzberg. That's much more competitive than it was standing at nearly a second and a half.
Mathieu Jaminet goes fifth in the Porsche, make that sixth with an 8:12.2 as the Frank Stippler in the Audi goes second, 8:11 flat.
Stippler on a charge, maybe even more to give, and we're waiting for Maro Engel, as you quite rightly point out. Maro Engel to the top. It's an 8:09.4, which is a second clear of Katzberg's really impressive time in the Ferrari. So AMG to the top of the charts. From Ferrari, Audi, Porsche, the mixture is well and truly there.
Well, let's see what Indy Doncic can do in the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Ferrari, the number 20 car run by Rinaldi Racing, the same outfit that are helping with the Fricadelli car. He set some very good sector times. He's coming up to the line now. It's this big Hugs in the Get Speed Performance garage as well. They're delighted with that lap time. That puts them on provisional pole. Indy Doncic just dropped off in the latter part of the lap there, 18:15.6, 15th quickest as Fred Vervisch comes up to the line.
Fred Vervisch, a winner last year, will go sixth in the number one car, 8:11.6 to slot in then between Arjun Maini's effort in the number 6 Mercedes and the 99 BMW of Augusto Farfus. Speaking of BMWs, Stan Harper goes 13th in the number 72 Junior Team BMW. And to the top to Marciello.
New record.
Raffaele Marciello, even faster than that, 0.4 of a second quicker than Mauro Engel. So we talked about a strong lap for Mercedes-AMG. That's an even better one from the rapid Italian.
Well, that is a new Nürburgring qualifying lap record for Raffaele Marciello. It's sat for 5 years, since 2018. Lawrence Vantor for Team Mannheim for Porsche. That lap record has been broken by Raffaele Marciello and Team Get Speed Mercedes. Well, we said that the paint on that car made it heavier. It must make it quicker. Wow. What a performance in qualifying there from Raffaele Marciello, but we're still well into the second laps now, Johnny. Yep. Can anybody improve? I see a lot of personal best sectors, but is it going to be enough to change that order at the top of the field?
So far, crucially, perhaps no purples, unless you count Kelvin van der Linde in the 27 Lamborghini. Actually, he's just gone quicker in Sector 3, which is the run-through, Hatzenbach, Hohenrhein, to Hoheiken, I should say, and on towards Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz beyond. So still clearly the Lamborghini finding some speed, but I just wonder whether the tyre performance drop-off is going to be greater now than the advantage you're getting from less fuel being on board. Maybe Mercedes knew about that. It's the Team Bilstein car then of Raffaele Marciello, the Swiss-born Italian racer, although running on a Swiss flag for this meeting, from the very German Mauro Engel in the Get Speed Mercedes car number 3. So 4 quicker than 3 by 0.4 of a second, and then 0.6 of a second on from that is Nicky Katzberg in the number 30 Ferrari, looking at a second row start at this time for the Dutchman, Peter.
Yeah, Nicky Katzberg not looking like he's going to improve. He had a personal best early on in the lap on one of the sectors, but it's dropped off. So Katzberg, maybe that one lap dash was all he had, but still looking like it's going to be a strong grid position in that leading bunch for Fricadelli Ferrari. But Mercedes looking good, 1 and 2 at the moment, with 2 of their real stalwart factory drivers there, Raffaele Marciello and Mauro Engel, but also split across their 2 teams. It's Team Bilstein in the leading place, and then it's Get Speed in second.
Squealer tyres there coming through Flansgarten, or at least approaching it in a moment or two for the Christopher Mies-driven Audi, and catching the ripple strip again on the run towards this flat-out section. But I'm sure Mies is going to be much happier with his efforts this time around. 6 sectors complete so far on lap 2, and 5 of them have been improvements for car 39.
Kelvin van der Linde in the 27 App Lamborghini is setting some very hot sectors, some very good personal bests, some all-time bests in Sector 3 and Sector 5. So the Lamborghini at the moment for App Sportsline is in 13th. It could hop up the orders. Oh, Christopher Mies, full commitment through Galgenkopf. What a spectacular driving style he has, just wringing out every last bit of lap time that there is. He's 3.4 down on that incredible new lap record for qualifying from Raffaele Marciello, but it looks like Christopher Mies is going to vault himself up the order at this stage.
Well, we know the Audis are pretty good in down the straights and in clean air, so doing a 20.1 through the first bit of Dottinger Ruhr, but we have seen cars going faster than that, notably the Ferrari, car number 30, the Nicky Katzberg, straddling the white line there as he headed from Tiergarten into Hohenrhein. The sunset is really spectacular here in the Nürburgring area as the Audi for car 39 crosses the line. That is an improvement for Christopher Mies, who will go up to 14th position with an 8:13.001. Mercedes over the line as well, and
Maxi
Goetz did improve, 8:11.824, but still only in 8th position. What's the Ferrari going to do in the hands of Nicky Katzberg? Does not improve, an 8:15 in fact, 0.9, which is about 5 seconds down from his earlier effort.
I think he backed off of that. Once he knew that it wasn't going to be an improvement, he backed right off, save the tyre allocation, get back off of it. Does Maro Engel have anything to say? It doesn't look like it on the splits at the moment. Marcus Winkelhock is pushing very, very quick. He's put in 5 personal best sectors, sits 8th at the moment, but nobody seems to be getting close to that time of Raffaele Marciello. With hard to tell, but the number 27 Lamborghini though might vault up the order as well, with Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel. He set a couple of purple all best sectors there in that car also, but excitement here in this top qualifying too. We knew it would be.
I think Kelvin van der Linde will be the one to improve and potentially break into the top 10, maybe even improve upon that, but it's that's the big question mark now for me. There are green times here, there and everywhere. There's just not a lot of purple, although Raffaele Marciello has found even more speed in the number 4 Team Bilstein Mercedes. That's in the 35-second sector at Sector 6. He's now plunging his way into the really long one through Brunchen and Flanscott, so we may know a little bit more at the end of that in about 2.5 minutes' time.
Are we going to see our first ever 8:08 qualifying time here on the Nordschleife? That would be quite an incredible sight as the Rover BMW number 99 comes over, 8:12.6, and here comes the 27 Lamborghini for App Sportsline, an 8:10.4, and Kelvin van der Linde, the only South African to ever win this race, goes third
in behind the 2 Mercedes from those different outfits. So at the moment we have an all-Italian second row with a Lamborghini on one side of the grid and a Ferrari on the other. And it is Kelvin van der Linde versus Nicky Katzberg. In a sense, Katzberg already back, having completed his second lap, which we reckon he backed off during. Now, Maro Engel is on the Dottinger Ruhr, looking for other improvements. We're waiting for Marciello in the number 4 car, which is the one that looks like it's been drawn like sketching a GT3 car, rather than the number 6 car, the Pro-Am machine driven by Indian driver Arjun Maini. Katzberg has scooted into the pit lane via the back door at the Grand Prix hairpin. Maro Engel, though, skating his way through Hohenrhein and applying the throttle. He will cross the line on the main straight. And Maro Engel, who currently occupies the second fastest time, it's an 8:15 again. So there's evidence once more that he decided to back off too and hang on instead to the 8:09.480.
Well done to Colin Carasani for Schnitzelalm Racing and his first ever appearance in top qualifying tour at the Nürburgring 24-hour. He qualifies just behind Christopher Mies' Audi and Dan Harper's BMW. So what does Inti Donja have to say? He's setting personal best everywhere. Can he get further up the order? Can Raffaele Marciello improve on that incredible lap time for pole here? Through Antonio Spucca he goes.
He's gained a little bit of time here and there, but actually when you look at his best sector, which was Sector 7 on his first effort, lost about 2 seconds, maybe 1.5 seconds in comparison. So I'm not sure it's going to be an improvement. He doesn't actually need to improve right now because he holds on to the pole position time with no real threat, and across the line it isn't as good. It's an 8:11.6 compared to the 8:09 flat that he set first time around, so still has a cushion, and a relatively large cushion of 0.4 of a second back to the rest. And that for me was an awesome lap, rather sort of sneaking up because he was one of the last cars to set off from the grid, but put the business in nice and early when the tyres were the most sticky. We were all concentrated on Maro Engel, but the high fives can now fully commence down at Team Bilstein.
And most of the best laps being set on the first run.
Yes.
For most cars. So that's interesting. And Raffaele Marciello, as you mentioned, Johnny, a little bit further back down the order. That little bit of cleaning effect at Hatzenbach had to make a little bit of difference. But it's a 25-kilometre lap, and Raffaele Marciello absolutely nailed it. He's never won this race before. He's just put himself in the position, to the best possible position, to go for that win when we kick off tomorrow. So it's 2 Mercedes, from a Lamborghini, from a Ferrari, from an Audi, and then the first of the Porsches. What a bounce back for the number 44 Falcon crew. They had a problem with a tyre failure earlier on, or tyre damage earlier on in practice and qualifying, and there they qualify 6th. The top Porsche with an 8:11.2.
Actually, 9 of the 19 cars were able to improve with their second laps, which surprises me. I didn't think it was going to be
half and half then.
50-50 split. The biggest one to benefit was Kelvin van der Linde, without doubt. I thought he might break into the top 10. He eventually went 3rd with the apt Sportsline Lamborghini Huracan, but that does leave us with a Lambo and a Ferrari on the second row, in behind the 2 big AMG Benzes. And then we've got the Frank Stippler Scherer Sport Audi R8, the first of the R8s in the order to qualify in 5th position with an 8:12.3, an 8:11.0. In fact, he set that on the first of 2 laps from the best positioned Porsche. And I think Falcon Motorsports will be very, very happy with that, considering the magnitude of teams that they have managed to outpace in 2-lap qualifying. Nico Menzel, every credit to him, coming back from the disappointment of the earlier session, left stranded out in the country with a rear left tyre having gone down. Car 44 qualifying in 6th place.
Yeah, absolutely, Johnny. Absolutely. It's, I mean, 2 809s. We thought that the Q1, the top Q1 drivers might have shown up the top Q2, but no. When it comes down to it, it's always that ultimate 101% push, and who better to do that than Raffaele Marciello? I mean, that team have had some difficulties. Phil Ellis has been a bit under the weather this week. Eduardo Mortara in the team as well, to just in case Phil isn't able to drive. Mercedes have only won this race twice. You know, Audi have won it 6 times. Porsche, many more times than that. Porsche, they won it 13 times from my memory, and then BMW with 20 victories. So a great place for Mercedes to add to that tally. Big smiles in the Fricadelli garage. I think they're pretty happy with that, to get on qualify on the second row. Ideal right there in the fight.
Totally.
Yeah.
And there is a little question mark, I suppose, about, well, both the Porsche and the Ferrari in terms of how it's going to go reliability-wise, because it's a brand new car for this season, and deliberately the Nürburgring Nordschleife was built as a car tester, yeah, but a bit of a car breaker as well. So they've got to not necessarily sustain that level of pace for 24 hours, but they've got to stay out of the pits for as long as possible. And arguably it's more tricky with a car that is brand new to the team. But at least Rinaldi and those associated with that crew know their Ferraris. Just previously, the 488, of course, but we know that's made a huge leap forward in terms of general and absolute lap speed. And they just need to be able to sustain that now over, 28, 29, 30 odd stints to get to the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one thing I would not have predicted coming into this weekend is BMW qualifying no higher than 11th. That's a surprise, because they've won the opening 3 rounds of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and yeah, have had great pace in that championship, of course. So Augusto Farfus continues his little personal record of never being out-qualified in a BMW at this track. So that record stays. So yeah, 11th for the BMW of Farfus of Rover Racing. Then it's the BMW Junior team in 17th. And then Volkenhorst in 19th. That's not what BMW came here for.
There's perhaps a lesson here about where teams have been going wrong all over the years. Build your car out of comic book paper, because it's lighter and a heck of a lot lighter.
And paint it.
And paint it, yeah, well, use paint, which is actually quite a bit heavier than standard wrap, but that is a real car beneath the cartoon outlay. And Raffaele Marciello wasting no time whatsoever in charging through to that, set that 809.058 to take a first pole position at this event from fellow Mercedes, this time from Team Get Speed, Maro Engel. It is a Lamborghini outpacing a Ferrari on the second row. Audi and Porsche will occupy the third row, and then a combination of Mercedes and Audi come next, with Arjun Maini and Fred Vervisch from his victory last year coming back. It's quite a mixture of cars. That's always what we like to see in GT3 racing.
Well, Johnny, it's been a very exciting day of action. Lots of question marks. A few questions answered there in that qualifying session. Mercedes really coming to the fore.
They did, and surprised many of us, I'm sure, because it's about, I don't know, working your way through the sessions that matter. Car setup needs to be ticked off both in the qualifying weekend and then into night practice. But they had to then really turn on the style and the speed of the car during that tricky lead into Q2, really, because we must remember it was delayed for the second batch of cars as well. When do you then begin all of your preparation, considering we ran about 30 minutes behind in the end? But it didn't affect Maro Engel. It certainly didn't affect Swiss man Raffaele Marciello in the Team Bilstein, the cartoon-liveried Mercedes. And it's AMG on the front row for tomorrow's race.
Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome along. It's the traditional Friday evening entertainment, delayed a little bit by the overrunning of the shootout qualifying for the ADAC Total Energies 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. It's John and Becky back together again. I wouldn't say the dream team, but one of us is a bit of a nightmare, and it's not Becky. So welcome back to our global broadcast centre, Becky. Good to have you company. You're all done up in your finery. What's been going on before this evening for you?
Absolutely, I'm delighted to be back. It's a real honour every year. You know, it's one of my favourite events of the motorsport calendar. But yeah, I've just been hosting a gala dinner for Falcon Tyres, so I am dressed up. I've just sprinted here, if it's possible to sprint in high heels. It's more of a trot, shall we say, to run up to the commentary box so I can join you to see what's going on at the Modern Black Schleifer.
Now, this has become, as I say, a bit of a tradition, the Falcon Drift Show. And you and I were sitting here a year ago. I would say we've got more cars this year.
I think we definitely have. I mean, it looks like a bigger field for sure, and I've had a little look down the entry list, and there's a few new names in here, and some old ones, and some great Falcon drivers out there. So I'm excited to see what they can do. You can see the teams just coming down onto the track here now, just doing a little victory lap, shall we say. Yeah,
a bit of pre-warming of those rear tyres. Before we get into this, we should make the point that this is a demonstration. This is not a competition, but we'll try and talk you through the nuances of drift competition so that you understand what would be happening if this was being scored, and if this was, in fact, a big shiny trophy up for grabs. Drifting been around quite a while now, started as very much an underground sport in Japan.
Absolutely. I mean, drifting has exploded in popularity over the years. I mean, starting on the Togo roads in Japan, it's then sort of traversed its way around the world. I mean, being made extremely famous by that film that we all know, The Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift, but it's come such a long way as a sport. I mean, it's precision driving at its best. And right now, drifting is having a huge, huge moment globally. I mean, we're seeing unprecedented attendance at events. Why? I just think it's one of those sports which is, it's loud, it's proud, it's smelly, it's here, it's having fun,
you know? It's the best of motorsport. We like loud, proud and smelly. That's part of it's an assault to all your senses, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a visceral experience because these cars, I mean, you can see the lineup in front of you. Most of them have got an engine swap of some sorts in it. You know, a lot of engines being favoured with V8s and 2JZs. So, you know, super loud, super aggressive. I mean, the first car on the track that we see here is James Dean in his Eurofighter, 2JZ powered. Now, here's a man who's completely not afraid of throwing a car around a corner. I think he's got 18 championships under his belt, including, you know, 3-time American champion, 5-time European champion, 3-time Middle Eastern champion. He is in his happy zone right now, shall we say.
So we recognise that as a BMW.
Yes.
But this is an engine swap. So when you say the what was it, the 3JZ you said?
2JZ.
So where's that come from?
So that's come out of a Mark IV Toyota. Now this is why this 6-cylinder 3-litre engine is extremely popular in drifting because you can get huge power out of them with not too little difficulty. I mean, James is running around 900 horsepower in his E92 just there.
Okay.
Yes.
This was my favourite car last year. Oh, and it goes for a spin immediately. This looks like a 5 Series.
Yeah,
a BMW.
E39.
Has this still got a Beamer engine, or has this been swapped over for Mark in this car?
I'm pretty sure he's got a V8 in there because Rohan is a very popular driver in the Falcon team there. But in the E39 M5 that you see on the track, he's great fun. I mean, obviously, I think he went for a bit of a 360 there, didn't quite make it. And here we have is one of our English drivers. This is Steve Biagioni, Monster Energy driver. In his PS13, you will have seen him last year. He was in his R35 GTR, which has an LSX engine in it. This PS13 also has an LS, I think it's a 3. But he uses this car for competition. He's very comfortable in it. He's just out there having some fun.
LS3 is General Motors V8. It would have done service originally in Chevy Corvettes and various bits and pieces. Very, very popular crate engine for all kinds of applications, whether it's hot rods or stock cars or indeed here. They are nigh on indestructible. So high revs, high stress situations. That's why it's in that car.
Absolutely. I mean, with drifting, you want high power so you can keep those rear wheels spinning at all times. Plenty of torque. I mean, you know the differences between a 2JZ, which is a turbo car, as opposed to the naturally aspirated V8. It's very much a divider. Are you a V8 person or are you a turbo 2JZ, you know? And everybody picks their poison. You know, Bagsy's always been very much a V8 guy. James is very much a 2JZ.
Okay, a very Mondrian-esque BMW here. That was an E92 that was going round. And contrast that with a plain white, a 315 BMW that's out there at the moment. Aside from engine swaps, Becky, what else are typical modifications on these cars? Obviously, the cooling systems are working harder because the engines are revving all the time. But what else is going on engineering-wise in these cars to be able to get them to go at these ridiculous angles?
Well, the main thing with angle is you need the extended knuckles on the front. You need more steering lock, because as you can see, some of these cars are hitting almost 90 degrees as he's managing down the straight here. So you want that extra steering lock just enabled so you can throw the rear end of the car around and be able to control it. I mean, your normal car, you've probably got maximum 2 turns of lock, right? These can have 3.5, nearly 4.
On a very quick rack.
On a very quick rack
so that you can move it quickly. Hydraulic handbrakes on some of these as well, to be or e-brakes or parking brakes, as the Americans would call them.
Every single one of these cars that you see out there will have a hydraulic handbrake, and that is the key to disengaging the rear wheels and initiating the car into a slide, as you see this lovely E30 here. He's just powering out of that slide.
And there will be what's called a fly-off handbrake. So unlike most cars nowadays have electronic handbrakes, let's be absolutely clear on that. But if you're old enough like me to remember a handbrake that goes tick, 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 tick,
yeah, click out.
And then you've got to push the button, pull it up and drop it again. No, there's none of that. There's a big lever here. You give a big yank on that. The hydraulic system, like your foot-operated brake pedal, locks up the back wheels and disengages the drive. And then you just immediately leave go of it. Once you've got that slide going, the skill then is balancing steering input and throttle input. Effectively, Becky, you're driving the car with your right foot here.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have 6 inputs, right? You have left foot brake. Well, start with the first one. You have your hydraulic handbrake, you have your steering input, you have your throttle input, you have your left foot brake input.
Wow.
Yeah, I know there's so much going on. You also have your gears. You can use engine braking as well, and then also I said steering input. But you're using all of these things to your arsenal when you're out there, and it's just a lot of it is timing. When you first initiate the car, you can see here this GT86 is sort of swinging the back end around. He's timing his throttle inputs to make sure you're keeping that car gliding across the track.
So, for those of us who grew up doing rallying, which I did up in the northeast of England, the Scandinavian flick was the thing that you used on a rally car, particularly on dirt.
Yes.
Which unsettles the car. Now, circuit racing, you want to keep the car as settled as possible. Here, you're kind of unsettling the car like a rally driver. So, bizarrely, you're going down into the hairpin there at the bottom of the track. It's a right turn, but we're seeing people turning left first of all.
Yes, obviously they're trying to put it into opposite lock. You see the car on the track right now. This is one of the Red Bull Drift Brothers. These are brand new G82 M4 chassis. I mean, so you know the newest of the new M4 shape. These were actually prototype cars that were given to the lads, and they have used actually the stock internal engine to create this monster that you see in front of you.
So that is a BMW M4 with a BMW M4 engine?
Correct.
Oh, that's
correct.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's the S58 engine. I actually have one of these myself. I have a G80 M3, so I know how fast these cars are stock, but they've taken these cars and they've developed them into the drift machine that you see in front of you now. I mean, if you check out the exhaust actually exit up and out the back of the rear window there. Oh, here's James again. Full lock, full send.
And full speed as
full
well.
Speed, yeah.
Locking up the inside front wheel there. That's a little bit of left foot braking, just trying to tuck that car in. Do you have a brake balance on these cars to try and dial more brake either to the front or to the back?
That's kind of all down to your own foot pressure. I mean, they use left foot braking as a way of balancing the car, as you just said. So when you're coming into that bottom hairpin there, you'll pick your line, you'll get it nicely gliding on your throttle input, and then you'll just touch over with your left toe just to keep the car a little bit balanced.
Now, all of the Falcon Drift team that
Yes.
are on there now are on Falkland tyres.
Yes.
Falkland are a big supplier of tyres. I do love the Drift taxi.
Yeah, that's actually Mark Visser, sorry.
Yeah, it is Mark, yeah.
I apologise. I said Rohan earlier, but it is actually Mark Visser.
Are the tyres that are supplied by the various tyre manufacturers, including Falkland, are they standard tyres, or are there something special to be able to produce and live with the kind of torture that they're getting?
No, they're literally just the standard Azinis. They are.
not.
I promise you, they are. They are. They have been mercilessly tested by these lads out on the tracks. I will tell you that. James has been with the Falcon team now for, I think it's 10 years. So he's seen the different iterations of the tyres, but I think it's the FK 520, the Azinis, that he uses now.
So that's a road-going tyre that comes in all different fitments for different cars.
Yes.
How long do they last then? So they're going to go through a set of tyres in this display tonight?
I imagine so. They'll go through a few sets, absolutely,
Right.
because I mean, obviously it's quite a high-speed corner. They're putting a lot of heat through those tyres, and I'd say, let's look at a drift competition, for example. If you were doing a battle, let's say, which we'll get into in a little bit, a set of tyres will do you 2 runs,
And that's it.
and that's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So having a tyre sponsor, having backing from someone like Falcon is pretty much essential if you're going to compete at the highest level. Otherwise, it's going to get very expensive very quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, they are. It's the word perishables. It's not perishables, is it? They're just consumables. That's the word I was looking for. Apologies. They are consumables. They are the thing that you need the most, and yet they can be quite expensive, especially if you could use, if you're doing practice battles across the weekend, you can use 40 sets of tyres.
In racing and in performance cars, we're looking to try and get as much rubber on the ground as possible.
Yes.
So my car's got 21s on the front and 22s on the back, and they're about this wide, which I know doesn't work on radio. And they're very low profile tyres. They obviously, because of that, you run them at quite high pressures.
Yes.
Anything special going on here in terms of pressures, widths of tyres? Because they don't look that wide to me.
I think quite a few of these guys will be running a 265. I know James runs a 285 on the back of his E92. But what I will say to you is, to get maximum grip, sometimes these guys are running pressures as low as 7 psi.
Wow.
Maximum contact patch onto the track, and running extremely low pressure to the point where the tyre is effectively, it looks flat.
Right.
But it's because obviously when they're putting so much pressure through it, they're putting the power down, as you see here. The tyre actually increases the contact patch on the ground. It gives you that grip that you do really need. I think it's a common misconception that people say. Was that where you were going?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, because normally if you go to a race school and they want to make it difficult for you, they'll overpressure the tyres.
Yes.
So the back end of the car gets really flighty. What you're saying here is you're starting them low, but of course what you're doing is you're superheating them. So that actually makes the air inside the tyres expand.
Correct.
It's very important in motor racing to get the right starting pressure, so that when you are doing your laps in the car, the tyre's in its operating temperature. Here, you're starting them low, they'll come up a little bit to give you the right sort of balance. Now we're starting to do what looks like a little twin run, and
I think that's Rick Van Gotham that is with James there.
Now this is more what we would see in a fully competitive drift competition.
Yes.
It's normally a drift battle would be held over 3 heats, with one driver leading out, then the other driver leading out. And what are we looking for then? If we were scoring this, what were we looking for here, Becky?
Oh, we're looking for proximity. We're looking for, basically, the chase car, which will be the car behind, is going to be following the lead car. And they're looking to mimic that driver's movements on track. I mean, obviously, during an actual drift competition, you're judged on your speed, your style, your line, and your angle. And you'll have a predetermined track layout with clipping points, and that lead car is looking to put the best qualifying line down, and that chase car is following that lead car and is looking to mimic its actions completely. And then if you were trying to find the winner, is who's got the best lead run and who's got the best chase. And to chase, you want to be really nice and close, mimicking that car's movements, as you see here with the E92 following the 46. He's just keeping a little bit of distance, but you can see his car is trying to maintain the same angle as him there.
Do you get people getting contact? I mean, it's not deliberate, clearly, but when you're running, particularly at speed, and you're trying to get cars close together, inevitably there must be contact sometimes.
Oh, of course. I mean, a bit of rubbing ain't really. You ain't rubbing if you ain't racing.
We say. Well, it's rubbing drifting as well sometimes.
I have to put it out there because it's a non-contact sport,
right,
as we all know. But, if you're really aggressively chasing someone, they call it banging doors, right?
Right, okay, yeah.
Because you're getting so close to them that you can just give them a little nudge on their door just to let them know that you're there and hi, I'm here. It's an aggressive tactic, but it is something that you do see in drifting.
At RSL_studio, if you want to get through to Becky and myself in the Global Broadcast Centre. Now, you said that drifting has exploded again. It went through a really prominent patch. And what we're seeing now, I think more than ever before, is a really interesting variety of cars. It used to always be JDM, Japanese domestic market cars, but we're seeing more and more European cars like the BMWs. BMWs have always been pretty popular, even as a standard car, because they have got good lock and they've got quite long steering arms.
Absolutely. I mean, one thing that you will see a lot of JDM cars, a lot of S chassis, so Nissan Silvias. I mean, you can see the PS13 up there, and S14, S15. Personally, I have an S15. I mean, that car is wonderful to drive. It just floats around the track. But what we are seeing, which is amazing, is manufacturer backing. I mean, you've got brand new G82 M4s from BMW. In Europe, we're seeing brand new Toyota A90 Supras. We're seeing brand new GR86s. In the States also, we have RTR Mustangs or Ford Mustangs, the 2024 S650 chassis. So you know what? That gives me faith and hope that this has the longevity. I mean, look at these two cars here. That is a big car as well. Can I just point that out? These lads are controlling a big car.
Well, they're actually bigger than the 5 Series Taxi in terms of their footprint now.
Yes, they look quite small on the track simply because, I mean, look, it's the Nürburgring. It makes everything look small, right? But yeah, they are a big car. But if you do get a chance to ever have a look at these in the pits, I'd highly recommend you take
Where's the paddock here this weekend?
The paddock is down, I'm going to say down that way. Nobody can see where I'm pointing right now.
I knew where you were going. Because you used to be in the old classic pits, just beyond the side of the Doran, but you moved down at the other end.
I'm being silly. Do you know where it is? It's right there next to the Monbachschleife.
Right, okay.
So the lads, all of them are parked up down there, right next to where you can see these guys.
Oh, that's lovely.
You see Remo in his brand new build 1M here, so just the car chasing the 33 Skyline. This is a brand new build for Remo. Remo is one of the funnest drivers I've ever met. I mean, I think I don't want to age him here, so I'm going to say 40-something.
He's not in his first... Oh, he's a baby then, if he's...
But he's been driving for years, and he still has that cheeky smile and the glint in his eye when he goes out and sends that car.
Is that a 6?
Yeah, 6 Series, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, another big car.
Yeah, another big car. Absolutely.
I mean...
The new G M3s, G comes after F. That's why you know it's the newest one. That's how I remember that.
So it was
we have them both racing still.
Yes.
The F82 and the G82.
Yes, the F80. I mean, I'm always an M3 over an M4 girl. Again, it's pick your poison. But F80 M3 was the predecessor, which, funnily enough, you don't actually see that many of them in drifting. But the E92 now and the E46, E36, E30, not so much these days. The E36, 46 and E92 are extremely popular chassis. I mean, as you see, James has the E92, which is all carbon Kevlar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that car is called the Eurofighter. It's HGK. They're a company in Latvia that create these beautiful masterpieces of
So we're
race
talking
cars.
about bespoke building here.
Oh, yeah.
When this started, and it was on the streets of Japan, and I've been up around when we've been racing at Fuji.
Yeah.
And they still do it on the roads around there. There's a few speed cameras on there which kind of curtails it. But they were modified street cars. A lot of them were still metal. But what you're seeing now is the sport has evolved enough to be able to justify doing a bespoke build for a drift car.
Yeah, absolutely. I
So
mean,
what, you start with what? You start with the car, or do you have a tube frame chassis, or do you actually start with a monocoque and then start putting panels around it?
so from memory, the rules, I mean, I'm speaking from Drift Masters here, which is the European Championship. It has to be the original car from the A to C pillar. So everything from the front can be space framed, and everything beyond the C pillar can be space framed. But it has to start. It has to have the doors, everything, that core chassis there. But yeah, as I said, some of the builds that you're starting to see here are fairly crazy. There's a lot of money, time and money and investment gone into these vehicles.
Okay, so why are people doing that? Does that mean there's fame, fortune and riches, or is it just for the recognition? We go motor racing and very few series, other than something like Idemitsu MX-5 where there's $1.2 million. You go and win Le Mans in a 24-hour race, and I think the top prize is about 30,000 euros. And the manufacturers are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. So what's the reward here? Is it money? Do people make money out of it, or is it just for the fun of it?
Well, you know what? Drifting when you're at the top of the game, like, I mean, we have series in Europe, we have Drift Masters, and in the US we have Formula Drift, which currently we have one driver who's here who's competing in Formula Drift. Yeah, I mean, if you get to the top of your game and you can become a professional driver, then yeah, you can do pretty well for yourself.
So there are professional drivers who are earning a living by drifting, by competing.
Correct, yes, absolutely.
As ever, we've got a huge crowd down at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit at the hairpin, and it's very busy here this weekend. Every single campsite plot sold out as early as Wednesday. If you're thinking of coming down, there are still tickets available for the big show tomorrow and Sunday, but you'll probably have to find somewhere to stay. Just sleep in your car in the car park, if you will. All right, we're going to start bringing it up a notch or two. The 3 Falcon cars, drift cars, having a little bit of a demo. Now, this you wouldn't see in a drift competition, but this is precision driving, as they're starting to throw these cars around in the circles that we saw here last year and create an awful lot of Falcon tyre smoke.
Yeah, it's always funny when you see them go into doing the donuts, because once you get about 3 rotations in, you can't really see anything. So I'm always like, oh my God, am I going to hit someone in a minute? But thankfully, James has pulled out of that, and the guys are absolutely fine. But do you know what? What I love about this event each year is it's just so much fun. The energy and the vibe that is down there on that corner is unmatched. I mean, it's just so busy and everyone's having fun. It's wicked.
This is a very, very difficult thing to do if you've ever done any precision driving. And I've been fortunate enough to be in the car with people when they've done this. And it's nowhere near as scary as you think, actually, if you're with someone who's good, because you know that they are in control. Now, this is something quite new, and I really like it. This has come on in the last few years. This is tyres specifically for drifting that give you coloured tyre smoke.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know, I actually see them on Instagram because people do gender reveals with them. They just do
no way! A blue or a pink tyre smoke?
Yeah. So like, you do see it quite a lot. Obviously, you won't see it in competition, but it's a bit of fun for the evening. Lovely bit of Falcon blue there. That's brilliant. He's just having fun. I mean, look at them. They're just... they're all over the track.
It's much more difficult to do a donut than you think it is, because cars don't want to do that. Well, that's where your left foot braking comes in, because you kind of want to just lock up your inside front wheel just enough to be able to spin round it. And that's even on specialist cars like this, you've got quite a lot of weight at the front because the engine's there. If you're doing it something like on a what was it that I was doing when we were doing the race champions in Barbados? Aerial Atom, where you've got the engine at the back and just the space frame at the front. You felt you could almost just lean out and hold on the front wheel. So just a little tap of the front brake, and you could wind it was a race car as well, so you could wind the brake bias forwards. Actually really easy to do. These guys are having to work quite hard, and not only are you doing that, but you're looking at the other car. You have to pick a point on the car, whether it's the door mirror or the headlight or whatever, and keep your eye on that to keep your separation.
100%. Pick your point and pivot around it, my friend.
A bit like ice skating, really. When you see people do the spins in ice skating, you get more points for being in the same place.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
Were you an ice skater? Were you a figure skater once in your life?
Not with my figure. What are you? That'd crack the ice, Becky. Come on, but thank you for the thought. Sporting commentators have to do the strangest things.
I can imagine.
So the knowledge of all different types of sport. If we go back to the competitive side, these guys are having fun now.
They are.
But if we go back to the competitive side of things, so typically, how long would a drift meeting be? A couple of days? A day? 3 days? How does it work?
A couple of days. So normally, I mean, if I just give you my schedule for what would be a normal drift weekend, obviously you get there on the Thursday, set up, Friday is qualifying, Saturday is battles, Sunday is home time.
All right.
So maximum on the ground for 4 days, I'd say.
And venues, are there particular venues that are linked inexorably to drifting? I mean, the great thing is, if you've got space, you can do it pretty much anywhere. So it could be a racetrack, it could be a large car park, it can be the bottom end of the race circuit here. But are there places
specifically?
Yeah, where people go, oh yeah, it's, for example, in the sprint car world, the Knoxville Nationals, Le Mans for the 24-hour race, Nürburgring. Are there particular places that are well known for big events in drifting around Europe and around the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think drifting just piggybacks a corner of a lovely racetrack.
Nice.
If I'm totally honest with you, I mean, we have 6 stops in the European Championship calendar. So we start off in Ireland at Mondello Park, which is a very famous track, and we do the Global Warfare layout, which is just from the pit straight going down to that first big right-hander. It's an incredible track that we have there. Then in our second round, we head to Sweden, which is the Drive AB Centre, which is actually a very popular Porsche racing track. So we use that there. Heading to Finland. The name escapes me of the track that we're going to in Finland. It's actually a brand new track for this year because the Finnish fans, oh my goodness, they are absolutely wild and they love drifting. And you know, at the moment, Kalle Rovanperä, who is the last year's WRC champion, an amazing driver, young lad, he loves drifting, loves it. So he's competing in 4 rounds of our champ. Yeah, he's literally he's double backing it with the WRC, so in 4 rounds he's joining us for Sweden and Finland. And yeah, incredible to think that somebody who is so talented in one discipline he loves drifting like.
But you can understand, particularly in the Nordic countries, car control is something that they are very good at, and that's why there's so many World Rally I knew Calle's father, and when we were doing all the rally, great guy, super dry sense of humour, really good. And Kalle, youngest WRC champion, he's really had a good few years since he burst onto the scene. I can understand that the skill set is similar and good for him. For jumping into it.
He is a good driver. I mean, not that you would expect it, do you know what I mean? Like he's an incredible rally driver, and he's actually an incredible driver as well. He has an A90 Supra. He's actually competing in he's actually doing quite a lot now I think about it. Like he's doing the full WRC season. He's also coming to join us at Drift Masters, and then he's also going to Japan to compete in Formula Drift Japan out there as well. That's how much he loves it.
Oh wow. So
you know, we're incredibly honoured to have a driver of that caliber joining our field, but it does just show having precision car control is really key. And that's why I think drifting is having such a moment. It's because people are really recognizing that this isn't just this isn't just lads on roundabouts. You know, we've come so far away from that stereotype, where this is true pure precision driving.
Well, you know, let's remember 100 years ago when we started motor racing, just over that, it was all point-to-point racing on what were then public roads. Eventually, for most of motor racing, it was thought, reasonably so on the grounds of safety, that the racing should be taken off the roads. And that's one of the reasons this circuit, the Nordschleife and the now sadly lost Südschleife, that was to take it off the roads, and the old Eifelrennen, the Eifel races, to take it off the roads and bring it into some kind of control. The way that this sport has evolved is not too different from that, because it started on the streets, And now, if you're in the US, by the way, and I know we're talking to everybody around the world at the moment, Road Atlanta, down in the big ball at Road Atlanta, 10A, they do a lot of drifting down there.
I was there last weekend.
Oh, were you really?
I was in at Road Atlanta, which is a beautiful facility, isn't it? Oh my goodness, the elevation changes on that track.
It's the first
crazy.
track I went to in the States.
Really?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful facility. Yeah, I was there. James competes in Formula Drift currently with the Ford RTR Mustang team, so he's out there having a lot of fun at the minute. He's got a brand new, first only right-hand drive 2024 S650 S650 Ford Mustang. Yeah, so it's a brand new build, and yeah, he's competing in Formula Drift, and we were there at Road Atlanta last weekend, which was an exciting, unreal. Yeah, I
Russellton, Georgia, about 90 minutes, or depend on traffic, actually, because the traffic is something to behold. Just Vaughan Gittin still
he does.
over there.
Do you know Vaughan Gittin Jr.? He cracks me up because there's a man who has some energy. Like, he was there last weekend. He's actually stepped away because he has a 3-car team. So he has Adam LZ jumping in, he has James Dean, and he also has Chelsea Denofa driving as well. But Adam LZ has taken a step back, and he's only doing 4 events. So Vaughan was like, do you know what? I'm going to jump back in the car.
Back for it.
You know what he did? He did his first event last week in Atlanta. Do you know where he came?
He won it.
He won it.
Of course he did.
He was a ball of energy. He went out there and he was like, this is mine. And he was like a freight train. Nobody was getting in the way of that
I
man.
actually first met him at Road Atlanta.
Yeah.
When we were there to take them on.
That was his first event win, I think. 20 years. 20 years ago. Because he was celebrating last weekend that he just couldn't believe, 20 years later he steps on the podium again. The first track he ever pulled a handbrake at.
Just doesn't it prove, though, that the skills don't go away?
Absolutely not.
No,
absolutely not. And also, drifting is such a fun sport. Vaughan's brand is the fun haver brand, and that is exactly what he goes out there and does.
I sense, Becky, from what we spoke about last year, and from what we've seen already today, and talk to you again, it's a very friendly paddock. Yes, there's competitive side of things, but it's a bit weird, it's a bit wacky. I mean, anybody who does this, who thinks, right, okay, I'm going to go and start drifting, you've got to have a particular mindset. And it seems, you've said the word fun a lot, but it also seems, quite a friendly atmosphere here.
100%. I mean, the accessibility in the paddock is really good. You can get round and chat to all the teams. What I've always said, like, I host the championship, and what I see more than ever, they always want to fight, not a forfeit. Some people would be happy if their competitor didn't pull to the line. No, these guys will be sending their mechanics over if they have the spare parts that they need to fix that car. They will send them over because they want to have a fight on the track.
Yeah.
But it is that friendly atmosphere. Everybody helps each other. There is none of that like, oh, he's broken, okay, we have the part, we're not going to give it to him. They will make sure that their competitors are out on the track, and I've always really loved that about the sport.
Keeping it safe and keeping it off the streets, clearly.
Yep.
How does one get started? Where do you go to find out if you're any good at this without having to spend tens or hundreds of thousands of pounds, dollars, euros, yen, or whatever in building yourself a bespoke car?
So there are a lot of drift schools. Oh, he's had a little bit of an off there. Whoopsie. There are lots of drift schools in each country where you can go for a day, get yourself accustomed with a car, probably like a learner car, would be like a 350Z or an IS200, something like that, something fairly simple to drive. And you can have a day's tuition and just sort of see how you feel about it. I mean, thankfully, one of the good things why I think drifting has exploded the way it has is that it's relatively low barriers to entry with the price, for a car. So if you went out there and got yourself an E36 BMW, got yourself a little extra lock kit, put a hydro handbrake in, don't get me wrong, all cars are expensive, but it's not quite the expense of getting yourself like a full-on race car.
A Porsche race car.
Yeah, Porsche race car, exactly.
Yeah, well, you pay the Porsche. Trust me, as a Porsche owner, I know.
What Porsche have you got?
How long have you got?
Oh, here we go.
992 GTS manual.
Lovely. I think you were just getting that last year, weren't you? I remember.
This is my first trip here in that
I
car.
remember.
But that's a year old. We've got a 968 Club Sport, or Sport rather, 993, which is the last of the air-cooled.
Here we go.
That's a lovely car.
Listing them off.
2S. And a 981 Boxster as well.
I only have one. I've got my 930, 911 Turbo. And
you told me that last year. That's a class. Well, you can't get rid of that, though, can you?
Never. Oh, never.
Particularly not if you've had it for a while and you know a bit of history.
Yeah,
That's the problem. Once you do that, how do you pick between them?
Yeah.
Between them all. So is that what everybody has to do? To build their own cars? Or is there a market for pre-built second-hand cars when people change and move on? Or do they tend to, a bit like me, all right, I've got this car, right, I'm going to build myself a new one. Well, I don't want to get rid of that one, though, because it's pulling me heartstrings.
Yeah, sentimental way. Yeah, I mean, you can go to somebody and say, I want a drift car, and they'll build it for you, but a lot of people get quite hands-on with it because, as I say, to get a car to slide, you need to lock that rear diff, so you probably put a two-way in it, or you could even put a welded diff in if you're starting really at the bottom. And then you just put your hydro handbrake in, you've got a lock diff, and you can pretty much go drifting from there. I mean, obviously in the beginning you won't have a lot of lock, but these three simple modifications and you can get yourself sliding.
And are competitions graded in terms of like classes, or is it everybody together? Because in motor racing, obviously, you wouldn't put... Look, here, we've got a Dacia running in a class for smaller engine cars. They aren't up against the Ferraris and the Mercedes-Benzes and the Porsches, the GT3 cars at the front of the field. Yeah. Is there a class structure within drift as well?
No, there isn't. I mean...
Every man or woman for themselves?
Every man or woman for themselves. I mean, in the States you have Pro Spec and Pro, but that's more ability level than cars. Yeah. A 500 horsepower car can line up against a 1,000 horsepower car. So,
and is there any reason why the 500 horsepower car couldn't win? No, because it's the driver that's going to make the difference.
Well, it's how precise he is on track. It's actually quite an interesting matchup when you have a high horsepower car versus a low horsepower car. I mean, obviously the higher one is going to be faster, and it's quite difficult to chase a slower car because when you've got that when the engine is chomping at the bit that much, and you're trying to chase that car and you have to slow it down so much, it's hard to keep angle, etc. So we've got Remo and James going here. James is going to chase Remo as close as he can, because these guys have been friends for years, and he'll want to put on a show here. So he's just coming up the inside of him. Oh, look at that, lovely.
Now you could just see the brake light on James' car just flashing on and off as he was just going on and off the brake with his left foot. Left foot braking, if you've never done it before, don't try it without getting some practice in a very, very wide open place.
Caveat, yes, right there.
Please don't try this at home. But it is a race and rally technique that allows you to balance the car. Now, a lot of cars now with paddle shift, of course, only have 2 pedals, but you can do it on a 3-pedal car as well. Front-wheel drive cars, which you'll never see in drifting, because, that's not going to work. That was a bit
it was
tight.
A bit sketch, wasn't it?
Monster energy cars.
That is Luke Woodham and Steve Biagioni, as I said, PS13 and S14, both running LS engines. I was just checking to see if his bonnet clips were holding that down, because it is wibbly wobbling, but I'm sure it's absolutely fine.
Who's in this BMW with the multiple lights set up on the front?
Yeah, I tried to
an Alpha SZ.
Yeah, I tried to find his number earlier.
That's it, 122 on the side. I can't see through this tie sport.
Yeah, we're both going to have to put our glasses on in a minute. Because it's quite an interesting looking vehicle.
I really like that quad headlamp setup.
Yeah, that's the fun thing about when it gets into the night events, is you'll see quite a lot of the cars will have like fun underglow, and I don't know, it just all adds to the show.
And fluorescent strips, LED strips, has transformed us being able to spot race cars in the dark. I can only imagine how creative you can get in the drift world. There's no end to what you can do. So when's the next round of the European Championship, Becky, and where is it?
So that is on the 9th and 10th of June, and it is at the Drive Centre AB in Sweden. It's in Luleå, which is like pretty much the last stop before you get into Antarctica. It's in the very north of Sweden. Yeah, which would be great because you know what? It's a brilliant facility. It's almost brand new. Like if you're into your 911, I'm pretty sure the Cup cars run there. You know, the Carrera Cup. They're at the Drive Centre AB.
Jason Chilbrick is tweeted in at RSL_studio using our hashtag for the weekend, RSLN24. He says, can you ask Becky if she remembers when the British Drift Championship and the King of Europe went to Linden Hill in Kent racetrack and rallycross track? He said, I marshalled there every year and it used to be fantastic. Do we still have a drift scene in the UK?
Yeah, we do. I mean, it's changed quite a lot over the years. I mean, at the time that he's talking about there, he's talking about the BDC days and the King of Europe, which was, I will admit, a little bit before my time. But I have seen lots of content from when there was drifting at Linden Hill, because I think they didn't allow drifting at Linden Hill anymore.
Oh, really?
I think it was noise regulated. You know, every track suffers
it's
with
the
noise.
bane of our life in
Absolutely.
motor racing in the UK.
Well, that's exactly it. So, you know, as you were just saying, drifting has a little bit of a hard time in the UK simply because of these noise regulations, you know. So I'm happy that he had many good memories marshalling there at Linden Hill. I've seen some amazing content from over the years.
So the European Championship doesn't go to the UK anymore, so
no.
You'd have to come across into Europe. Anywhere, France, Belgium, the Low Countries?
So we go Ireland, Sweden, Finland, then we go to Riga in Latvia, which is an amazing round. Love that. The Bikaniki Trasa, which is one of the fastest and most dangerous tracks that we have in our championship. I mean, huge entry speeds, talking nearly 100 miles an hour.
What?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. You know, it's a spectacle. One of my favourite tracks of the year. Then we go from Riga, Latvia to Ferropolis, which is it used to be an old mine. And the only way I can explain this to you is it's an open-air mining museum. So you know those massive machinery?
Oh, yeah.
This provides all the backdrop to this track in the middle of it. And it's a night event. It's great. It looks...
But on tarmac, not
on tarmac, yes.
Yeah,
on tarmac, yes.
Yeah.
It's on a lake. I mean, it's just, it sounds...
And where's that in the world?
Ferropolis. So that is near Leipzig, Germany.
Okay.
And then we go from there to Poland. Now, all roads lead to the final round in Poland. We have got the biggest stadium that we have ever tried to fill. Okay. Don't quote me on this, but I think it's 50,000 seats.
Wow.
Yeah, so what they're doing...
Is that a permanent stadium, a permanent sports stadium or something?
Yeah, it's actually a football stadium. And they're creating their very own custom drift track in the middle of it. It's in the centre of Warsaw.
Wow.
This is what I mean.
Stadium drifting.
When I tell you that drifting is having a moment, the events are getting crazier, the events are getting bigger.
Out the gravel, lads, out the gravel, come on. So stadium drifting, so... You know, this is taking the concept of Race of Champions, where we brought that indoors, started off in Tenerife for rallying, and then we brought it into sports stadia around the world and laid down a temporary surface. And how are you going to get enough room to lay that down?
Honestly, it was wild last year because...
Oh, you've done it before?
So we had a smaller stadium that we did it in, and they literally... It's a football stadium, and they literally, in a week, laid all the tarmac, and then the second the event finished...
To pull it up again.
Pull it up. Wow. Yeah, and this is called the PGE Stadium in the centre of Warsaw, and it's a huge venue, and we're gonna
with a running track around the outside and everything. So you're going to have all the... Hang on a minute, it's got a roof.
Yeah.
How are you going to get rid of all the tyre smoke?
Don't ask me questions I can't answer. Don't ask me the questions.
Open the doors at the back, please.
I am simply the host.
Unbelievable.
But wow, what an event that is going to be. I mean, if you want to see a spectacle, I'm telling you guys, that is going to be huge. And that's in September, the 15th and 16th of September.
Now, that the big 6 Series BMW doing full 360s there. That takes a bit of doing. You've got to reverse the lock in the middle of it to get the front wheels to spin round. Elements of not just precision driving, but defensive driving as well there. A couple more BMWs. Here's my favourite, the Drift Taxi.
You just love that thing, don't you?
I loved it last year, and I'm so pleased it's back. But look how tiny and titchy that looks now. That was a big car when they came out.
Yeah.
Beautiful thing. I think that's peak four-door BMW.
Yeah.
I just love the proportions of it. Oh, by the way, Nobody said about that car, oh, do you know what the matter with that car is? It needs a honking great, bigger grille on the front of it. Nobody said that in those days.
Are we going to get into grill politics here about BMWs? I mean, I have an E21, so the first of the 3 Series, and honestly, when I sit that next to my G80, I'm like, lads, how have we got here?
I know. But you know what? The guys from BMW and from BMW Racing, when Mike Crack, who was head of M Series and performance before he went to Aston Martin, he said to me, "Hey, there's only one thing worse than being talked about, and that's not being talked about."
Well,
so he was quite happy to talk about it.
Let me tell you, BMW M are doing huge things. BMW M's sales are actually more than AMG and Audi Sport combined.
Wow.
Just to put that out there, because you know what? Look at what they're putting out. We've got new M cars, we've got new CS cars, we've got a new M2 with crazy body. You know, they're pushing the boundary in a world where manufacturers are starting to electrify everything, and things are starting to become, you know, I'm going to say dampened down a little bit, but BMW are out there, and they're putting big wings on things, they're putting wider fenders on things, carbon, the whole shebang, and I rate them for it. Oh, whoopsie!
And they sell a lot of them. And it is a fact that even going back to big sales in the UK, there was more BMW 3 Series sold than there were Ford Mondeos and Ford Sierras. They are a very, very popular car. You mentioned the E word there, electric. Anybody doing electric drift? Huge amounts of torque on those, but I presume the batteries, the heavy batteries, are a little bit tricky to get a car balance with.
Yeah, so I mean, there have been electric drift cars, and most notably Vaughan Gittin, as we were talking about, they made a Mach-E, you know, their SUV, which was an all-electric crazy thing. I mean,
thousands of horsepower.
Yeah, exactly. It was
as much as you want to turn the motor up to.
Well, I think it had a motor on each wheel, so it had independent.
Oh, yeah, fantastic.
And the thing was absolutely flying all over the place. I mean, you know what? The power's there. It was just a big vehicle to control and a lot of weight, you know.
And of course, before his untimely death, we also had Ken Block with electric cars.
And he had the Quattro.
Did that phenomenal run out in Vegas.
Unreal.
Where they brought out all of the Le Mans cars.
What a legend!
As well.
What an absolute
lost
legend!
Too soon, unfortunately.
It's a huge shock to the community. But my goodness, that man left a legacy that is, I think, is unmatched. I mean, what he did lives on in all of us. You know.
That was a crossover moment for the sport. He got right into the public consciousness. He was already well known in rallying. Was that important, do you think, to get to a bigger audience? That somebody like that was doing the kind of things with his Gymkhana that Ken Block was doing?
I mean, you can absolutely, you can never take away how important Gymkhana was to getting out to the wider world. You know, he was obviously four-wheel drive drifting, and it just, oh my goodness, it just opened up the doors to people that probably would never have been into sliding cars and stuff. But he made it cool. He was a master of marketing, absolute master of marketing. Everything he did was just spot on. And he really managed to take it to the masses. I mean, he was an extremely clever guy.
And a perfectionist as well.
Yeah, 100%. Just cool guy.
Yeah.
Really cool guy. Lost too soon.
Where can we, for those people who are watching this, maybe seeing this as a little taster, dip in the water, where can they follow the championships around the world? And I presume it's far easier now to televise things and to stream them. You don't have to rely on linear platforms, TV, national networks. You can do things yourselves. We've done that in motorsport for a while. RC racing, karting, all of that, now doing their own things. How can people watch and follow along?
So if you're looking to tune in to our Red Bull, if you're looking to tune into the Drift Masters European Championship, we are working with Red Bull, so we're going to be live on Red Bull TV throughout the series. Also, if you're looking to tune into Formula Drift in the States, they have their own channels on YouTube, so they stream the whole thing. I mean, I'm always going to say that Drift Masters is the best championship in the world. You know, you got to back yourself at some point. But the show.
I've heard the presenter's quite good.
Well, you know, she pops in every now and then, once a year. No, it's a fantastic show, and it's made by the people, the drivers. You know, it's just incredible competition. loads of fun, great tracks, and the commentators, Dave Egan and Ian Waddington, that I work with, they're just funny guys. They're great. They really get into it.
And it's pretty quick fire as well, isn't it? I think we were talking about this the other day. Everybody keeps telling us that people don't have long attention spans anymore. I think that's nonsense, to be honest, because endurance racing, even up to the 24-hour races, our audience is getting younger. We're getting more females, and I'll talk to you about that in a moment. And people say the youth of today, they don't watch linear television and they've got short attention span. Okay, they don't watch linear television, but people binge watch television for 8 hours at a time and watch a full series.
Yeah, it's streaming.
This is non-stop action. It's a bit like speedway. It's a bit like rallycross. It's condensed. It's boiled down, and it's all action all the time, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. And do you know what? You get that feeling of, red car or blue car. Who's going to win? And you get that
like that.
You get that fix of, you can make your bet who's going to win. And it is really exciting. You don't know what's going to happen next, and there's an element of danger to it. Everybody likes to see cars coming in hot on the chat there, right next to each other. It's an incredible show. I mean, I am a huge fan of drifting. I think that it gives you everything you need.
Now you do compete. There are other females who compete.
Yes.
Are we breaking down the barriers? Are we getting to young female drivers and getting them interested in this part of motorsport?
100%. I'm seeing a huge influx of girls coming into drifting. I mean, we have a few. We have a UK driver. We have Tessa Whittock, Ames Hill, Jojo McDonald. We have a good few drivers across the world. In the States, we have Kelsey Rowling. These names are
There's
really...
no reason why they can't. There's absolutely no reason. There's no physical reason. There's no mental reason why they can't be. As I obviously always say about motor racing, we've got Catherine Legg out of our series in the States trying to qualify for Indianapolis at the moment and get into the big show at the weekend. The car, the stopwatch at the track, doesn't know and doesn't care who the driver is and what gender the driver is. And that's exactly the same throughout motorsport, isn't it? There's no reason why there shouldn't be more female drivers.
100%. You know what? And this is the great thing. As it gets more and more popular and these school days become more and more popular, I'm seeing a lot of content online, on Instagram, YouTube. There are lots of girls getting into it. And personally, I love to see it. I love to see it.
Mixed competition, of course, as we have in mostly in circuit racing. So no all-female series. Get out there, and it's driver versus driver, car versus car.
100%. And you know what? Drifting is a very friendly sport. So if you are looking to learn, reach out to somebody that you've seen and just ask them, where did you go? Where did you start? And you know what? The information is out there. I would always say, go and find it. What's
the hardest thing to do when you're learning? What's the thing that you've got to either learn or you've got to get over the fear of? What is it? For you, what was the corner that you turned when all of a sudden it was like pulling the curtains open and going, now I get it?
Commit to your corner. If you're coming in at 60 miles an hour, if you don't commit, you're going to understeer because you need to initiate that car and you need to get it into a slide. But if you're like and you hesitate, then the car will then understeer because you're looking to really throw the weight of that car and then use that physical momentum to get back on the power and get the car moving. So it is a bit of you've got to commit. That was the biggest thing for me because the bigger corners you're coming in quite hot, and sometimes you have to click that button in your brain which goes, that's fine. I'm going into a right-hander at 60. If I just pull the handbrake now, everything's gonna be fine.
See, that's like driving. That's like getting out of a quote-unquote normal race car and getting into a downforce racing car.
Yeah.
You can't see downforce. You can't smell it. You can't touch it. But it's your friend if you believe in it.
Look at this. You're having to push him off the track and everybody's cheering him. I love it.
That's one of our fire units here, so that's not required. Yeah, once you believe in it, you know that it's there, that it makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
So I completely understand what you're talking about there. So
who is that number 50?
50.
It is Christoph Hamacher. He competes in the Nürburgring Drift Cup. It looks like his S14 has given up the ghost for the day.
Nice purple and white colour scheme. Yeah. I think it's rather bit ironic if you're a race car driver and the truck pulls up with the flames on, and that is actually one of the fire tenders.
I like it.
It's great.
Do you know, bless him, I saw this guy on the track yesterday when I think we were doing the qualifiers.
car.
The Volkswagen.
The Volkswagen Golf.
And it started as a small fire, and then he went running to try and get and by the time he came back, I was like, lads, it's a big fire.
That car's done. They're trying. They were trying to ship in a replacement car. The team.
Oh really? I'm sorry to hear that.
A couple of teams. I mean, there's nothing you can do at that point. It was.
Thank
goodness he didn't open the bonnet.
You know, absolutely. That's always the one thing. And do you know what? It seems so elementary, doesn't it? Just to be like, oh, okay, open the bonnet to get the fire. No, you feed it a big load of oxygen, and
correct.
Then it's gone.
That's actually it's a good point that you're making there about that. And what sort of safety standards? So do the cars have to get scrutineered before they go? And obviously they have a cage. Do they have fire suppression and everybody wears fireproofs?
Absolutely. You know, safety is paramount. When you've got cars running race fuel and 1,000 horsepower, some of these cars are running. So, you know, there is obviously always... there's always the possibility.
Sport is dangerous.
Absolutely. So
it says on your ticket.
It does indeed. So they wear full fire suits and helmets and undergarments and things like that. But they also have a fire system in the car, and each car has to be tagged and scrutinized before it's allowed to head out on track. I mean, there is actually the FIA Intercontinental Drifting Cup. Yeah, the FIA are involved now. So there is a once-a-year event that they run. Which is quite prestigious.
I'm sure.
It's great. I mean, you know, the FIA that are getting involved in drifting, again, this is another step forward for the sport.
That is, in some ways, that's the step that brings it into being considered by, look, you know, I know, and I suspect a lot of the people who are watching and listening to this know how much skill and commitment is going into this, both time, effort, and indeed financial. But for the greater public, general public, getting FIA approval says, oh, you actually are real motorsport now. And I don't say that in a nasty way.
Yeah.
But that for the general public, that will make a difference, won't it?
Well, I think for people who wouldn't be particularly into the motorsport, if they see FIA is over it, that I think it adds a little bit of legitimacy into people's eyes that maybe wouldn't be so clued up on their motorsports, let's say. Which I think is brilliant. I mean, James Dean, who sat there in the E92 on the line there, I mean, this guy has been driving for the last 16 years. And he's just watched the sport evolve and grow, and he is an FIA champion. He won the Intercontinental Drifting Cup. I think it was 2021 that he won it.
And does that move around, or is it all?
Yes, no, it's in different places.
Oh, wow.
So the last time I went to it was in Latvia at the Bikaniki Tressa.
Right.
So these two guys, I mean, also they've been watching the sport evolve for years. So
big use of the e-brake there, hydraulic handbrake from the Monster Energy car.
And James is pushing him.
He really is. Lovely exit from the hairpin, and then just an extra little left-right flick.
Yeah, lovely. I mean,
they're pushing on right round the next S's as well.
Yeah.
So they're going for a bit further, right onto the dirt from the two.
I think this might be the last runs of the evening. So
they seem to be putting a lot into it. Becky, thank you very much for being with us. It's been an absolute pleasure again. Have a cracking year. Hopefully we have got a few more people interested. You're always welcome in our global broadcast centre.
Thank you. I've absolutely loved it. You know, I love talking about drifting. I always spread the message. It's fun. It's fast. As I said earlier, it's smelly. It's loud. It's all the good things. All the righteous stuff when it comes to motorsport.
Ever thought of doing an inside drift series that goes behind the scenes, get some of the sweary personalities? You could call it Slide to Survive. How about that? I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. There you go.
Wow, I like it. I like it. I'll be on the phone to my agent straight after this. I'll be like, right.
I'll take a small commission.
Yes,
just a small commission.
You guys have all heard it here first live, so I can't even get away with saying it's behind closed doors conversation. Yes, thank you so much for having me, and I really, really hope that we are back again next year.
All I always think with this is whatever anybody else thinks, there's been people tuned in from all over the world, as always, on this. And by the way, thanks to our TV team from Nürburgring TV for staying on and doing this as well, and getting the drone cameras up, etc., down at the bottom end of the track. Just look at how many people are sitting there. The temperature's dropped considerably.
Yes.
It's an hour later than we thought it was going to be. And it's a lot chillier out there than it was in the sunshine this afternoon. But that's a big crowd that stayed on. If you haven't experienced this for yourself, find out where you can go and see it locally, whichever country you are in the world, and tune in. Find out where it is on the web. Thanks very much, Becky. Say hi to James for us as well.
Will do.
I know there's a lot of work gone into this as well. This isn't a competition, so this is just a
This is a nice bit of fun for the lads. Bit of fun for the weekend. It's an incredible event to be a part of. Again, you know, the fact that we're invited back here to the N24, which is one of the best motorsport events, I think, globally.
Yeah.
And we're here. We're having some fun. We're laying down some 11s.
Some big 11. Well, they're so sideways at some points. They're actually just ones. That's what a one with a little bit of a shadow behind it. I'm very impressed with the two new G82s. Very impressed with the G82s. It looks like we're getting everybody laying it down.
You know what they know? They're like, right, lads, we've got 2 minutes left. Just send everybody, have some fun. 3-car, 4-car trains, just like old times.
Yeah, the lads just lining up on the far end of the circuit. I want to see a Porsche 928 V8 drift car. That's
There was a
with the V8. That'd be quite good.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a look online,
what's the oddest drift car? We'll finish off with this. What's the oddest car that you've seen made into a drift car? We see so many BMWs, so many of the Japanese manufacturers. Is there one thing that you've just said, wow, that's really cool, and you've never seen either a manufacturer or a particular model, that you've never seen anything like it?
I mean, I guess we have to kind of talk about the V8 Vantage pure all-carbon drift car that, you know, Darren Kelly runs in the States. So that's an and the noise off that thing, like, it's revs to the high heavens. But it's incredible, you know, like, okay, that's a brand new Aston Martin chassis that's been made into a drift car. You gotta love it.
I want to see somebody slam an SUV as well and make a drift car out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think, strangest drift car that I've ever seen. I mean,
does anybody do it? There tend to be 2 or 4 doors. Does anybody do estate cars or wagons?
Oh, goodness,
or pickup trucks and things like that?
Yeah,
all
absolutely.
different body style.
Yeah, all different. I mean, we have Mika Keski-Korpi, who's one of our drivers and drift masters. He runs a wagon. Wagons are actually quite popular. I see quite a lot of them, bizarrely, in Scandinavia.
I do like I like a fast wagon. I really do. I'm a bit of a soft spot for a fast wagon.
Yeah.
Over the years.
I mean, they are cool, aren't they?
And of course, you can get
G80, the new Touring, the M3 Touring.
Yeah, M3 Touring. Finally, we get an official Touring, so Alpina don't have to build one for you. And
pink.
Very nice. It's a girl. We were talking about.
I was like, is it?
A little BMW's compact.
Yeah, it's a little 36 compact. Yeah.
Little stubby. Excellent.
Yeah. They're great cars to learn in, you know. I was competing in an E36 compact a few months ago, and I had great crack in it. It was wicked.
Oh yeah, it looks like we're wrapping up here. Becky, we'll let you get back. The last few moments of this, I know you've got things to do.
I've got to run away and go back to hosting.
You go and do that now. Thank you for joining. This looks like this is like all of the rest of the fireworks are being let off in the same place.
The big send-off.
The big send-off. Thanks to Becky and the rest of the Falcon Drift team. We'll let the guys play us out in their own inimitable manner, and we'll be back tomorrow for the big show. Join us here at the Nürburgring for the 51st ADAC Total Energy Nürburgring 24. From Becky and John, have a good Friday evening.
Good night, guys.
Bye. 6 together. This could be trouble. Thanks, Bex. Bye. Bye.